King Von, When the Streets Became the Stage, a documented chronicle. The rain fell steady on that November morning in 2020, streaking down the windows of Grady Memorial Hospital in Atlanta, Georgia. Inside, doctors worked frantically to save a 26-year-old man who had been rushed through their doors with multiple gunshot wounds. His name was Davon Daquan Bennett, though the world knew him better as King Von, one of Chicago drill music's brightest rising stars. Despite their best efforts at 4:48 in the morning, Von was pronounced dead. The music industry mourned the loss of a talented storyteller. His fans grieved for an artist who seemed on the verge of superstardom. But for many families in Chicago, Von's death marked something entirely different. For them, it closed a chapter on years of terror, violence, and loss at the hands of someone they believed was responsible for multiple murders and who had weaponized fame to continue violence. This is not a story about redemption or wasted potential. This is not a tale of a troubled youth who made mistakes and found his way. This is a documented account of violence, system failures, and an entertainment industry that some argue profited from real bloodshed. The evidence for what you're about to hear comes from police reports, FBI documents, court testimony, federal indictments, and Bennett's own words captured on social media and in his music. Before we continue, it's critical to establish what can be proven versus what remains alleged or speculative. Bennett was acquitted of one murder charge in 2017. He was never charged in most of the other deaths discussed in this video. Many connections between Bennett and unsolved murders come from circumstantial evidence, social media posts, song lyrics, and analysis by online researchers rather than criminal charges or convictions. Where someone is never charged or is acquitted, the legal presumption of innocence applies. However, federal prosecutors stated after his death that had he lived, they planned to charge him in connection with the murder of F.B.G. Duck, and 6 men were convicted for carrying out that killing. What emerges is a portrait of a man who was charged in 2 murder cases, acquitted in one, and killed before facing charges in another, who turned his street experiences, whether lived or imagined, into chart-topping music, and who federal authorities believe ordered a killing that would destroy families and send 6 men to prison for life. Part 1. The Foundation of Violence: Understanding Chicago's South Side. To understand Davon Bennett's story, you first have to understand where he came from. Chicago's South Side has been shaped by decades of policies and practices that concentrated poverty, segregated communities, and created the conditions for cycles of violence that continue to this day. The Parkway Gardens apartment complex, located at 6400 block of South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, wasn't always known as O Block. When it was built in the 1950s, Parkway Gardens represented hope. Designed by architect Henry K. Holzman, the complex featured 35 buildings, 11 8-story high-rises and 24 row houses spanning 13 acres. The buildings had modern heating, appliances, and elevators, luxuries many African-American families couldn't access elsewhere in Chicago due to discriminatory housing practices. Parkway Gardens was significant for another reason. It became the first cooperatively owned Black housing development in the United States. Middle-class African-American professionals managed the complex, and prominent figures like Mary McLeod Bethune spoke at its cornerstone-laying ceremony. Governor Adlai Stevenson II, Chicago Mayor Martin H. Kennelly, and both of Illinois's U.S. senators attended. The complex was meant to provide quality, affordable housing during an era when redlining and racial covenants severely limited where black families could live. Among its early residents was a young girl named Michelle Robinson, who would later become Michelle Obama, First Lady of the United States. But the dream didn't last. In 1972, Parkway Gardens Cooperative defaulted on a $13.8 million hard-insured loan. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development took control, and almost immediately, maintenance and investment declined. The buildings began to deteriorate. By the 1980s, the complex had fallen into such disrepair that when HUD foreclosed in 1986, the entire property, 35 buildings, was appraised at only $4.4 million. On March 11, 1987, it sold for $1 to the National Development Council. As the buildings decayed, gangs moved in. The 1970s and 80s saw Greater Grand Crossing, the community surrounding Parkway Gardens, become one of Chicago's most dangerous neighborhoods. The gangster disciples and black disciples fought for territory. The crack epidemic devastated families. Mass incarceration removed fathers and brothers from homes. Schools struggled. Jobs disappeared. The ladder to prosperity that Parkway Gardens was meant to provide had broken. Then, in 2006, something happened that would change Parkway Gardens forever. The Chicago Housing Authority demolished the Randolph Tower, known as the Calumet Building, at 6217 South Calumet Avenue. This 16-story red brick project had been the headquarters for the Black Disciples Gang. According to a 2004 Chicago Tribune article, drug dealers in the Randolph Tower were generating as much as $300,000 per day in drug profits. When the building came down, the Black Disciples needed a new base. They chose Parkway Gardens, which had traditionally been Gangster Disciples' territory. The result was catastrophic. Between June 2011 and June 2014, Parkway Gardens and the surrounding block experienced the highest number of shootings of any location in Chicago. The Chicago Sun-Times would later describe it as the most dangerous block in Chicago. In just 3 years, 19 people were shot and killed in and around the complex. Most were teenagers and young adults, some barely out of high school. The victims included innocent bystanders, gang members, and anyone unfortunate enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. The violence was personal and localized. These weren't organized crime families or drug cartels. These were kids from neighboring blocks, killing each other over perceived disrespect. Social media posts, lyrics in songs. The territorial lines were drawn street by street. Parkway Gardens, renamed O Block after the murder of Black Disciples member O.D. Perry in 2011, was controlled by the Black Disciples. Just blocks away, at 63rd Street and St. Lawrence and Eberhart Avenues, an area that would be renamed Tuckerville after the murder of 15-year-old gangster disciple Shondale Tucker Gregory, the rival faction held territory. These kids could see each other's homes from their front porches, and they were killing each other with an almost casual frequency that spoke to how normalized violence had become. Community members described hearing gunshots every day, sometimes multiple times a day. Mothers stopped letting their children play outside. Young men couldn't cross certain streets without risking their lives. And into this environment, on August 9, 1994, Davon Daquan Bennett was born. Part 2. A childhood shaped by violence. Davon's father was Walter E. Bennett, known in the streets as Silk. According to family members and later interviews, Silk was himself a documented member of the Black Disciples with a fearsome reputation in the neighborhood around Altgeld Park. But Silk's life as a gang member meant constant incarceration. He was in and out of jail throughout Davon's early childhood, leaving the boy's mother, Tasha, to raise him mostly alone. Davon had 6 half-siblings from his father and 3 from his mother, growing up in a crowded home where resources were scarce and the streets were always calling. In interviews years later, Von would speak about his father with a mix of reverence and pain. Silk was remembered as a legend on the block, someone who commanded respect despite the lifestyle that kept him locked up. On July 24, 2005, when Davon was 10 years old, his father was shot and killed outside a skating rink. According to Von's uncle, in a later interview, Silk was targeted by a sniper, shot from a distance in what appeared to be a planned assassination. The loss devastated young Davon. Years later, he would tweet and rap about how he couldn't sleep after his father's death. On Twitter, he regularly posted tributes to his father on his birthdays, memorializing the man who had shaped his early understanding of what it meant to be respected in the streets. Von later told interviewer 16 Shot Visuals that he got involved in gang activity in 4th grade around 2006, when he was approximately 11 or 12 years old. His father had been Black Disciples. His neighborhood was Black Disciples territory. For Von, joining wasn't really a choice. It was inheritance, environment, and the path of least resistance all rolled into one. By the time Von entered Hyde Park Academy High School, he was fully immersed in gang life. Multiple former classmates would later state in interviews that Von regularly brought firearms to school starting around age 13. One associate, Chop Squad, who attended school with both Von and fellow Chicago rapper G Herbo, claimed that Von would show off guns in class. G Herbo himself would later rap about this in a collaboration with Von called FaceTime, saying that Von showed him a revolver during freshman orientation, an experience that led G Herbo to begin bringing guns to school himself. Von's adolescence was marked by constant conflict. He and his friends from O Block, kids with names like T-Roy, Duke, BJ, Big A, would start with fistfights at school, scuffles with rival gang members on the bus or in the cafeteria. But those schoolyard fights quickly escalated. Guns replaced fists. What started as teenage posturing turned deadly serious. Hyde Park Academy became a place where Von and his rivals from blocks like STL/EBT and Jarrow City saw each other every day, building grudges that would last years and cost lives. On one occasion, according to stories that circulated years later, Von did a shooting on prom night while wearing his suit. He had even tweeted earlier that day, warning people not to try him while he was dressed up. True to his word, when someone tested him, Von allegedly responded with gunfire. This recklessness and willingness to use violence at any moment would become his calling card. Von's first arrest came in August 2010, when he was 16 years old. According to court records, he committed armed robbery at 64th and King Drive at 12:45 p.m., pulling a gun on a victim and stealing their vehicle. He was arrested 5 minutes later. The charges were serious: armed robbery with a firearm, and Von faced 21 to 45 years in prison under a plea deal. As a juvenile, he was instead sentenced to boot camp, an intense military-style program designed to shock young offenders straight. He was released early, but would be back behind bars within months. Von's second documented arrest came in November 12 for unlawful possession of a firearm. He would be booked into Cook County Jail and spend time incarcerated between December 10 and March 12, about 15 months total. During this time, his best friend T. Roy tweeted calling for his release. The two were inseparable, partners in everything, according to those who knew them. But it was during his next period of freedom, from March 12th to November 12th, that something changed in Davon Bennett. Multiple associates and Von himself would later describe this period as when he transformed from a street kid into something darker. The deaths of friends, people like O.D. Perry, Patoon, and later White White, would turn him, in his own words, into a demon. Part 3. The Streets Run Red, Allegations of Early Murders. A critical note on evidence and speculation. What follows in this section are allegations that have never been proven in court. Bennett was never charged with most of the murders discussed here, and these cases remain officially unsolved. The connections between Bennett and these deaths come primarily from circumstantial evidence, the timing of social media posts, analysis by online researchers and gang historians, and song lyrics that Bennett himself later claimed were fictional. While this circumstantial evidence has been compiled by researchers and discussed in some police documents, it's important to understand that correlation does not equal causation, and tweet timing is not proof of involvement. We present this information because it's part of the public narrative around Bennett's life, but we clearly label it as unproven allegation rather than established fact. To understand the allegations against Von during this period, we need to examine what was happening in Chicago more broadly. The early 2010s saw the rise of Chicago drill music, a subgenre of hip-hop characterized by dark, aggressive beats and lyrics that described real gang violence in unflinching detail. Artists like Chief Keef, Lil Durk, and others from O Block were getting national attention for music that wasn't just entertainment. It was essentially real-time reporting of the gang war happening in their neighborhoods. Social media, particularly Twitter, played a huge role in escalating tensions. Gang members would taunt each other online, disrespect dead rivals, post their locations, and issue threats. These online beefs would quickly turn into real-world violence. Someone would tweet their location. Minutes later, shots would ring out. Then more tweets, mocking the dead, celebrating the kill, warning others they were next. Into this environment, Von became extraordinarily active on Twitter. Starting in June 12, his tweets from this period, many of which were captured before being deleted, paint a disturbing picture. Von would openly claim to be drilling, Chicago slang for shooting people, in the name of O.D. Perry. He tweeted about wanting to kill police officers. He warned people not to diss him and T. Roy. He claimed to shoot people like it's nothing. He said he'd been drilling since he was young. The timing of some of these tweets would become crucial later, when researchers and eventually police began trying to connect Von to specific unsolved murders. While Von was never charged in these early cases, online researchers, gang historians, and eventually police documents would connect him to several killings between 2012 and 2014. These connections came from multiple sources: the timing of Von's tweets, witness statements that didn't result in charges, and Von's own later references in songs after he became a rapper. One oft-cited example involves a man known as P5 or Crack, whose real name was Edric Johnson. On October 30th, 2012, which happened to be T. Roy's birthday, Von allegedly tweeted that he was drilling like OD and told people to check the stats. According to Chicago police reports, less than 30 minutes later, at around 9:13 a.m., P5 was shot multiple times in the 6200 block of South Eberhart Avenue. He was rushed to the hospital but pronounced dead at 9:54 a.m. Von's Twitter activity around this time was notable. Just 3 minutes before the recorded time of the shooting, Von tweeted, "Laughing my ass off," at 9:13, the exact time police recorded the shooting. Von tweeted about his gun making someone do 40 flips. Then, just after noon, he tweeted, "The early bird catches the worm." In the days that followed, Von's tweets became even more brazen. He tweeted wondering if he was messed up in the head and indicating he thought he'd gone crazy. 2 days later, he tweeted, "Damn, Modell got killed in October and crack. Who's going to get killed in November?" Stay tuned. Von was never charged in P5's death. No arrests were made. The case remains officially unsolved. The connection between Von and this murder is based entirely on the timing correlation between his tweets and the shooting. While the timing is striking, it's important to note that tweet timing alone is circumstantial evidence, not proof of involvement. The pattern, however, was unmistakable to online researchers paying attention. Von would hint at violence on social media, someone would die, and then Von would post again in what appeared to be celebration, using barely coded language. Another example involves a young man named Rodney Stewart, known as Boss Trell. On November 7th, 2012, Von tweeted about bodies dropping and beating cases. That evening, he tweeted that he was out sliding with T-Roy. T-Roy himself tweeted about going to get his gun. The following morning, the news reported the shooting of Boss Trell. The 17-year-old had been found with a gunshot wound to the head around 6:50 a.m. and was rushed to the hospital. While Boss Trell fought for his life, Von and T-Roy were active on Twitter. T-Roy tweeted "man down" only hours after the body was discovered. Von tweeted "distruggle" and suggested people weren't dying on time. T-Roy mockingly tweeted, "No, Trell, stay alive." Boss Trell was pronounced dead that night at 11:30 p.m. The next day, Von took to Twitter to mock him further, tweeting that STL doesn't stand for St. Lawrence, but instead for steady taking L's. He told people, "Don't worry about who killed who, just be glad that you didn't get killed and shut up." Again, Von was never charged. The case remains officially unsolved. Some alternative theories exist. One suggests Boss Trell was killed by someone trying to retrieve a gun that had been taken. But regardless of the truth, Von and T-Roy's Twitter activity suggested they were at minimum celebrating the death, if not responsible for it. The pattern continued. In late 2012 and early 2013, Von's Twitter account was a running commentary on violence in Chicago. He'd tweet about being ready to shoot random people in traffic. He'd declare himself an STL killer, St. Lawrence killer. He'd reference specific murders and mock deceased rivals. He'd count bodies. And incredibly, no one seemed to stop him. This wasn't happening in the shadows. Von was broadcasting his alleged involvement in murders to thousands of followers. He was creating a digital paper trail that would later be analyzed, frame by frame, tweet by tweet, trying to piece together just how many people Davon Bennett had allegedly killed. Part 4. The Murders That Changed Everything. While Von was allegedly racking up bodies and tweeting about it, 2 deaths would have particularly significant impacts on his life and would later become key to understanding his story. The first was the death of Tony Dunn. known as White White. On August 8, 2012, Von and White White went to a convenience store together on East 63rd Street and South Martin Luther King Drive. Von went inside while White White waited outside. At approximately 11:30 p.m., a gunman pulled up and shot White White in the back. A police officer on the scene even returned fire, hitting the shooter, who managed to escape. White White was pronounced dead in the early hours of August 9th, Von's 18th birthday. This killing devastated Von. He tweeted numerous times about White White's murder, describing how he'd just bought White White a pill and gone inside the store only to come back outside to find a crowd surrounding his shot friend. At first, Von believed White White would be okay. When he learned his friend had died, Von's tweets became darker. He pledged to kill his enemies publicly. He said this killing was what led him to act out. Years later, Von would elaborate on this in his song Demon, saying outright that witnessing White White's death on his 18th birthday was what turned him into a demon. He rapped that after this, he and T-Roy would be doing hits back-to-back to avenge the loss. The second death that profoundly affected Von and would later become central to a police investigation was that of Gakira Barnes, known as K.I. K.I. was a 17-year-old gangster disciple from the STL/EBT faction, rivals to Von's O Block Black Disciples. The Chicago Sun-Times would later publish a feature article describing her as a female assassin in Chicago's gang war, comparing her to Snoop from the HBO series The Wire, a masculine female killer. Police suspected K.A.Y.'s involvement in multiple shootings, though she was never charged. Some investigators believed she was involved in the 2011 killing of O.D. Perry, the Black Disciples member after whom O Block was named, though this was never proven. Von and Key had an extensive, strange history on Twitter. Their first interaction occurred in September 2012, when Von tweeted about beating up an OPP girl on the train. K.I. responded, indicating she'd been injured but wasn't bothered because her gun would put holes in her ops' faces. What followed was months of back and forth that mixed genuine animosity with what seemed like flirtation. Von would ask K.I. if she was a gangster or a bitch. She'd say she was a gangster. He'd ask why he never sees her when he comes to her block. She'd say he could die just like White White. He'd warn her to kill him because he'd kill her if she didn't. Then, bizarrely, when K.I. tweeted asking for retweets if people thought she looked good, Von retweeted it. When K.I. tweeted that she'd beaten up someone from O Block and they should tell Von she's tough, Von replied that he could tell she was tough and jokingly asked if she was looking for a boyfriend. He began referring to her as wifey. In 2016, someone on the message board 4chan claimed to have hacked K.I.'s private DMs and published alleged messages between her and Von. According to these alleged DMs, Von had asked K.I. if she wanted to hook up. She replied she wasn't interested. Von said that when all of this is over, he'd have her. K.I. allegedly asked Von straight up if O Block was plotting to kill her. Von reportedly said yes. There were people looking to kill her, but he didn't think he could do it because she seemed cool. He even asked when she was going to stop gangbanging. K.I. replied she wasn't going to stop, calling Von a goofy and asking when he was going to stop. Von said he was gangbanging until he died. K.I. agreed, saying she planned the same thing. Whether these DMs were authentic is impossible to verify. But what is verified is that Von and K.I. continued their public Twitter exchanges for years, with Von seemingly both threatening and attracted to her. Then came April 11th, 2014. Part 5. The Gakira Barnes murder, a case that should have stuck. On April 11, 2014, 17-year-old Gakira Barnes was standing on a porch in the 6400 block of South Eberhart Avenue at approximately 3:30 p.m. According to the Chicago Police Department report, Barnes was with two other individuals when a man wearing a gray hoodie and blue jeans approached and opened fire. Witnesses described the shooter hopping out of a vehicle, catching KYY and the others about to shoot dice. They ran into a gangway, but the shooter kept firing. One witness reported hearing the gunman shout, "Yeah, bitch," as he fired at KY multiple times. She was struck 9 times. She managed to crawl to a nearby porch before losing consciousness. She was transported to a hospital where she died approximately 2 hours later. On April 29, 2014, at 12:15 p.m., Davon Bennett was arrested at 7807 South Paulina Street. He was charged with first-degree murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault with a firearm in connection with Barnes's killing. According to Chicago Police Department documents released in July 2021, 7 years after the murder and 8 months after Bennett's death, 4 witnesses were brought in for identification. Witness 1 could not identify Bennett. Witness 2 pointed to Bennett but was unsure. Witness 3 claimed it was Bennett but couldn't make a positive identification. Witness 4 pointed directly to Bennett with confidence. Bennett was questioned about the murder and agreed to undergo a polygraph examination. The police had enough to believe they had their shooter. 4 witnesses, 1 positive ID, and Bennett in custody just days after the killing. But there was a problem. The witness statements were inconsistent. Some descriptions didn't fully match. There were discrepancies in the accounts of exactly what happened and when. And Cook County prosecutors made a determination. While they believed Bennett was the shooter, the inconsistencies meant they couldn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt at trial. The official Chicago Police Department document, released after Bennett's death, stated the investigation revealed that the victim was killed by Davon Bennett. The CCSAO, Cook County State's Attorney's Office, reviewed the investigation and concurred that Bennett was positively identified as the offender in the incident and felt that they would be unable to meet the burden of proof in court and formally rejected charges. The document continued. It should be noted Davon Bennett was charged with first-degree murder recorded under HX2 81542 in that he shot and killed Malcolm Stuckey, no IR, on May 29, 14. So police believed Von killed KI. They had witness identification. They had him in custody. But the case never went to trial because prosecutors didn't think they could win a conviction. Von was released on April 30, 2014, without being charged. Hours after KI was pronounced dead, on April 11th, Von tweeted that he loves his gang and they love him. Then people began confirming on social media that KI had been killed. O-Block veteran Jay Hood would reveal in an interview years later that Von came back to O-Block immediately after the murder and told him what he'd done. The day after the hit, fellow Black Disciple rapper Lil Reese tweeted Von's catchphrase, "You got to do your thing," seemingly a congratulatory post to Von, who replied, "You got to." Von later tweeted that he needs a real one. Over the next few days, Von delivered a flurry of activity on Twitter. He tweeted that his ops don't scare him and the whole gang war is funny to him. He said he'd lost a lot of friends, so his enemies must die in retaliation. He tweeted saying people wouldn't believe the things he does in the streets and that he'll never tell. He even copied KI's earlier tweet about people not getting the picture until you put them in the frame. Then Von posted something particularly incriminating. He tweeted asking if the streets could be his Valentine, saying they're tired of dying. This was one day before the anniversary of KI's death. The next day, he made a biblical tweet saying God told him to cut her off. At this point, Von would seemingly update his body count to 6, openly tweeting about homicide in the air and that he'd made 6 people extinct for playing hard. He tweeted that he put people's brains in their lap and asked followers if they'd still be there for him when he gets 100 years in jail. But Von's celebration was short-lived. On April 29th, 18 days after KI's murder, he was arrested. Despite the strong circumstantial evidence and witness identification, he was released the next day when prosecutors rejected charges. Years later, after becoming a rapper, Von would make multiple references in songs that prosecutors and analysts interpreted as admissions to Barnes's murder. In War With Us from 2018, he rapped, "Put a pretty op bitch in the morgue. Call her drop dead gorgeous." In GTA from 2019, he said, "Keep a strap like KI." In Cousins from 2019, he rapped, "I kill women and men. Can't tell the difference." KI's family received no justice. The person police documents identify as her killer never faced trial. He walked free and weeks later would be implicated in another murder, one that would finally land him in jail for an extended period. Part 6. The Malcolm Stuckey Murder, An Innocent Life Taken. On the afternoon of May 29, 2014, there was a birthday party at 5722 South LaSalle Street in Chicago's Englewood neighborhood. The house was divided into 3 apartments, situated a couple blocks east of Interstate 94 and 3 miles west of the Museum of Science and Industry. Malcolm Stuckey was a 19-year-old college student at South Suburban College. He was a basketball player. He worked as a janitor at the Museum of Science and Industry. According to friends and family, he wasn't involved in gang activity. He was simply a young man with dreams, working his way through school, playing the sport he loved. That afternoon, Malcolm planned to stop by the birthday party for his friend. We'll call him CJ to protect privacy, before going to play basketball and returning for food. He pulled up in his burgundy Pontiac Grand Prix around 6 p.m. Inside the party, tensions were already simmering. Davon Bennett had arrived earlier with a woman named Jasmine Mitchell. According to court documents and witness testimony from the subsequent trial, Bennett spotted 2 rival gang members at the party. He left briefly. CJ's mother, who was throwing the party, told police that when she returned home from work around 5:15 p.m., she saw her son with other people on the front porch. Bennett was there, chatting with party guests, when he spotted the rival gang members, identified in court records as Timothy Robinson and Marquis Carpenter. He took off. "Don't start no mess in my house," CJ's mother told Bennett. According to witness statements, Bennett replied, "I'm not on that." But he was on that. Bennett left the party and called a friend, Michael Wade, known as Big Mike, telling him to bring a gun. According to court testimony, Bennett also called someone at the party and told them to bring the children inside. At that moment, Malcolm Stuckey arrived. He got out of his Pontiac, planning to smoke a cigar before heading to play basketball. He had no idea what was about to unfold. At approximately 6:09 p.m., Bennett and Big Mike returned. They approached from an alley with guns drawn. Witnesses heard 14 to 15 gunshots. Timothy Robinson, one of the intended targets, started running. Bennett chased him, firing. Malcolm Stuckey, who had been standing on the sidewalk, was struck by a bullet that tore into his brain. He collapsed immediately. Bennett then chased Marquis Carpenter, who had been shot in the left leg and was trying to escape. According to Big Mike's statements to police, Bennett was yelling, "Why are you running?" as he pursued Carpenter and fired at him. Big Mike also opened fire, shooting approximately 15 to 16 rounds at Timothy Robinson, striking him in the foot. When the shooting stopped, Malcolm Stuckey lay dead on the grass between the sidewalk and the street. Marquis Carpenter had been shot in the face, suffering a broken jaw. Timothy Robinson had been shot in the leg and foot. Chicago police responded to the scene at 6:10 p.m. Malcolm Stuckey was pronounced dead at 6:09 p.m., the same time the shooting occurred. He never had a chance. Malcolm's 16-year-old cousin, Modell McGraw, would be the one to discover his body. The image would haunt him. Tragically, 6 months later, Modell himself would be dead, allegedly killed by Bennett and T. Roy in what appeared to be retaliation. Malcolm Stuckey's death was devastating to everyone who knew him. His friend, Deontay Willis, told reporters, "He was supposed to be on his way to see me. He had stopped answering his phone." Willis also spoke about the broader problem of gun violence in Chicago, saying, "It's everywhere. It can happen anytime. You learn to look over your shoulder." The murder weapon in this case tells its own disturbing story about gun trafficking. According to federal court documents in United States v. Smalley, the gun was a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson handgun, purchased on March 29, 2014, exactly 2 months before Malcolm's murder, in Natchez, Mississippi. The buyer was Jonathan Smalley, who ran a gun trafficking operation that funneled at least 25 firearms from Mississippi to Chicago gang members between 2009 and 2016. 11 of these weapons, including the one that killed Malcolm Stuckey. Ballistics testing confirmed the same gun was used in Malcolm's murder and in at least one other shooting shortly after, where Bennett allegedly fired it 12 times into another man who survived. Smalley would eventually be sentenced to more than 5 years in federal prison in 2018 for his gun trafficking operation. But Malcolm Stuckey was already long dead, another victim of easy gun access and a system that couldn't stop weapons from flowing from states with lax gun laws into one of America's most violence-plagued cities. Part 7. Justice Denied, the Malcolm Stuckey Trial. On July 20, 2014, at 3:06 p.m., Michael Wade was arrested and charged with first-degree murder and 2 counts of attempted murder in connection with the shooting. 2 days later, on July 22, 2014, at 12:40 p.m., Davon Bennett was also arrested at his home and charged with 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. Big Mike initially agreed to cooperate with prosecutors. He would testify against Bennett as part of a plea deal. This was huge for the prosecution. They had an eyewitness who was present during the shooting, willing to describe exactly what happened and Bennett's role in it. But the case would drag on for over 3 years. Bennett was held in Cook County Jail from July 14 to December 17, awaiting trial. During that time, several things happened that would ultimately lead to his acquittal. First, witnesses became hard to find, or their stories changed. In cases involving gang violence, witness intimidation is common. People fear retaliation if they testify. Some witnesses who initially spoke to police became unavailable or gave inconsistent statements when prosecutors tried to prepare for trial. Second, and most critically, Big Mike changed his mind. On October 23, 2017, Bennett was placed in a bullpen in Cook County Jail with Big Mike, another associate named THF Gucci, and an OPP from 051 Young Money who had a tattoo saying, "Fuck LA," a reference to the deceased L.A. Capone, a rapper affiliated with Bennett's faction. According to later accounts, Big Mike helped Bennett slip his arm out of handcuffs, and Von attacked the rival, with Gucci joining in by kicking him while he was still restrained. This incident seemed to solidify the bond between Bennett and Big Mike. When it came time for trial, Big Mike withdrew his cooperation agreement. He refused to testify against Bennett. This was catastrophic for prosecutors. Without Big Mike's testimony, and with other witnesses unable or unwilling to provide consistent accounts, prosecutors lacked the evidence needed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Bennett was the shooter. The defense could argue that Big Mike was the primary shooter, and Bennett might not have even fired his weapon, or that the shooting happened too chaotically for anyone to know exactly who shot Malcolm Stuckey. On December 6, 2017, after more than 3 years in jail awaiting trial, Davon Bennett was acquitted of all charges related to Malcolm Stuckey's death. Big Mike, however, was not so fortunate. He was convicted of aggravated battery with a firearm for shooting Timothy Robinson. He received a 16-year sentence for that crime, but because he backed out of his cooperation agreement with prosecutors, he received an additional 12 years, a total of 28 years in prison. Michael Wade will spend decades behind bars. Davon Bennett walked free. Malcolm Stuckey's family was devastated. Their son, a college student with no gang affiliations who simply stopped by a friend's birthday party, was dead, and the man they believed killed him, the man police and prosecutors believed killed him, would never face consequences. Years later, after Bennett became a successful rapper, Malcolm's family would publicly condemn him on social media. They watched as the person they believed murdered their son made millions of dollars rapping about the street life that took Malcolm's life. They saw him celebrated, given magazine interviews, featured on Billboard charts. Their son was in the ground, and his alleged killer was signing autographs. In later songs, Bennett would make what appeared to be references to the Malcolm Stuckey shooting. On a feature called What's Next by Jizzle Bucks, Bennett seemed to imply that Malcolm wasn't the intended target, but was a witness who had to be eliminated. The lyrics suggested Malcolm was simply outside on the sidewalk when the shooting occurred and had to be taken out because he saw what happened. This cold calculation that an innocent bystander had to die simply because he was present speaks to the level of violence Bennett was allegedly willing to deploy. Malcolm Stuckey was 19 years old. He was working, going to school, trying to build a future, and according to Bennett's own apparent admission in song lyrics, he died simply for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The Malcolm Stuckey case represents one of the clearest examples of justice system failure in Bennett's story. Police knew who the shooter was. They had physical evidence. They had witnesses. They had a co-defendant willing to testify. But witness intimidation, the chaos of gang violence, and Big Mike's last-minute decision to protect Bennett meant that no one was held accountable for taking an innocent young man's life. Part 8. From Cage to Stage, The Birth of a Rap Career. December 6, 2017. After 1,267 days in Cook County Jail, Davon Bennett walked out of the gates a free man. Video footage captured on social media showed him cutting off his ankle monitor, throwing up gang signs, celebrating his freedom. He had beaten a murder charge. He had escaped what could have been a life sentence. But the question was, what would he do with this second chance? According to Bennett himself, in later interviews with 16 Shot Visuals, the first thing he did after being released was meet up with his friend E-Dog from O-Block. And what did they do? They went and bought a gun. At the time of his release, Bennett had no plans to become a rapper. In fact, he'd tweeted years earlier that if he ever starts rapping, people should kill the person closest to them because something wasn't right. Music wasn't his path. The streets were all he knew. But one person hadn't forgotten about Davon Bennett during his 3.5 years behind bars. Lil Durk, Dirk Banks, was by this time one of Chicago's biggest rap stars. He'd known Von since childhood. They'd grown up in the same neighborhoods, been part of the same circles. And Dirk had a vision. Dirk had been tweeting his support for Von throughout the trial, apparently calling him regularly and even helping provide money for a lawyer. When Von walked free, Dirk welcomed him with open arms. In interviews, Dirk would later say he saw raw potential in Von. He recognized that Von's real-life experiences in the streets gave him a level of credibility and storytelling ability that couldn't be manufactured. But Von himself later admitted that his initial interest in Dirk wasn't entirely pure. He told interviewers that at first he planned to hang around Dirk and rob people in his circle until he got to $100,000. That was Von's goal. Get $100 grand however he could, by any means necessary. After coming home, Von didn't immediately jump into music. He wanted to enjoy his freedom. Social media posts from late 2017 and early 2018 show Von posing in new clothes, flexing his newfound freedom, posting pictures on Instagram. His enemies, including people like FBG Cash, would leave threatening comments, but Von's friends were looking out for him, and no one was looking out more than Lil Durk. Durk was working on his 2018 mixtape, Just Cause You're Weighted, and that tape featured a track called Durk and Von Crazy. Soon after getting out of jail, Von found himself sitting in the back of Durk's car, previewing this future classic before its release. The song referenced Von's case, with Durk rapping that a witness went missing and now Von is coming home. Durk was clearly inspired by Von's return and wanted to help him transition to civilian life. They spent Christmas 2017 together, listening to classic Chicago drill anthems by L.A. Capone. In January 2018, Von was seen on social media walking through O-Block, showing the world he was back in the streets, untouched despite everything he'd allegedly done. But Von's old habits died hard. In February 2018, he tweeted that he was riding around with a gun and weed. Then, on February 14th, the one-year anniversary of his friend T-Roy's death, Von was arrested at O-Block. Police claimed he ran from them, threw a gun, and battered officers during the arrest. Body camera footage of this arrest later became public, showing an angry Von telling police with pride that he just beat a body and 2 attempted murders. Von's mugshot from that arrest circulated online, showing a furious expression, but he was out within days, tweeting that he believed cops had it out for him because he escaped the murder charges. He boasted that he would never let them get him. Still, even with these brushes with law enforcement, Lil Durk continued to invest in Von. They spent increasing amounts of time together, with Von making regular trips to Atlanta, where Dirk was based. Then, in February 2018, something significant happened. Von was reunited with another friend who'd beaten a murder charge, THF Beizhu, who had been acquitted of a 2014 murder charge for a shooting that occurred in 2009. Dirk saw an opportunity. He had two certified Chicago shooters who'd both beaten murder cases. Both had real street credibility. Both had stories that weren't fabricated or exaggerated. They'd lived every word they could rap. Dirk's plan wasn't for them to keep shooting. It was to transform these hardened street figures into rap superstars, to turn their real-life experiences into art, to make them the realest rappers who had ever rapped. Von started posting pictures in the studio with Dirk, hinting at an upcoming career in the rap game. On May 27, 2018, King Von and THF Beizhu released their first song together, Beat That Body. The title wasn't subtle. It was about both of them beating murder charges. Von's lyrics were shocking, essentially admitting to catching bodies, beating the cases, and planning to catch more. This song, with its brazen admission of violence, should have been a red flag. But instead, it became exactly what made Von's music irresistible to drill fans. Here was someone who wasn't just rapping about the street life. According to police documents and court records, he'd lived it. He'd been arrested for murder. He'd sat in jail for 3 years. He'd stood trial. And he'd walked free. The backstory was perfect. The credibility was unquestionable. And Dirk, according to later interviews, said people in Chicago instantly went crazy for Von's music. But Von didn't initially seem optimistic about his rap career. He barely promoted Beat That Body and appeared to have no plans to give up his full-time role as an O-Block shot caller. Because even as Von was recording his first songs, violence continued to play out in the streets, and Von, according to various sources, remained plugged into the action. Part 9. The Songs and the Streets. Violence continues. While Von was in jail from 2014 to 2017, numerous people from O-Block and surrounding areas had been killed. His friend T-Roy, his partner in crime, his right-hand man, had been shot and killed in a convenience store on Valentine's Day 2017. Von's people posted Twitter tributes, and Von later opened up about the devastating moment when he got the news about T-Roy's death while locked up. Von took T-Roy's death extremely seriously. Even after becoming a famous rapper, he would threaten to kill trolls who DM'd him mocking T-Roy on his birthday. The loss of his closest friend seemed to fuel something darker in Von. A need not just for revenge, but for systematic elimination of enemies. After T-Roy's death, a new group formed in O-Block called Get Back Gang. This was a hardened crew of shooters whose sole focus was to get revenge, to get back for T-Roy and other O-Block members who'd been killed. Members included people like Muwop, C-Thang, C-Murder, and others who would later become central to federal investigations. One person Get Back Gang allegedly killed was a man known as Can't Get Right, real name DeAndre Wallace. On June 15, 2018, around 9:50 p.m., Can't Get Right was waiting for food outside a store on the 400 block of East 63rd Street. Two people pulled up, waited outside, and when they spotted their target, they ran up and opened fire. Can't Get Right was killed. An innocent bystander, a man who was simply sweeping outside the restaurant, was also killed in the shooting. The shooting and immediate aftermath were captured on CCTV footage footage too graphic to describe in detail, but which shows the calculated brutality of the attack. King Von was in Atlanta with Lil Durk's team when this murder occurred. But hours after the killing, Von went live on Instagram alongside Memo 600, mocking the murder in real time. They lit a blunt and said they were smoking can't get right, asking viewers what just happened. When people started commenting can't get up, the O Block crew seemed to find this hilarious. Von said it was 2 people down and they'd have to roll another one. They mocked the ops posting tributes to their fallen friend on Instagram. They joked about how the victim got a fresh fade from the gun. Von came back on camera saying can't get right, must have known he was going to die, and that no one would care, he's gone. Von's involvement in this killing is debated. He was in another city when it happened. But what's not debatable is his celebration of it, his detailed knowledge of how it occurred, and his apparent role as someone who ordered or encouraged these hits. Friends of Can't Get Right would post on social media that they believed Von paid for the hit. Only days before the Can't Get Right murder, Von had tweeted that you can only diss or smoke a dead person if you actually played a role in killing them. His celebration of Can't Get Right's death seemed to indicate he believed he had played such a role, whether by ordering it, financing it, or planning it. This would become Von's pattern. Violence would occur, and he would celebrate publicly while maintaining just enough distance to avoid direct culpability. He was in another city. He wasn't the shooter. He just knew about it. He just talked about it. He just rapped about it. And somehow, that was supposed to make it okay. On July 31st, 2018, Lil Durk's Only the Family Involved Volume 1 compilation album was released. It featured Von's song, Problems, a track entirely about Von having hitters who catch bodies for him. The song included an intro where Von shouted out, "Get back, gang." The lyrics described killing both targets and witnesses. Von rapped that killing was his hobby and that his loyal shooters were the ones catching bodies for him. A music video for Problems dropped on Von's 24th birthday, August 9th, 2018. It appeared on Lil Durk's official YouTube channel. Here was Von openly admitting in song format that he had people killing for him, and the music video was being professionally produced and promoted. The violence wasn't hidden anymore, it was the product being sold. Lil Durk was impressed with Von's murder raps. He tweeted that Von was next up in the rap game. Von responded by saying he'd soon drop music with Durk and that he was switching up, not associating with anyone he used to know. But even as Von laid foundations for a rap career, he couldn't stop being reckless. Around this time, Von appeared in a viral Instagram live clip training a small child on O Block to disrespect rival dead gang members and teaching the kid to shoot people in the head with a water pistol. Von was creating the next generation of killers, normalizing violence for children who should have been playing games, not being indoctrinated into gang warfare. Von tweeted about having killers around him and posted pictures of his whole crew. People would eventually annotate these pictures, speculating on how many people each O Block member had killed. The attention brought more police scrutiny to O Block. By late August 2018, Von was seen on Instagram Live observing arrests taking place on the block itself, joking that he had his shoes tied in case he needed to run. Part 10. A Violent Autumn, the Dooski and Wooski shootings. On October 9, 2018, Chicago rapper Dooski the Man, real name Dooski Chris, was shot in the head on the 5600 block of South Michigan Avenue around 3:50 p.m. The shooting appeared to be a drive-by from a passing brown vehicle. He died shortly after. The evening before Dusky's murder, Von had tweeted that there was a dark cloud over Chicago. A few days after Dusky's death, Von went live with Lil Durk, saying he was smoking Dusky, K.I. Tuka, and P5, a list of dead rivals that read like a scorecard. Only a week after Dusky's murder, on October 18, 2018, Von released a new song called War With Us. The track featured the lyrics about putting a pretty op bitch in the morgue, widely interpreted as a reference to K.I.'s murder. Von also said he was a hitman. Von ended the song literally describing himself as a professional killer, but Von's biggest target during this period was a gangster disciple from Tukaville named Wooski. Von and Wooski had been going back and forth since 2012. They'd traded threats on Twitter. They'd tried to catch each other at convenience stores. They'd argued about who had more bodies and who would die first. Wooski had also become a rapper, releasing a song called Computers at the start of 2018 that dissed multiple Dead O Block members, including Big A, J Money, White, Chino, and O.D. Perry. Wooski ended the song saying they were hunting for the killers of Poppy and TB, murders allegedly committed by O Block's Get Back gang. The beef between Von and Wooski was incredibly personal. When Dusky, who was close with Wooski, was killed, Von and others from O Block FaceTimed Wooski, telling him they were going to catch him by surprise. Then came the plan. Dusky's funeral was scheduled for October 22, 2018. O Block knew Wooski would attend, so they allegedly decided to shoot up the funeral. On the afternoon of October 22nd, outside the church where Dusky's funeral was being held, a car pulled up. People jumped out and began shooting into the crowd, firing indiscriminately but looking specifically to kill Wooski. 6 people were hit in the shooting. Wooski himself was shot in the head, but miraculously survived. Von's Twitter activity after this shooting was telling. He tweeted comparing himself to Jesus. He tweeted, "Laugh now, cry later, and game over, we won." Fellow O Block shooter Muop retweeted and agreed. Over the next few years, Von would drop numerous disrespectful lyrics referencing the shooting of Wooski. In Grandson for President, he rapped that Wooski got shot in his head and now has to take medicine for his injuries. In GTA, he rapped, "Who shot Wooski? How would I know?" In Go and Get Him, he said he'd be at your funeral on time to give your mother a tissue. In Back Again, he literally said that he slides at funerals, shoots everyone outside, and that Wooski is going to feel this one, adding, "I bet Wooski's still twitching, he changed something different." These are some of the most disrespectful lyrics imaginable, but they also served as self-incrimination. Von was telling the world exactly what he'd done or been part of, and somehow no one stopped him. Wooski, despite being shot in the head at a funeral, is still alive today. He outlived King Von, just as he'd promised on Twitter back in 2012. But the fact that Von felt comfortable shooting up a funeral, a sacred space where families gather to mourn, showed how far he'd descended. There were no boundaries anymore, no sacred spaces, no lines he wouldn't cross. Part 11. The Atlanta Incident, when violence followed success. By early 2019, Von's music career was taking off. He'd released several songs that were gaining traction. Crazy Story, which would drop in December 18, was about to make him a viral sensation. Von was spending more time in Atlanta with Durk, enjoying the fruits of his early success. Then came February 5th, 2019, around 5:49 a.m. The location was outside the Varsity Restaurant in Midtown Atlanta. According to Atlanta Police Department reports and court testimony, an altercation occurred in the parking lot. The victim was 23-year-old Alexander Witherspoon, also spelled Weatherspoon in some reports. He was shot in the thigh and survived. Prosecutors alleged the incident involved robbery of approximately $30,000 in cash, jewelry, and the victim's vehicle. Surveillance cameras captured the incident. At a June 14, 2019 probable cause hearing, an Atlanta police detective testified that video showed individuals firing weapons. The detective stated that footage showed one person firing from a vehicle and another person on foot. 4 people were allegedly involved: Davon Bennett, Dirk Banks, Lil Durk, THF Bezoo, and a 4th individual named Amir Hellerbanz Golston. The judge found probable cause and charged Bennett and his co-defendants with criminal attempt to commit murder, aggravated assault, participation in criminal street gang activity, possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. What's particularly interesting about this case is the alleged involvement of Lil Durk's custom Jeep Trackhawk. Detectives claimed that video showed someone shooting from this distinctive vehicle, a camouflage-wrapped Jeep with a large 300 on the side that Durk was known to own. Durk had even posted clips of this car to Twitter with the caption, "Spin, spin," slang for doing drive-by shootings. Von himself had reposted these clips. The afternoon after the shooting, Von posted on Twitter with a handful of cash and a gun on the couch next to him. Later, he tweeted, "You never know who's going to snitch when the cops come." The next day, Von tweeted asking if you can be a killer and a good person at the same time. A few days later, on February 9, 2019, Von was seen in the background of an Instagram Live with rapper Asian Doll, talking to his friend on the phone, seemingly about the shooting. He appeared to be telling his friend that he made all the wrong moves and that the feds were now watching him. But Von wasn't too worried. On February 21st, he tweeted that he was ready to catch another body. The next day, he went live on Instagram with fans, showing off money from features, dissing dead rivals, and saying he wasn't a rapper, just a gangster who raps for the money. The Atlanta authorities were building their case slowly. On May 4th, 2019, a massive force of over 30 Chicago police officers raided O Block to arrest Von. Dramatic footage shows him being tackled to the ground while an enraged mob of his friends accused the cops of stealing his chain. Police had to draw assault rifles to keep the crowd at bay. Von was transferred to Atlanta to face charges on May 17th. While he sat in jail, his music career continued to rise. On May 20th, Crazy Story 2.0 dropped with Lil Durk's verse. The remix was a huge street hit, reaching close to 100 million views on YouTube and landing Von his first spot on the Billboard Global 200 chart. Then, on May 11th, only a week after Von's arrest, something unexpected happened. The 4th person who'd been in the Trackhawk that night, Hellerbanz, was shot and killed outside a Miami nightclub before facing any charges. A Miami Beach spokesperson revealed he was wanted in Atlanta for attempted murder and armed robbery. On May 13th, THF Bezoo was also arrested in Chicago, charged with being a fugitive from justice in connection with the Atlanta shooting. Lil Durk turned himself in on May 30th, 2019, doing a TV news interview where he said he was turning himself in to face the charges and that he was releasing a song called Turn Myself In. An Atlanta judge revealed they believed there was enough evidence to charge both Durk and Von with attempted murder. Dirk and Von appeared together in an iconic televised court appearance. Their defense team put forward a self-defense plea, suggesting the man who was shot actually initiated the altercation. After legal back and forths, Lil Durk was granted release on a $250,000 bond. Von was released on a $300,000 bond on June 22, 2019. Part of Von's bail conditions were that he and Dirk could not be around each other, as Von later revealed in a No Jumper interview. But they would still release music together, dropping Like That on July 9, 2019. Despite facing serious attempted murder charges, both Von and Dirk continued to rap about criminality. Von's lyrics still hinted at having killed K.I. and continued dissing dead rivals. The charges against Lil Durk were eventually dropped in October 2022. In January 2023, after Von's death, the District Attorney's Office filed a motion to dismiss all charges. The motion stated, "The facts of this case have been reviewed, and although probable cause existed for the defendant's arrest, the decision at this time is not to prosecute." Critically, the statement added, if co-defendant Davon Bennett, aka King Von, had not died in 2020, he would have been indicted for this incident. So once again, Bennett escaped consequences for his alleged actions, this time only because he'd be killed before facing trial. Part 12, Crazy Story, the song that changed everything. While Von was dealing with legal troubles in Atlanta, a song he'd recorded before his arrest was about to change his life forever. On December 6, 2018, exactly 1 year after beating his murder charge, Von released Crazy Story. The song was a storytelling masterpiece in the drill format. Von rapped an entire narrative about plotting an armed robbery on a rich drug dealer, using a woman to set him up. The robbery goes wrong when Von's ops catch him lacking, resulting in a shootout. The accompanying music video brought the story to life, with Von playing the main character and narrator. Von ended the song with what would become his iconic catchphrase, "From 64th and from 65th, we not from 63rd," shouting out "O Block" on 64th and 65th King Drive while dissing his ops from 63rd and St. Lawrence/Eberhart. Dissing 63rd became a huge part of Von's brand. He later sold merchandise showing the street sign for 63rd with a big cross over it. The popularity of Crazy Story was explosive. It racked up 3 million views in a week. Today, it sits at over 69 million views on YouTube and has been certified triple platinum by the RIA. Von was on a high after the release, tweeting a picture with a caption about people seeing you shine and forgetting you're dangerous. The success of Crazy Story got Von significant mainstream attention. He'd already appeared on The Breakfast Club with Lil Durk in November 18, where Charlemagne the God asked him directly about his murder charge. Von, with Durk trying to help him navigate the questions, confirmed he'd beaten the case, but was coy about whether he actually committed the murder. He told Charlemagne he couldn't get a normal job in Chicago because he'd done so much dirt that he'd probably be killed on sight if seen working a regular job. Von's debut mixtape, Grandson Volume 1, dropped on September 19, 2019, while he was still in jail for the battery charge. He'd beaten up a man who called his girlfriend a bitch. The project landed at number 75 on the Billboard 200. Impressive for a debut from someone sitting in a jail cell. The mixtape featured What It's Like, an introspective track where Von opened up about life in the gang. catching people who killed his friends while in jail, and witnessing his friend D. Rose getting sentenced to 40 years for a 2014 murder. Vaughn said the cops who locked up D. Rose, C-Day, and Rondo Number 9 told him they were trying to catch him too, but they never could. Vaughn got out of jail on October 10, 2019, and immediately began promoting his music and announcing tour dates. He played huge shows with fans going crazy. His music was resonating not just because of the beats or his flow, but because people knew the stories weren't fiction. When Vaughn rapped about beating a murder charge, he'd actually beaten one. When he rapped about shootings, police documents suggested he'd been involved in them. The authenticity was undeniable and disturbing. Part 13. The Took Her to the O music video, foreshadowing FBG Duck's death. On February 20th, 2020, Vaughn released one of his biggest songs, Took Her to the O. It was another storytelling track with a catchy chorus where Vaughn shouted out, "O Block." But this time, the story was chilling. In the song and accompanying music video, Vaughn meets a woman who leads him to his rival, a rapper clearly meant to represent FBG Duck. Vaughn ends the song saying he shoots this Duck character, literally rapping that he killed him and left him on the curb. The music video reenacted the entire scenario, showing Vaughn shooting the Duck character dead. The day Vaughn released the video, he tweeted that everything he says in his music is made up and he's just rapping to make money for his family. But behind the scenes, according to FBI documents that would be declassified years later, Vaughn had allegedly put a $100,000 bounty on FBG Duck's head. This is where Vaughn's alleged behavior crosses from street violence into something more calculated and sinister. He'd achieved success. He was making money. He had options. But his compulsion to eliminate enemies, particularly FBG Duck, remained strong. FBG Duck, real name Carlton Weekly, was a 26-year-old drill rapper affiliated with Tuckerville, the Gangster Disciples faction that was O Block's main rival. Duck had known Vaughn since they attended Hyde Park Academy together. In 2014, Duck claimed on Twitter to have plotted to beat Vaughn up on the school bus. Their feud was over a decade old. Duck had also become successful in drill music. His 2017 single, Slide, brought him mainstream attention and earned him a recording contract with Sony Music. A remix featuring 21 Savage was later certified gold. Duck popularized the term clout in Chicago hip-hop, referring to himself as Big Clout. Duck had released diss tracks aimed at O Block, mocking dead members and challenging Vaughn and his crew. Vaughn had responded with Took Her to the O, essentially making a music video fantasy about killing Duck. The video got 1 million views in 24 hours. It would eventually be certified triple platinum. For Vaughn, the song and video weren't enough. According to FBI documents, he wanted Duck dead for real. Part 14, August 4th, 2020, the FBG Duck murder. On the afternoon of August 4th, 2020, 26-year-old Carlton Weekly was shopping in Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood. It was a beautiful day. He was at Oak Street, often described as the Rodeo Drive of Chicago, an upscale, high-end shopping district far from the violence of the South Side. Duck was with his girlfriend, Cachet Williams, shopping for his young son's birthday. Around 4:26 p.m., Duck was outside the Dolce & Gabbana store at the first block of East Oak Street. It was a public place, busy with shoppers and tourists. Duck likely felt safe in such an open affluent area. Then two vehicles arrived, a silver Chrysler 300 and a black Ford Fusion. According to federal court documents and witness testimony, 4 masked gunmen exited the vehicles. They had been provided Duck's location and had driven 30 minutes from O Block to the Gold Coast specifically to kill him. The shooting lasted approximately 12 seconds. The gunman fired 38 rounds. Duck was struck 16 times and pronounced dead at the scene. Williams and another man, Davon Brinson, were shot but survived. Someone posted a 12-minute video depicting the crime scene immediately after Duck's death. The footage, too graphic to describe in detail, showed Duck writhing in pain on the ground in the final moments of his life. The brazen, broad daylight hit made international news. Reporters compared the killing to a Chicago mob boss hit from the 1930s. 7 minutes after Duck's death, King Von tweeted a goat emoji, seemingly congratulating himself or his crew for pulling off the hit he'd allegedly been plotting for years. This was possibly the 9th or 10th murder Von was connected to, depending on which allegations are verified. Perhaps realizing how obvious the timing was, Von tweeted the following day, denying involvement and saying everybody blames him for everything. He later tweeted that he and Duck had settled their differences before his death and suggested they were even going to make a song together. This appeared to be a transparent lie, an attempt to distance himself from the murder. But Von's music would tell a different story. The day after Duck's death, Von and Dirk dropped All These N-Hawks, a track without specific lyrics about Duck, but released as what seemed like a victory lap. OTF Duty Low would later release a song with Von, where they rapped about people getting killed while shopping, and Von giving out $100,000 to send his boys to do it. In Don't Miss with DQ, Von rapped that Duck got nailed. Even Lil Durk would later release a song called Should've Ducked, directly dissing Duck after his death. The murder of FBG Duck was prosecuted at the federal level under ROTCO statutes. On October 13, 2021, federal authorities arrested 5 individuals: Charles C. Murder Liggins, 32, Kenneth Kenny Mac Robertson, 30, Marcus Muops Smart, 24, Von's close associate, who appeared frequently in his social media posts, Christopher C. Thang, Thomas, 24, and to Carlos Los Offord, 32. A 6th defendant, Ralph T.Z. Turpin, 34, was later added to the indictment. All were charged with murder in aid of racketeering, conspiracy to commit murder, and firearm violations. A 7th individual, Ezel Zel Muna Rawls, was believed to be involved but died on August 24, 2021, before he could be charged. The trial began in late 2023 and lasted over 3 months. Prosecutors presented extensive evidence. Surveillance footage from Parkway Gardens showing defendants entering vehicles just before the murder. License plate reader data tracking both vehicles from the South Side to Gold Coast. Cell phone records placing defendants at the crime scene. A shell casing found in the seized Chrysler matching casings from the crime scene. Testimony from cooperating witnesses with plea deals. One witness testified that Robertson told him Bennett had placed a $100,000 bounty on Weekly. FBI documents showing Bennett purchased $128,000 in diamond-encrusted O-block pendants from an Atlanta jewelry store, some before Weekly's death, some after. Photo evidence showing Marcus Smart with Bennett at the jewelry store on August 10, 2020, 6 days after Duck's murder. Bennett's music video took her to the O, showing him killing a character named Duck. On January 17, 2024, after approximately 16 hours of deliberation over 3 days, the jury convicted all 6 defendants of murder in aid of racketeering and conspiracy to commit murder. Most were also convicted of firearms charges. All 6 face mandatory life sentences without possibility of parole. According to multiple news reports, federal prosecutors stated that if Bennett had not died in November 2020, he would have been indicted and tried alongside the other defendants as the person who ordered the hit. Duck's mother, Lashina Weekly, cried and hugged family members as the verdict was read. She later told reporters, "When stuff like that happens to a good person, regardless of what somebody else thinks of them, it ain't gonna go unpunished. Knowing that they will not do that to another family brings me comfort, knowing they will not terrorize nobody else. They're done, the whole crew. O-Block and everything of it is done." Part 15, November 6, 2020, the final night. While King Von was allegedly orchestrating murders and achieving rap success, he was also feuding with another rapper, NBA Youngboy, from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The beef stemmed partly from Von allegedly having a relationship with the mother of Youngboy's child, a woman named Jania. Pictures surfaced of Von spending time with Jania, and speculations swirled about whether they'd created a sex tape. Youngboy responded by posting that he'd make sure his son grows up and sleeps with Von's daughter, since Von was trolling him with his baby mother. The feud escalated from there, with Von making threats and Youngboy's associate, Quando Rondo, getting involved. Von was also on again, off again with a female rapper named Asian Doll. Their relationship was tumultuous and public. When things were good, Von would show off gifts from her. When they were bad, he'd tweet about breakups. Asian Doll even ended up briefly connecting with NBA Youngboy during one of her splits from Von, which only intensified the animosity. On October 30th, 2020, Von released his debut studio album, Welcome to O-Block. The timing was notable. It was the anniversary of T-Roy's birthday and the anniversary of P5's murder. The album peaked at number 5 on the Billboard 200 and was later certified platinum. It contained some of Von's most revealing lyrics, including songs where he seemingly admitted to multiple murders. In Demon, Von rapped that he'd killed 7 people, saying, "Bodies, I got a few, 4 plus 3, 3 plus 2. Some interpreted this as 7 kills and 5 assists. In Armed and Dangerous, which opened the album, Von rapped that cops were onto him. In The Code, he rapped about splitting $100,000 with his team, the same amount FBI documents alleged he'd put on Duck's head. Von recorded a freestyle for LA Leakers where he rapped that he had 7 bodies. He did an interview with DJ Academics where, when asked about FBG Duck's death, Von slowly ate cereal while claiming to be hurt by it, an unconvincing performance that many saw as mocking. The album's success meant Von should have been celebrating. Instead, 8 days after its release, he'd be dead. On November 6, 2020, Von performed at Opium nightclub in Atlanta, celebrating his album release. After 1 a.m., his entourage left the club. Instead of returning to their Airbnb as planned, Von's vehicle diverted to Monaco Hookah Lounge at 255 Trinity Avenue Southwest. Von's manager, 100K Track, later told DJ Vlad that his team was blindsided by the changing plan. At approximately 3:23 a.m., Von and his crew arrived at Monaco. Quando Rondo and his associate, Timothy Lol Tim Leaks, were also present. Surveillance footage captured what happened next. Von approached Quando Rondo and struck him, initiating a physical fight. Von and others from his crew began beating Quando on the ground. Multiple people were involved, punching and kicking. Then Lul Tim, who was in a nearby vehicle, exited with a firearm and shot Von multiple times. Von was struck 5 times, 3 times in the back, once in the right groin, once in the left shoulder. Von's associates returned fire. One associate, later identified as Slutty, attempted to shoot Lul Tim at point-blank range, but his weapon jammed. 2 plainclothes Atlanta police officers working security nearby believed they were under attack and opened fire. In the chaos, 6 people total were shot. Slutty was killed by police. Another O-Block member, Mark Blakely, was killed, caught in the crossfire. Lul Tim was shot by Von's associates but survived. Another associate, Louis, was shot in the head by police but survived, though with permanent injuries he would die in 2025. Von's manager was grazed by a bullet but survived. Von was dragged to a waiting car by MUOP and other O-Block members and rushed to Grady Memorial Hospital. He was admitted in critical condition and went into emergency surgery. Despite doctors' efforts, Davon Bennett was pronounced dead at 4:48 a.m. He was 26 years old. Timothy Leaks was arrested on November 7, 2020, and charged with felony murder. However, on August 2023, all charges were dropped under Georgia's Stand Your Ground law. Prosecutors determined Leaks acted in defense of Quando Rondo, who was being beaten by multiple attackers. Surveillance footage supported this determination. The irony was stark. A man allegedly responsible for multiple deaths died when someone defended another person from his attack. The act was ruled justified self-defense. Part 16. The Aftermath, Retribution and Federal Charges. Von's death sparked immediate reactions. Friends and affiliates from STL/EBT, people whose friends Von had allegedly killed, posted tributes to their fallen ones, suggesting they were happy Von would meet them in the afterlife. Billionaire Black posted a picture of Modell McGraw. Someone who'd been shot alongside Modell posted a picture of FBG Duck. P5's cousin posted on Facebook that he'd been praying for the day Von would be killed. Crack's family posted their relief that their friend's alleged killer was gone. On Von's side, Asian Doll claimed to want to die when the news broke. Lil Durk mourned the loss of his twin. Even Drake posted a tribute. 12 days after Von's final tweet, someone took control of his account and released a statement thanking everyone who supported him. Von's funeral was held on November 14, 2020. Finding a funeral home willing to take his body was difficult due to fears of violence. When a location was finally secured, the funeral was announced with only 1 day's notice. Von was buried in Chicago, but being such a divisive figure, his grave would be disrespected by enemies for years to come. He was memorialized in a mural in O-Block, though it was later removed. The cycle of violence didn't end with Von's death. On August 19, 2022, 21 months after Von was killed, Quando Rondo and his cousin Saviaya Lulpab Robinson were at a gas station in Los Angeles. Multiple shooters opened fire on their vehicle, firing at least 18 rounds. Lulpab was killed. Quando Rondo survived. On October 24, 2024, federal authorities arrested Lil Durk on murder-for-hire charges. 5 only the family associates were also arrested. Kayvon London Grant, DeAndre Dontrell Wilson, Keith Jones, David Brian Lindsay, and Asa Houston. According to federal court documents, prosecutors allege Banks orchestrated the hit on Quando Rondo in retaliation for Von's death. Credit cards linked to OTF and Banks were allegedly used to book flights, hotels, and rental cars for the hitmen. The conspiracy allegedly resulted in Robinson's death when shooters missed Quando Rondo. If convicted, Lil Durk faces life in federal prison. The case is ongoing as of this writing. The man who helped Von become a rap star, who signed him, who promoted him, who collaborated with him, now faces spending the rest of his life in prison for allegedly ordering a retaliatory killing for Von's death. Part 17. The Victims' Lives Cut Short. This story would be incomplete without acknowledging those who lost their lives, the real human cost of the violence. Malcolm Stuckey was 19 years old, a college student at South Suburban College, a basketball player, and a janitor at the Museum of Science and Industry. He wasn't involved in gang activity. He stopped by a friend's birthday party to smoke a cigar before playing basketball. According to Bennett's own apparent admission in song lyrics, Malcolm died simply for being in the wrong place. He was shot in the head, and his family received no justice when his alleged killer was acquitted. Kakira Barnes was 17 years old. Whatever her alleged involvement in gang activity, she was a teenager shot 9 times and left to crawl to a porch before dying. The person police documents identify as her killer never faced charges. Her family never got closure. FBG Duck, Carlton Weekly, was 26, a rapper shopping for his son's birthday when he was shot 16 times in a coordinated assassination in one of Chicago's most affluent neighborhoods. While 6 men are now serving life sentences for his murder, federal documents suggest the person who ordered the hit and offered $100,000 for it never faced trial because he was already dead. Xavier Lul Pab Robinson was 24 when he was killed in what federal prosecutors allege was retaliation for Bennett's death. Another victim of an endless cycle of violence. There were others. The 2 men wounded in the Malcolm Stuckey shooting, Alexander Witherspoon, who was shot and robbed in Atlanta, Can't Get Right, and the innocent bystander killed alongside him, Wooski, who was shot in the head at a funeral, and countless others affected by O Block's ongoing gang war. The victims of gang violence in Chicago are overwhelmingly young, black, and from impoverished neighborhoods. They're killing each other over territory that spans just a few blocks, over perceived slights, over social media posts, over songs. The zip codes where they're born essentially predict whether they'll survive to 30. These are communities that have been failed by decades of discriminatory housing policies, economic disinvestment, underfunded schools, and a criminal justice system that can't or won't protect them. The violence isn't random. It's the predictable result of systemic failures that concentrate poverty, limit opportunities, and leave young people with few paths forward. Part 18. The Civil Lawsuit and Industry Accountability. On October 9, 2024, FBG Duck's mother, Lashina Weekly, along with survivors Cache Williams and Davon Brinson, filed a wrongful death lawsuit. The defendants named include the 6 convicted men, the estate of Davon Bennett, Derek Lil Durk Banks, Only the Family Records, OTF, several major record labels, Alamo Records, Sony Music Entertainment, Interscope Records, Universal Music Group, Empire Distribution, the City of Chicago, Dolce & Gabbana, private security firms. The lawsuit alleges that Bennett and Banks profited off of Weekly's death through negligence and misconduct, and that record labels knew about Bennett's vendetta against FBG Duck and consistently sought to build a brand of violence and reality rap based on committing real acts of violence. This lawsuit raises important questions about music industry responsibility. Major labels signed, promoted, and profited from an artist whose lyrics appeared to describe and celebrate real murders. They distributed music videos that reenacted killings. They platformed someone that police documents and FBI files connected to multiple homicides. The suit argues these labels knew what they were promoting. They marketed Bennett's authenticity, his real street credibility, his actual criminal background. That authenticity was the selling point. But if the crimes were real and the labels knew they were real, what is their ethical and legal responsibility? The entertainment industry has long grappled with this question. How much are labels, streaming platforms, and media outlets responsible for the real-world consequences of the art they profit from? Where is the line between artistic expression and incitement to violence? Can you market reality rap when the reality includes actual murder? Bennett's career represents perhaps the most extreme example of this dilemma. This wasn't a case of an artist using violent imagery metaphorically or describing a past they'd left behind. According to extensive documentation, Bennett was allegedly actively committing or ordering murders while simultaneously rapping about them and profiting from those raps. His music wasn't art imitating life, it was life being broadcast in real time, with major labels collecting the revenue. The lawsuit seeks to hold these entities accountable for their role in allegedly enabling Bennett's violence by providing him with a platform, financial resources, and celebrity status that may have emboldened him and protected him from consequences. Part 19. System Failures. How did this happen? Bennett's story reveals multiple catastrophic failures in systems meant to protect public safety, witness protection, and intimidation. In both the Malcolm Stuckey and Gakira Barnes cases, prosecutors had evidence, but witnesses were too intimidated to testify or gave inconsistent statements. The criminal justice system cannot function when witnesses, often themselves gang-affiliated or living in gang territory, reasonably fear for their lives if they cooperate with police. Chicago has struggled to implement effective witness protection programs. The city's gang territories are small and overlapping. Moving a witness to another neighborhood doesn't help if gang members can easily find them. Federal witness protection is typically reserved for high-level organized crime cases, not street gang murders. Social media evidence. Underutilized Bennett openly posted content that appeared to reference or confess to crimes. His Twitter activity in 2012 through 2014 was a near real-time documentation of alleged murders. Yet these posts weren't effectively used in investigations until after his death. Law enforcement has struggled to keep pace with how gang members use social media. By the time police identify incriminating posts, they're often deleted. Even when preserved, establishing that a tweet at a certain time proves involvement in a crime is legally difficult. LMAO posted minutes before a shooting is suspicious but not proof of murder. Gun trafficking, the weapon used in Malcolm Stuckey's murder, came through an illegal gun trafficking operation that supplied 25+ firearms to Chicago gang members. Mississippi's lax gun laws and interstate trafficking mean that even with strict gun laws in Chicago, weapons flow freely into the city. The trafficker Jonathan Smalley faced only 5 years in prison, despite knowing his guns were going to gang members and being used in murders. The system punishes the shooters when it catches them, but does little to stop the pipeline supplying weapons. Delayed federal intervention. The FBG Duck case was only prosecuted federally under RICO statutes after Duck's death. Had federal authorities intervened earlier in Bennett's pattern of alleged criminal activity, lives might have been saved. Federal RICO cases are powerful tools against organized criminal enterprises, but they're typically reactive rather than proactive. Music industry accountability record labels profited from music that appeared to describe or celebrate real murders. Bennett's lyrics contain specific references that law enforcement and legal experts interpreted as confessions, yet he continued to be signed, promoted, and platformed by major labels. The industry's position is typically that they're promoting art, not endorsing the content of the art. They point to First Amendment protections and argue they can't be expected to police whether lyrics are true. But when an artist is connected to multiple murders in police documents, when lyrics match unsolved homicides, when music videos reenact killings, at what point does promoting that artist become complicity? Systemic poverty and inequality. Perhaps the deepest failure is societal. Parkway Gardens was built with good intentions in the 1950s. It was meant to provide quality housing during an era of discrimination. But decades of disinvestment, white flight, economic collapse, the crack epidemic, mass incarceration, and policy failures turned it into one of Chicago's most dangerous areas. Young people growing up in areas like O Block face obstacles most Americans can't imagine. Underfunded schools, few job opportunities, exposure to constant violence, normalized gang membership as the only path to respect or resources. When legal paths forward are blocked or non-existent, illegal paths become attractive or necessary. Bennett grew up watching his father cycle in and out of jail before being murdered. He attended a high school where bringing guns to class was reportedly common. He lived on a block that experienced the most shootings in Chicago. In that environment, joining a gang wasn't a moral failure. It was survival, identity, community, and the only power structure that seemed to function. This doesn't excuse the violence Bennett allegedly committed, but it provides context for how a 12-year-old kid becomes, according to police documents and FBI files, someone connected to approximately 11 murders by age 26. Part 20. The Legacy. What does King Von's story mean? Davon Bennett died at 26, shot outside an Atlanta hookah lounge after initiating a fight. The person who shot him walked free under self-defense laws, the only individual connected to Bennett's violence to successfully claim they were protecting someone else. Bennett's musical legacy is undeniable. Songs like Crazy Story and Took Her to the O are certified platinum. His debut album reached number 5 on the Billboard 200. He pioneered a style of drill music that was unflinchingly honest about street violence. His storytelling ability was genuine talent, but that talent was built on a foundation that police documents, FBI files, court testimony, and his own lyrics suggest included multiple murders. His authenticity, the quality that made his music so compelling, allegedly came from actually living the violence he rapped about. 6 men are now serving mandatory life sentences without parole for FBG Duck's murder. Federal documents suggest Bennett ordered the hit, but never faced charges because he was already dead. Lil Durk, who helped launch Bennett's career, now faces life in prison for allegedly ordering a retaliatory killing after Bennett's death. Michael Wade is serving 28 years for his role in Malcolm Stuckey's murder, while Bennett was acquitted. The cycle continues. Young men in Chicago are still killing each other over blocks, over disrespect, over social media posts. The conditions that created Bennett, poverty, lack of opportunity, systemic racism, easy access to guns, normalized violence, haven't changed. Bennett's story is not a cautionary tale about the streets claiming another young artist. The evidence suggests he wasn't an artist who happened to come from the streets. He was allegedly a serial killer who happened to be able to rap. According to extensive documentation from law enforcement, he allegedly killed before he was famous, continued allegedly ordering killings after achieving success, and used his wealth and platform to allegedly finance and celebrate violence. The Malcolm Stuckey family never got justice. The Gakira Barnes family never got justice. The FBG Duck family is suing for civil damages because criminal prosecution of the alleged mastermind was impossible. He was killed before he could be charged. The system failed repeatedly. Every failure cost lives. And when Bennett finally faced someone defending another person from his attack, that act was ruled justified. The only win for justice in his entire violent story. There is no redemption arc here, no change of heart, no lessons learned. Bennett used every chance he received: early release from boot camp, acquittal from murder charges, success in music, to allegedly continue or orchestrate violence. When he had wealth, fame, and options, federal documents suggest he used his money to place a six-figure bounty on a rival's head. The only certainties are the body count and the grieving families. Everything else is police documents, FBI files, witness statements, court testimony, and convicted co-conspirators serving life sentences. The evidence has been presented. The conclusions are yours to draw. Epilogue: a final note on true crime storytelling. This examination of Davon Bennett's case serves to educate about the real human cost of violence and the failures of systems meant to protect people. True crime content should never glorify violence or celebrate killers. Instead, it should illuminate how these tragedies occur and what can be done to prevent future ones. The families of victims deserve to have their loved ones remembered as people, not statistics. Malcolm Stuckey was a student with dreams. Carlton Weekly was a father shopping for his son's birthday. Gakira Barnes was a teenager, however troubled. Their lives had value that was stolen from them. For listeners and viewers of true crime content, it's important to remember that these are real people, real families, real grief. This isn't entertainment. It's documentation of tragedy and system failure that should inspire thought about how we as a society can do better. If you found this information valuable and want to support this channel's mission of educating about true crime while respecting victims, please like and subscribe. Take care of yourselves and each other. Bennett's story illustrates how violence perpetuates itself across generations, creating cycles that can span decades and devastate entire communities. His father was killed when he was 10. That trauma likely contributed to his own path into violence. He allegedly killed others, creating trauma for their families that may lead to more violence. His death led to alleged retaliation that killed Saviaya Robinson, creating more trauma, more grief, more desire for revenge. Each act of violence ripples outward, affecting not just the direct victims, but entire families and neighborhoods. Breaking these cycles requires acknowledging their complexity, Bennett made choices. He chose violence repeatedly, even after having opportunities to change course. He's responsible for those choices. Individual accountability matters, and nothing in this examination should be taken to excuse or minimize the harm caused by his actions. But his choices didn't occur in a vacuum. They occurred in a context of poverty, segregation, trauma, and limited opportunity that shaped what options seemed available. Understanding context doesn't mean removing responsibility. It means recognizing that preventing future tragedies requires addressing both individual choices and systemic conditions. The families of victims, the Stuckeys, the Barneses, the Weekleys, the Robinsons, deserve justice and closure. Many receive neither. The system failed them repeatedly. Better witness protection, more effective prosecution, and earlier intervention might have prevented some of these tragedies. The music industry needs to grapple with its role in promoting and profiting from content that documents real violence. The First Amendment protects artistic expression, but that protection doesn't eliminate moral responsibility for amplifying content that may fuel further harm. Record labels, streaming platforms, and media outlets all play a role in deciding what content receives promotion, investment, and mainstream visibility. Social media platforms need better mechanisms for identifying and addressing gang-related content that threatens or celebrates real violence while respecting free speech and privacy concerns. But ultimately, preventing future Davon Bennetts requires addressing root causes. No amount of policing or prosecution will solve violence rooted in poverty, lack of opportunity, and generational trauma. Real solutions require comprehensive community investment, quality education, available jobs, affordable housing, mental health services, and pathways to success that don't involve crime. If we're serious about preventing similar tragedies, we need to invest in communities before crises occur, not just respond after violence erupts. We need to treat trauma in children before it manifests as violence in adolescence. We need to create economic opportunities that make legitimate paths more attractive than illegal ones. Davon Bennett's story is a tragedy for him, for his victims, for their families, and for communities devastated by cycles of violence. May we learn from this tragedy and work toward preventing the next one. Thank you for watching this comprehensive examination of the Davon Bennett case. If you found this information valuable, please like and subscribe. Take care of yourselves and each other. Mystery on the High Seas, when vacation turns into horror. Introduction: The Dark Side of Paradise. Picture this. You're standing on the deck of a magnificent cruise ship, the sun warming your face as the endless blue expanse of the ocean stretches out before you, the gentle rocking of the waves beneath your feet, the sound of laughter drifting from the pool deck, the smell of salt air mixed with sunscreen and tropical drinks. This is the dream, isn't it? The promise of a cruise vacation, a floating paradise where all your worries melt away, where every need is anticipated, where adventure and relaxation exist in perfect harmony. For millions of people every year, this dream becomes reality. The cruise industry has exploded into a global phenomenon, with an estimated 31.7 million passengers embarking on voyages in 2023 alone. That number is expected to climb even higher, reaching approximately 35 million by the end of 2024. These floating cities can accommodate thousands of people at once, offering everything from gourmet dining to Broadway-caliber entertainment, from rock-climbing walls to ice skating rinks. They promise to whisk you away to exotic ports of call, to show you the world in comfort and style. But beneath the surface of this glittering industry, beneath the champagne toasts and the perfectly choreographed deck parties, there exists a darker reality. A reality that cruise lines would prefer you never discover, because on these massive vessels, sailing through international waters where the laws of any single nation struggle to reach, people vanish, people are assaulted, people die under mysterious circumstances, and far too often, their stories are swept under the rug, their families left without answers, their cases left unsolved. The statistics are sobering. Over the past 2 decades, estimates suggest approximately 400 people have gone missing from cruise ships worldwide, though exact numbers are difficult to verify due to inconsistent reporting requirements. 400 individuals who boarded these vessels, full of excitement and anticipation, only to disappear without a trace. Some fell overboard. Some may have been victims of foul play. Some simply walked into the night and were never seen again. In many cases, their bodies were never recovered. Their final moments remain a mystery. And that's just disappearances. The number of assaults, sexual violence, and other crimes that occur on cruise ships is even more alarming. In 2023 alone, the FBI received reports of 131 alleged sexual assaults and rapes on cruise ships sailing to and from the United States. That's 131 people whose vacation dreams turned into nightmares. 131 incidents in a single year. And those are only the cases that were reported, only the crimes that met the threshold for mandatory disclosure under federal law. The actual number is almost certainly higher, much higher. Because reporting a crime on a cruise ship is complicated. Victims often face pressure from cruise line security to keep quiet. They're isolated, far from home, surrounded by strangers. They may be intoxicated or unsure of what happened. They may fear the repercussions of making waves. They may simply want to forget and go home. And even when crimes are reported, the investigation process is fraught with challenges. You see, cruise ships exist in a legal gray area. When a ship is in international waters, more than 12 nautical miles from any coastline, traditional law enforcement jurisdiction becomes murky. The ship flies under the flag of whatever country it's registered in, often a so-called flag of convenience nation like the Bahamas or Panama, countries chosen for their lax regulations and favorable tax structures rather than their robust investigative capabilities. When a crime occurs, determining who has the authority to investigate, who has the power to prosecute, and what laws even apply becomes an exercise in bureaucratic confusion. The FBI can investigate crimes involving American citizens or on ships that call on United States ports, but even then, they face significant obstacles. By the time they're notified, the ship may have already docked in multiple foreign ports. Witnesses have disembarked. Evidence has been contaminated or disposed of. The scene has been cleaned. The trail has gone cold. And cruise lines, conscious of their corporate image and bottom line, are not always as cooperative as one might hope. This is the world we're entering today. A world where the promise of paradise can transform into horror in the blink of an eye, where the vastness of the ocean offers not just beauty and tranquility, but also the perfect hiding place for terrible secrets. Where the very isolation that makes cruising feel like an escape from the world also makes it the ideal environment for crimes that might never be solved. Over the next couple of hours, we're going to explore some of the most haunting mysteries to ever unfold on the high seas. We'll examine cases that have captured international attention, that have sparked legislative reform, that have left families desperately seeking answers that may never come. We'll look at the systemic issues that allow these crimes to occur and often go unpunished. We'll dive into the complex web of maritime law and international jurisdiction. And we'll confront the uncomfortable truth that the cruise industry, despite its carefully cultivated image of safety and luxury, has a dark underbelly that it works very hard to keep hidden from the traveling public. These are stories of ordinary people who embarked on what should have been the vacation of a lifetime. People like Amy Lynn Bradley, a vivacious 23-year-old who disappeared from her family's cruise in 1998 and has never been found. People like George Smith IV, a newlywed who vanished from his honeymoon cruise under suspicious circumstances that his family believes involved foul play. People like Rebecca Corium, a Disney cruise worker whose disappearance sparked allegations of inadequate investigation. People like Marion Carver, whose case launched a crusade for cruise ship safety reform. Each of these individuals had hopes and dreams. They had families who loved them. They had entire lives ahead of them. And then they stepped aboard a cruise ship and everything changed. Their stories are tragic. They're frustrating. They're infuriating. But they're also important. Because by bringing these cases to light, by refusing to let them fade into obscurity, we honor the victims and we fight for the changes that might prevent future tragedies. So, settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a journey into the dark heart of the cruise ship industry. This is Mystery on the High Seas, when vacation turns into horror. The disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley. Let's begin with a case that has become perhaps the most infamous cruise ship disappearance in history, the case of Amy Lynn Bradley. It was March 1998, and the Bradley family was living their best life. Ron and Iva Bradley, along with their two adult children, Brad and Amy, had boarded the Royal Caribbean cruise ship Rhapsody of the Seas for a week-long Caribbean voyage. It was supposed to be a fun family vacation, a chance to relax and bond and create lasting memories together. The Rhapsody of the Seas was practically brand new at the time, having just been launched a year earlier. It was state-of-the-art, luxurious, promising the kind of experience that cruise lines love to advertise in their glossy brochures. Amy Lynn Bradley was 23 years old, a recent college graduate with her entire future stretching out before her. She was described by everyone who knew her as vivacious, independent, and full of life. She had a distinctive appearance with several tattoos, including a Tasmanian devil on her shoulder, a sun on her lower back, and a gecko lizard on her left ankle. She was attractive, outgoing, the kind of person who made friends easily and lit up a room when she walked in. The cruise had been wonderful. The family had visited Aruba, one of the stops on their Caribbean itinerary, and everyone was having a great time. On the evening of March 23rd, the ship docked in Curacao, and Amy spent the evening enjoying the nightlife aboard the ship. She went to the disco, she danced, she had some drinks. She was seen interacting with members of the ship's band, a group called Blue Orchid. According to one of the band members, Amy shared a drink with them after their set ended, and they chatted for a while. Then, around 1 a.m. on March 24th, Amy said she was heading off on her own. The ship's door lock system recorded Amy returning to her family's cabin at 3:40 in the morning. Her father, Ron, woke up around 5:30 and stepped out onto the balcony for some fresh air. He looked over and saw Amy sleeping on a deck chair on the balcony, apparently having chosen to sleep outside rather than in her bed. He didn't disturb her. It was early. She was clearly tired, and there was no reason to worry. She was safe. She was right there, just a few feet away. He went back inside and went back to sleep himself. But when Ivor Bradley woke up at 6 in the morning and went to check on Amy, she was gone. The deck chair was empty. Amy was nowhere to be found. At first, the family assumed she must have gotten up and gone somewhere on the ship. Maybe she couldn't sleep and went to get breakfast. Maybe she went to the gym. Maybe she just wanted to watch the sunrise from a different vantage point. But as the morning wore on, and Amy didn't return, and didn't answer when they called her name, the family's concern grew into alarm. They alerted the ship's crew. They asked if an announcement could be made over the ship's PA system, asking Amy Bradley to report to a specific location. But the purser's office told them it was too early to make such an announcement, that it would disturb the other passengers. They were told to wait until 7:50 in the morning, after most passengers had disembarked for their excursions in Curaçao. The family waited, increasingly frantic, watching precious minutes tick by. When the announcement was finally made, it simply said, "Will Amy Bradley please come to the purser's desk?" There was no response, no sign of Amy anywhere. Between 12:15 and 1 in the afternoon, the cruise staff conducted a thorough search of the ship. They checked every public area, every accessible space. Nothing. Amy Lynn Bradley had vanished. The Netherlands Antilles Coast Guard was notified and began a 4-day search of the surrounding waters. Royal Caribbean even chartered a boat to continue searching after the Coast Guard suspended their efforts. Helicopters scoured the area. A radar plane assisted in the search. But Amy was never found. Not a trace of her. Not a piece of clothing. Not a personal belonging. Nothing. In the immediate aftermath, authorities speculated that Amy had either fallen overboard accidentally or had died by suicide, but her family vehemently rejected both theories. Amy was a trained lifeguard, a strong swimmer. She had no reason to be suicidal. She was happy, excited about her future, close to her family. The idea that she would take her own life made no sense to those who knew her. And if she had fallen overboard, surely there would have been some sign of it. A splash loud enough to wake nearby passengers, security footage of her going over the rail. Something. But there was nothing. Nothing except a series of increasingly disturbing events that would unfold in the years to come. Events that suggested Amy's disappearance might not have been an accident at all. The first strange occurrence happened soon after Amy vanished. A man named Brad, Amy's brother, reported that one of the members of Blue Orchid, the ship's band, approached him shortly after Amy's disappearance became known. The band member, whose name was Alistair Douglas, known as Yellow, said something along the lines of, "Hey man, I'm sorry to hear about your sister." But here's the thing. No announcement about Amy being missing had been made at that point. No one outside the immediate family and ship staff should have known. So how did Douglas know? When Brad pointed this out, Douglas's explanation was vague and unsatisfying. Douglas later denied any wrongdoing, and a polygraph test administered by the FBI was inconclusive. He has never been charged with any crime, and the nature of his relationship with Amy, if any, remains unclear. Then, there was the matter of the ship's photographer. Throughout a cruise, professional photographers take countless pictures of passengers, which are then printed out and displayed in a gallery for passengers to purchase as souvenirs. The Bradley family noticed that while there were photos of other passengers all over the display, there didn't seem to be any photos of Amy from this particular cruise. Every photo that might have captured Amy appeared to be missing. The family believed these photos had been deliberately removed, though by whom and why remains unknown. There was also a cabin attendant, a waiter, who had repeatedly tried to pass notes to Amy during the cruise. The notes reportedly contained invitations for Amy to go drinking with him once they reached shore. Some people have speculated that this waiter might have had something to do with Amy's disappearance, though there's no concrete evidence to support this theory. But the most disturbing development came in the form of reported sightings. In the months and years following Amy's disappearance, multiple people claimed to have seen her in various locations around the Caribbean. About a month after she vanished, the Bradley family traveled to Curaçao to continue searching for Amy. While they were there, they were approached by a cab driver who said he had seen Amy on March 24th, the day she went missing. He claimed she was in the area where the cruise ship had docked, that she appeared to be running through a parking lot looking for a phone. He said he specifically remembered her green eyes and recognized her from the reward posters the family had put up. The cab driver also claimed to have seen Amy in other locations on the island after that initial sighting, always with men who seemed to be controlling her movements. His descriptions were detailed and specific, and he seemed genuinely concerned about what he had witnessed. But despite these reports, no physical evidence of Amy's presence in Curaçao was ever found. Then, in January 1999, more than 9 months after Amy disappeared, a Navy sailor named David Carmichael reported an encounter that would send chills through anyone following the case. Carmichael was on shore leave in Curaçao when, he claimed, he was approached by a woman in a brothel who said her name was Amy Bradley and that she was from Virginia. The woman reportedly told Carmichael that she needed help, that she was being held against her will. Before he could react or get more information, she was pulled away by men who appeared to be her handlers. Carmichael didn't immediately report this encounter because he was in a compromising situation himself, being in a brothel while on duty. But when he finally did come forward years later, his story matched many of the known details about Amy. The woman he described had the right age, the right appearance, even some of the distinctive tattoos that Amy had. The FBI investigated his claims but was unable to corroborate his story or locate the woman he described. In March 2005, a woman named Judy Mora claimed to have seen a woman resembling Amy in a department store restroom in Bridgetown, Barbados. Mora, a Canadian tourist, said she approached the woman and asked if she needed help. The woman reportedly whispered yes, but then men quickly appeared and escorted her away before any further interaction could take place. Perhaps most intriguingly, in 2004, a member of the United States military reported seeing a woman resembling Amy in a photograph on an adult website. The FBI investigated and found that the photos in question had been taken in the Caribbean region and showed a woman with similar physical characteristics to Amy, including what appeared to be similar tattoos. But the photos were too blurry and had been manipulated in ways that made positive identification impossible. The website where the photos appeared was traced back to the Caribbean, but the trail went cold there. Over the years, the FBI has continued to investigate Amy's disappearance, treating it as a possible abduction and human trafficking case. The agency has offered rewards for information leading to Amy's whereabouts, and the case has been featured on numerous television programs, including Unsolved Mysteries and America's Most Wanted. In July 2025, a 3-part documentary series titled Amy Bradley is Missing was released on Netflix, bringing renewed attention to the case. Shortly after, podcast host Ethan Klein announced on the H3 podcast that he would offer a $1 million reward for any information or actions leading to Amy being safely returned home. But despite all this attention, all these investigations, all these reported sightings, Amy Lynn Bradley has never been found. The question of what happened to her remains unanswered. Based on what we know, several scenarios remain possible. While she was a strong swimmer, an accidental fall can't be entirely ruled out, though her swimming ability makes this less probable. The FBI has stated there's no evidence suggesting suicide, and those who knew her well say she had no apparent reason to take her own life. This leads investigators toward more disturbing possibilities: abduction, potentially by someone connected to the cruise ship's crew, or perhaps being forced into human trafficking, as some of the sightings might suggest. The human trafficking theory is particularly disturbing to consider. The Caribbean has long been identified as a region where sex trafficking operations exist, and the islands that serve as cruise ship ports are not immune to this criminal activity. When we examine the pattern of sightings, a woman appearing to be controlled by men, the reported encounter in a brothel, the alleged photos on adult websites, these details have led investigators to consider the possibility that Amy may have been abducted from the ship and forced into trafficking. The FBI's continued treatment of this as a potential abduction case suggests they find this theory credible, even without definitive proof. The logistics of such an abduction raise difficult questions. If members of the ship's crew were involved, as the Bradley family suspects, we can infer it would have required careful planning. The family's cabin was not isolated. There were other cabins nearby, other passengers who might have heard something unusual. If Amy was taken off the ship in Curaçao, the abductors would have needed to bypass crew members, security protocols, and the general vigilance of other passengers. The apparent success of such an operation, if it occurred, suggests either remarkable luck or inside knowledge of the ship's security gaps. These questions have tormented the Bradley family for more than 2.5 decades. Ron and Iva Bradley have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on private investigators, on reward money, on keeping Amy's case in the public eye. They've endured countless false leads and dead ends. They've had to live with the horrifying possibility that their daughter might still be alive somewhere, trapped in circumstances too awful to fully contemplate. Brad Bradley has spoken publicly about the trauma of not knowing, of having hope continually dangled in front of him only to be snatched away. The FBI has stated that there is no evidence to suggest Amy fell overboard or died by suicide. They've said that while they can't definitively prove she was abducted, the circumstances of her disappearance and the subsequent sightings suggest that abduction is a viable theory. The case remains open and active, but as the years pass, as Amy would now be approaching 50 years old, if she's still alive, the likelihood of ever finding answers grows dimmer. The Bradley family has never given up hope. They continue to maintain a website with information about Amy's case, continue to share her story, continue to plead for anyone with information to come forward. They want to know what happened to their daughter. They want to be able to lay her to rest, whether literally or figuratively. They want justice for Amy. They want closure. But more than that, they want to ensure that what happened to Amy doesn't happen to anyone else. They've been vocal critics of the cruise industry's handling of disappearances and crimes. They've pointed out the delays in the ship's response to Amy's disappearance. They've questioned why the ship was allowed to continue on its route, disembarking passengers in Curaçao and taking on new passengers, rather than being detained while a proper investigation was conducted. They've highlighted how this allowed potential witnesses and even potential suspects to scatter to the winds, making the investigation exponentially more difficult. Amy's case has become a rallying cry for cruise ship safety reform. It's been cited in congressional hearings. It's been used as an example of everything that can go wrong when a crime occurs in the jurisdictional no man's land of international waters. It's a stark reminder that when you board a cruise ship, you're entering an environment where the normal rules don't always apply, where help may be hours or days away, where the company's priorities may not always align with your safety. And at the heart of this case, beyond all the speculation and theories and unanswered questions, is a young woman who should be here. Amy Lynn Bradley should have celebrated her 50th birthday. She should have built a career, maybe gotten married, maybe had children of her own. She should have lived. But on that March morning in 1998, something happened to her. Something that has haunted her family and captivated the public for more than 25 years. Something that may never be fully understood. Amy's disappearance is a mystery wrapped in tragedy. It's a case that refuses to be forgotten, a story that demands answers, even as those answers remain frustratingly out of reach. And it's just one of many such cases that have unfolded on cruise ships over the years. Amy Lynn Bradley may be the most famous victim, but she is far from the only one. The death of George Smith IV on his honeymoon. If Amy Lynn Bradley's case is a story of mysterious disappearance and possible abduction, then the case of George Allen Smith IV is a story of something darker and more violent. This is a story of a honeymoon that ended in blood, of a death under suspicious circumstances that his family believes was murder, and of a justice system that has so far failed to hold anyone accountable. George Allen Smith IV came from a prominent family in Greenwich, Connecticut. He was 26 years old in the summer of 2005, a young man with a bright future ahead of him. He worked at his family's liquor store in Cos Cob, and by all accounts, he was well-liked, friendly, and excited about the next chapter of his life. Because just days before, on June 25, 2005, George had married Jennifer Hagel in a beautiful cliffside ceremony in Newport, Rhode Island. It was, according to George's older sister Bree, a storybook wedding. The venue overlooked the ocean, the weather was perfect, and the couple was radiantly happy. George and Jennifer had been together for 3 years before getting married. They were in love, excited to start their lives together, thrilled about the honeymoon cruise they had planned. 10 days after their wedding, they would board the Royal Caribbean cruise ship Brilliance of the Seas for a 2-week Mediterranean cruise, visiting Greece, Turkey, and Italy. It was meant to be romantic, adventurous, the trip of a lifetime. The early part of the cruise went well. George and Jennifer made friends with other honeymooners on board, including a couple named Paul and Galina Kvitniski. The Kvitniskis later described George and Jennifer as normal, down-to-earth, happy people who seemed excited about their future together. But on the night of July 4th, going into the early morning hours of July 5th, something went terribly wrong. That evening, the ship was sailing through the Aegean Sea between Greece and Turkey. George and Jennifer spent the night drinking and gambling in the ship's casino. They were having a good time, enjoying the festivities. At some point during the night, they met a group of young men, and the group began drinking together. These men would later become the focus of intense scrutiny in the investigation that followed. The night wore on. George continued drinking heavily. According to various accounts from passengers and crew members, by the early morning hours, George was extremely intoxicated. Jennifer was also quite drunk. The exact sequence of events is unclear, as memories are hazy and accounts conflict, but at some point, Jennifer was found passed out in a hallway of the cruise ship. She was taken to the ship's medical center. Meanwhile, George was last seen entering his cabin with some of the young men he'd been drinking with. And then, around 4:30 in the morning, passengers in nearby cabins heard disturbing sounds. There was arguing coming from the Smiths' cabin, loud, angry voices. Then there was the sound of furniture being moved, and then a loud thud. Some passengers described it as a bang or a crash. It was significant enough that multiple people noticed it. The next morning, passengers on a lower deck made a gruesome discovery. There was a large, unmistakable blood stain on the canopy of a lifeboat directly below the Smiths' balcony. The blood had clearly come from above, from the area where the Smiths' cabin was located. When crew members entered the cabin, they found it in disarray. There were small traces of blood on the bedsheets, and George Smith IV was nowhere to be found. The ship's captain quickly declared the situation an accident. He suggested that George, heavily intoxicated, had fallen from his balcony into the sea. But George's family has never believed this explanation, and for good reason. Because the evidence from that morning tells a very different story. First, there's the blood itself. The amount of blood found on the lifeboat canopy was significant, and it was clearly George's blood. But if George had simply stumbled over the balcony railing while drunk, would there have been that much blood? And where did it come from? The blood pattern suggested that George had been bleeding from the head before he went over the rail. Then there's the balcony furniture. A chair was found with its back pushed up against the railing. Some investigators have suggested this indicates George may have stood on the chair and fallen, but others point out that this positioning looks more like someone tried to push or lift a body over the railing and needed the chair for leverage. There's also the question of the four-fingered bloody handprint that was found on the ship's edge, right where it appears George had been holding on before he fell into the water. Was this George's handprint, desperately trying to hold on? Or was it someone else's, someone who had pushed him? And then there are those sounds that passengers heard. The arguing, the furniture moving, the loud thud. These are not the sounds of someone accidentally falling. These are the sounds of violence, of a struggle, of something very bad happening. Perhaps most damningly, there's the matter of the young men who were with George that night. 4 men in particular were identified as having been among the last to see George alive. Their names, Josh Askin, and 3 Russian-American passengers named Greg and Zach Rosenberg, and Rusty Kaufman. These 4 men were questioned by authorities, but have never been charged with any crime related to George's death. They had been drinking with George in the casino, and they accompanied him back to his cabin in the early morning hours. They were in the cabin, or at least nearby, when those disturbing sounds occurred. When the FBI began investigating, they tried to interview these men. Josh Askin was called for a deposition as part of the civil lawsuit that would eventually be filed. His lawyer had him invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination repeatedly, not just on substantive questions about what happened that night, but on basic questions about his identity. When asked his name, Askin invoked the Fifth. When asked his date of birth, Askin invoked the Fifth. He took the Fifth Amendment more than 100 times during the deposition. The FBI investigated the 3 Russian-American passengers as well. In 2006, a video surfaced that had been recorded by one of them just hours after George's disappearance. In the video, the men appear to be joking about George's death. At one point, One of them stands up, hunches his shoulders, and flashes gang signs. The men are laughing, seemingly unconcerned, decidedly not acting like people who had just witnessed a tragic accident involving an acquaintance. The FBI obtained this video as evidence, but to this day, none of these men have been charged with any crime. The investigation has been plagued with problems from the beginning. By the time the FBI was notified and able to begin their investigation, the ship had already stopped at multiple ports. Passengers had disembarked. New passengers had boarded. The cabin had been cleaned. Potential evidence had been lost or contaminated. Crucial interviews that should have been conducted immediately were delayed by days. The jurisdictional issues complicated everything. Because the ship was in international waters when George disappeared, and because the brilliance of the seas is registered in the Bahamas, the Bahamian authorities technically had jurisdiction. But they showed little interest in conducting a thorough investigation. The FBI eventually took over, but by then the trail had gone cold. They investigated the case for nearly a decade, but in January 2015, they announced they were closing the investigation. They told the Smith family that there was not enough evidence to prove George had been murdered, and that his death may have been the result of an accident. The Smiths were outraged and disgusted. They continued to believe, based on the evidence, that their son was murdered, and they have never stopped fighting for justice. George's widow, Jennifer, has been a controversial figure in the aftermath. Some people, particularly George's family, have criticized her conduct on the night of his disappearance and in the days that followed. She was drunk and passed out in a hallway when George vanished. She later couldn't account for her whereabouts during a crucial period of time. In 2006, she accepted a settlement of $1.1 million from Royal Caribbean, which some saw as her trying to quickly cash in on George's death and move on. The settlement was later increased to $1.3 million, with the additional funds split between Jennifer and the Smith family. Jennifer has consistently maintained that she had no involvement in George's death and believes it was a tragic accident. She has since remarried and has been reluctant to discuss the case publicly. Jennifer has maintained that she believes George's death was an accident caused by his intoxication. She's suggested that the Smith family refuses to acknowledge George's alcohol and prescription drug use, which may have impaired his judgment and coordination. But George's family points out that even if George was drunk, that doesn't explain the blood in the cabin, the sounds of fighting, the suspicious behavior of the 4 men who were with him. It doesn't explain why those men have refused to cooperate with investigators. It doesn't explain the video of them joking about his death. The Smith family has offered a $100,000 reward for information leading directly to an arrest and conviction in George's case. They've appeared on numerous television programs, including 48 Hours and Dateline NBC. They've testified before Congress about the need for better safety regulations and investigative procedures for crimes on cruise ships. They've sued Royal Caribbean, though that case was eventually settled. They've done everything in their power to keep George's case in the public eye and to push for answers. George's mother, Maureen Smith, has said she has no doubt in her mind that her son was murdered. She points to all the evidence, all the inconsistencies in the cruise line's account, all the suspicious behavior from the key witnesses. She refuses to accept the idea that what happened was simply a tragic accident. And when you look at the totality of the evidence, it's hard not to agree with her. Think about it. George was in his cabin with 4 men. There was arguing, There was a struggle, there was blood, and then George was gone. His body never recovered from the Mediterranean Sea. Those four men won't talk about what happened. They invoke the Fifth Amendment. They joke on video about his death. This doesn't sound like innocent bystanders to a tragedy. This sounds like people with something to hide. So what really happened that night? Based on the evidence available, we can piece together several possibilities. The drinking and gambling could have turned into an argument that escalated beyond anyone's control. Given the forensic evidence and witness accounts, this scenario suggests one or more of these men may have assaulted George. The missing Breitling watch, a wedding gift worth thousands of dollars, raises the possibility of robbery as a motive, though we can't know this with certainty. What we do know is that something violent occurred in that cabin. The question of how George ended up going over the balcony is perhaps the most troubling. The physical evidence provides some clues. The positioning of the balcony chair could imply someone needed elevation to move a body over the railing. The blood on George's bedsheets indicates he was injured inside the cabin, not on the balcony itself. The handprint on the ship's rail suggests desperate resistance, someone trying to hold on. When we look at these elements together, they paint a picture that appears more consistent with violence than with a simple accident. George Smith's case has become emblematic of the challenges of investigating crimes on cruise ships. The delayed response, the jurisdictional confusion, the contamination of evidence, the disappearance of witnesses, the lack of transparency from the cruise line. All of these factors combined to create a situation where a potential murder went unsolved, where the people who might be responsible have faced no consequences, where a family has been left without justice or closure. The case also led to congressional hearings and was instrumental in the passage of the Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act of 2010, which we'll talk about more later. But that legislative victory, as important as it was, doesn't bring George back. It doesn't give his family the answers they deserve. It doesn't punish whoever is responsible for his death. George Allen Smith IV should be alive today. He should have celebrated his 20th wedding anniversary. He should have raised children, grown old with his wife, enjoyed his life. Instead, he spent the last moments of his life in his cabin on what was supposed to be his honeymoon cruise, involved in some kind of violent confrontation that ended with him dead in the Mediterranean Sea. And the people who know what really happened, who were in that cabin, who heard the arguing and the struggle and the thud, those people have chosen silence. They've chosen to protect themselves rather than tell the truth about what happened to George Smith. It's a betrayal of justice. It's a failure of the system. And it's a tragedy that continues to haunt George's family more than 20 years after that terrible night. The case remains officially unsolved, though in the minds of those who have studied the evidence, there's little doubt that what happened to George Smith IV was murder. The only question is whether anyone will ever be held accountable for it. The mysterious disappearance of Rebecca Corriam. While the cases of Amy Lynn Bradley and George Smith IV involved passengers, our next case centers on a crew member, and it raises disturbing questions about how cruise lines handle the disappearances of their own employees. This is the story of Rebecca Corriam, a young woman whose vanishing from a Disney cruise ship sparked allegations of cover-up and corporate malfeasance that persist to this day. Rebecca Corriam was 24 years old, from Chester, England. She was, by all accounts, a delightful young woman. Outgoing, bubbly, great with children, described as having a happy-go-lucky personality with plenty to live for. She had studied childhood studies, psychology and philosophy at Liverpool Hope University, and her dream was to work for Disney. When she was offered a position as a youth worker on the Disney Wonder cruise ship in 2010, she was absolutely thrilled. This was the job she'd always wanted, and she was perfect for it. Rebecca, who went by the nickname Bex, joined the Disney Wonder in June 2010. The ship typically runs cruises along the Mexican Riviera, and Rebecca settled into life at sea. She made friends among the crew, she excelled at her job working with children, and she seemed genuinely happy. She stayed in regular contact with her family back in England, and all her communications suggested she was thriving in her new environment. But on March 22, 2011, everything changed. That day, the Disney Wonder was off the Pacific coast of Mexico, docked at Puerto Vallarta. At 5:45 in the morning, Rebecca was captured on the ship's security cameras in the crew lounge. She appeared to be on an internal phone call, and she seemed distressed. The video shows Rebecca talking, and even though there's no audio, it's clear from her body language and facial expressions that she's upset about something. She's agitated, perhaps even crying. Another crew member approaches her during the call and asks if she's okay. Rebecca appears to reply that she's fine, and the crew member walks away. Rebecca finishes her call, gathers herself, and walks out of the frame. That was the last confirmed sighting of Rebecca Corriam. A few hours later, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Rebecca failed to report for her shift. This was completely out of character for her. She was reliable, punctual, professional. When she didn't show up, her colleagues became concerned. They tried to find her. They called her name over the ship's announcement system. They searched her cabin. But Rebecca was nowhere to be found. The Disney Wonder conducted a ship-wide search. They looked everywhere. They checked every public area, every accessible space, every place Rebecca might have gone. They searched for hours, but there was no sign of her. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. The United States Coast Guard was notified, as was the Mexican Navy. They conducted searches of the surrounding waters, but Rebecca Corriam was never found. Not her body, not any of her belongings, nothing. 3 days after Rebecca's disappearance, Disney contacted the Royal Bahamas Police Force to conduct an investigation. You see, the Disney Wonder is registered in the Bahamas, which means that Bahamian authorities technically have jurisdiction over crimes that occur on the ship. The RBPF assigned a single detective, Superintendent Paul Roll, to the case. Disney flew him out to Los Angeles via private jet when the ship returned to port. According to the initial reports, Superintendent Rolle spent several days on board the ship investigating. But when Rebecca's parents, Mike and Anne Corriam, flew from England to Los Angeles to meet the ship when it docked, the detective told them something very different. He said he had actually only spent 1 day investigating before flying back to the Bahamas. He had interviewed only a handful of crew members and none of the passengers. He had conducted what can only be described as a cursory investigation at best. The Corriams were brought on board the ship, but only after all the passengers had disembarked. They were driven to the ship in a car with blacked-out windows, entering through a back entrance. Everything about their treatment suggested that Disney wanted to minimize their visibility, to keep this situation as quiet as possible. On board, they met with the ship's captain and were shown the security footage of Rebecca's last known appearance. They were taken to Deck 5, an area near the crew swimming pool, where the captain explained his theory about what had happened to Rebecca. According to the captain, Rebecca had been swept overboard by a rogue wave while she was near the crew pool. This theory became Disney's official explanation for Rebecca's disappearance. The captain gave them a sandal that he said had been found on Deck 5 and claimed it belonged to Rebecca. And that was essentially it. The Coriams were given this explanation, this single piece of potential evidence, and they were expected to accept it and go home. But the Coriams didn't accept it, because the rogue wave theory didn't make sense. Deck 5, where the crew pool is located, is not a location where someone could easily be swept overboard. The deck is surrounded by walls that reach over 6 feet in height. For a wave to be powerful enough to lift a person over those walls and carry them off the ship, it would have to be enormous. And there were no reports of such rough seas that day. The weather conditions near Puerto Vallarta on March 22nd were normal. Calm waters, no storms, certainly nothing that would generate a rogue wave of the magnitude necessary to explain Rebecca's disappearance. Furthermore, if such a massive wave had hit the ship with enough force to sweep someone overboard, it would have caused visible damage to the vessel itself. There would have been reports from other crew members or passengers about experiencing rough seas. But there was nothing, no damage, no reports, no evidence of the kind of freak weather event that Disney was claiming had occurred. The Coriams began to suspect that there was more to their daughter's disappearance than they were being told. So they hired a private investigator, Roy Ram, a former specialist with Scotland Yard. They also sought help from their local Member of Parliament, Chris Matheson, and from former Deputy Prime Minister Lord Prescott. What these investigators uncovered raised even more questions about Disney's handling of the case. First, there was the security footage. The video that the Coriams had been shown and that has since been made public had been cropped. Specifically, the timestamp and location information had been removed. Why would Disney edit the footage in this way? What were they trying to hide? Investigators discovered that the video was actually from Deck 1, not Deck 5, where Disney claimed Rebecca had been swept overboard. This meant that Rebecca would have had to travel from Deck 1 to Deck 5 after her phone call, with no security camera capturing her journey. Investigators also found it suspicious that there appeared to be no security footage of Rebecca anywhere else on the ship that morning, despite the fact that Disney claimed to have extensive camera coverage. Then there was the matter of Rebecca's clothing. In the security video, Rebecca appears to be wearing oversized clothes that don't fit her properly. Some investigators have suggested these might not have been her clothes at all, but rather belonging to someone else. This detail could imply several things. Perhaps she had dressed hastily, or the clothing might indicate she'd been in circumstances where her own clothes were unavailable. Without more context, we can only note this as an unusual detail that adds to the overall questions surrounding her final hours. There were also questions about the phone call Rebecca was having in the video. Who was she talking to? What was the conversation about? Why was she so upset? Disney claimed they didn't know who was on the other end of the call and refused to provide any information about it. But one of Rebecca's friends among the crew later revealed that Rebecca had been in an intense relationship with another crew member, and the relationship had been volatile. Melissa, the friend, believed Rebecca might have been on the phone with this partner and that whatever was said during that call had caused her distress. This revelation opened up another possible explanation for Rebecca's disappearance. Had she been involved in a domestic dispute? Had her partner done something to her? Some investigators, including British MP Chris Matheson, have suggested that Rebecca may have been murdered, possibly by someone she knew. They point to the lack of evidence for the rogue wave theory, the unusual circumstances of her disappearance, and allegations that have surfaced over the years suggesting Rebecca may have been the victim of sexual assault or other violence. Adding to the family's frustration was Disney's response to their attempts to get answers. The Coriums have repeatedly said that Disney has stonewalled their investigation, has failed to provide promised information, has been more interested in avoiding bad publicity than in finding out what happened to Rebecca. Disney conducted a memorial service for Rebecca on Deck 5, while the ship was still in port in Los Angeles, laying flowers at the site of the alleged Rogue Wave accident, even though the investigation was supposedly still ongoing. It seemed like the company wanted to close the case as quickly as possible, to put it behind them and move on. In March 2014, the Coriums sued Disney for failing in their duty of care to keep their daughter safe. They claimed Disney had waited 4 hours to notify the Coast Guard and almost 7 hours to notify the Bahamian police, crucial delays that made the search for Rebecca much less effective. Disney denied these allegations and said the claims had no merit. The case was eventually settled out of court in 2016, with the terms of the settlement remaining confidential. But even with the lawsuit resolved, the Coriums have never stopped pushing for answers. British government officials have been highly critical of both Disney and the Bahamian authorities. In November 2011, Rebecca's MP, Stephen Mosley, brought the case up in the House of Commons, telling the Minister for Shipping that the investigation into Rebecca's disappearance was appalling. He stated that the Bahamian authorities made virtually no attempt to investigate and said the RBPF was internationally recognized as almost toothless. He pointed out that many passengers don't realize how poorly protected they are when they board cruise ships registered in flag of convenience countries. This criticism led to some legislative changes in the United Kingdom. The government announced that the Marine Accident Investigation Branch would investigate all deaths or disappearances of British citizens from vessels anywhere in the world. This mirrored similar legislation in the United States that gives the FBI jurisdiction in cases involving American citizens. But these legal changes, while important, don't bring Rebecca back. They don't answer what happened to her on that March morning in 2011. They don't address why Disney's explanation doesn't fit the evidence. They don't explain why a simple disappearance investigation seems to have so many holes in it, so many unanswered questions. Lord Prescott, the former Deputy Prime Minister, has stated publicly that he believes Rebecca was thrown over the side of the Disney Wonder. He thinks she was murdered. Chris Matheson, who has continued to investigate the case, has said that there's a real possibility Rebecca was murdered and that there is sufficient evidence to indicate a crime took place. These are serious allegations from serious people, not conspiracy theorists or attention seekers. So what really happened to Rebecca Corium? The official explanation suggests she was swept overboard by a freak wave. Yet this theory raises several questions given the lack of supporting evidence. Looking at the circumstances, we can consider several possibilities. If the distressed phone call and concerns raised by her colleagues are indicators something may have been troubling her in the hours before she vanished. The injury to her nose and the distressed state captured on CCTV could suggest she had been in some kind of confrontation, though we can't know the specifics with certainty. Based on the forensic evidence and witness accounts, some investigators believe the possibility of foul play cannot be ruled out. Others wonder if overwhelming personal circumstances might have led to a tragic decision. The frustrating reality is that without a proper investigation from the start, these questions may never have definitive answers. The truth is, we may never know. The investigation was bungled from the beginning. Evidence was lost. The scene was not properly preserved, crucial interviews were not conducted, and Disney, whether through incompetence or deliberate obfuscation, has failed to provide the kind of transparency and cooperation that might have led to answers. What we do know is that Rebecca Corriam was 24 years old when she vanished. She had her whole life ahead of her. She had a job she loved, a family that adored her, friends who cared about her, and in the space of a few hours, she went from being a happy, productive member of society to being gone without a trace. Her family has been left with nothing but questions and suspicions, grieving for a daughter they may never be able to properly lay to rest. Rebecca's case has become a rallying point for critics of the cruise industry's handling of crew member welfare. It's been pointed out that crew members, who often come from developing countries and work long hours for relatively little pay, are particularly vulnerable. They're far from home, working in an isolated environment with limited legal protections. If something happens to them, who will advocate for them? Who will demand answers? In Rebecca's case, it took her family flying halfway around the world and hiring private investigators just to get basic information about what might have happened. The case also highlights the problems with flag of convenience ship registration. The Disney Wonder flies a Bahamian flag, which means Bahamian law applies and Bahamian authorities have jurisdiction. But the Bahamas, like many countries that offer flag of convenience registrations, doesn't have the resources or perhaps the motivation to conduct thorough investigations into incidents on these ships. The result is that crimes can occur in what amounts to a legal dead zone, where no one has a clear responsibility to investigate and no one can be held truly accountable. Rebecca Corriam deserved better. She deserved a thorough investigation. She deserved transparency from her employer. She deserved to have her case taken seriously. But instead, her disappearance was quickly written off as an accident, despite evidence suggesting otherwise. Her family was given the runaround, and years later, we're no closer to knowing the truth about what happened to her than we were the day she vanished. The disappearance of Marion Carver and her father's crusade. Our next case is particularly heartbreaking, not just because of the mysterious disappearance at its center, but because of the cruise line's stunning failure to report it in a timely manner, and because of one father's determination to turn his tragedy into meaningful change for others. This is the story of Marion Lynn Carver and her father, Kendall Carver. Marion Carver was 40 years old in the summer of 2004. She was a fascinating woman with a complex life. She had worked as an investment banker, a high-powered career that had afforded her financial security. But she was also a poet, a creative soul with a contemplative nature. She was described as vivacious and independent, someone who marched to the beat of her own drum. She had one child, and she lived off a trust fund and her investments, having left the banking world behind. Marion was also going through a difficult period in her life. She had gone through a divorce several years earlier, and while she seemed to have recovered well, those who knew her were aware that she sometimes struggled with her mental health. There had been an incident years before when she had threatened to harm herself, though in recent years she seemed stable and was managing well. In August 2004, Marion decided she needed a break. She needed to clear her head, to get away from everything for a little while. So, without telling anyone in her family, she booked herself on a cruise. This wasn't entirely out of character for her. Marion had been known to take spontaneous trips before, when she needed time alone to think. So when she boarded the Celebrity Mercury in Seattle, Washington, On August 27, 2004, bound for a 7-day Alaskan cruise, her family had no idea she had even left home. The cruise was supposed to make stops in Juneau, Skagway, and Ketchikan in Alaska, as well as in Prince Rupert, British Columbia. It would end on September 3rd, when the ship docked in Vancouver, British Columbia. Marion was supposed to fly home from there, but she never boarded that flight, and she was never seen again. Marion's cabin steward, a man named Domingo Montero, would later testify about his interactions with her during the cruise. He said she was personable and relaxed, looking forward to the trip. On her first night aboard, August 27th, she told him she planned to go upstairs later but didn't want to visit the dining room. Montero didn't think much of it. Many passengers prefer casual dining or room service to the formal dining room. The next night, August 28th, when Marion again said she didn't want to go to the dining room, Montero suggested ordering room service. He brought her 2 sandwiches at her request. And that was the last time anyone from the ship's crew or any passenger reported seeing Marion Carver. From August 28th onward, she was simply gone. Her cabin was empty. Her belongings were still there, but Marion herself had vanished. Here's where the story takes a turn into the truly outrageous. Domingo Montero, Marion's steward, noticed that she was missing. He went to his supervisor and reported that his passenger hadn't been seen and wasn't using her cabin. And his supervisor told him to do nothing. Just do your job and forget about it. So Montero, a low-level employee who probably feared losing his job if he made waves, did as he was told. He didn't report Marion missing. He just went about his duties. Day after day passed. Marion's cabin remained empty. Her belongings sat untouched. And Montero kept going to his supervisor saying, "This woman is still missing. Shouldn't we do something?" And his supervisor kept telling him, "No, don't make a fuss. Just do your job." The cruise ended on September 3rd. Passengers disembarked in Vancouver, and cruise line officials, faced with a cabin full of belongings from a passenger who hadn't been seen in days, didn't notify authorities. They didn't call the police. They didn't report Marion missing to anyone. Instead, they boxed up her belongings. And then they donated most of them to charity. Let that sink in for a moment. A passenger goes missing from a cruise ship. Her disappearance is reported multiple times by her cabin steward. And the cruise line's response is to pack up her stuff, give it away, and move on as if nothing happened. They didn't investigate. They didn't notify her family. They didn't tell anyone. It wasn't until September the 7th, more than a week after the cruise ended, that Marion's family realized something was wrong and reported her missing. They hadn't even known she'd gone on a cruise. When a detective began investigating her disappearance, he accessed her credit card records and discovered she had made a purchase in Seattle, the embarkation point for the Celebrity Mercury. The detective called the cruise line to ask if Marion had been on the ship. It took Celebrity Cruises, which is owned by Royal Caribbean, 3 days to confirm that yes, Marion Carver had indeed been on that cruise. By this point, it had been 26 days since she was last seen. 26 days. In those 26 days, the ship had completed multiple cruises. Evidence had been cleaned away. Witnesses had scattered. Any chance of conducting a meaningful investigation into what happened to Marion had been destroyed. When Marion's father, Kendall Carver, learned that the cruise line had known his daughter was missing but hadn't reported it, he was devastated and furious. He called Royal Caribbean, demanding answers. The risk management manager he spoke with told him that it was normal for passengers to leave their belongings behind. It was normal for them to suddenly change rooms without notice. In other words, the cruise line was claiming there was no reason to think anything was amiss. Kendall Carver didn't buy it. A passenger doesn't just abandon all their belongings and disappear. A steward doesn't repeatedly tell his supervisor someone is missing unless something is actually wrong. And a responsible cruise line doesn't just box up a missing person's belongings and donate them to Goodwill. Kendall knew something terrible had happened to his daughter, and he was determined to find out what. He hired a private investigator named Tim Schmolder to get answers. Schmolder tried his best, but he was stonewalled at every turn. Royal Caribbean provided some basic information, but set up numerous roadblocks. Schmolder's requests to interview passengers or crew members were denied. He wasn't allowed access to the ship's video surveillance system. He was given only limited time on board the ship. After just a few hours, he was told to leave. His investigation report ended up, in his own words, kind of empty of content but full of questions. Questions about why he wasn't allowed access, why the cabin attendant wasn't available for interview, why he couldn't speak to the security manager about the camera systems. Kendall Carver wasn't satisfied with that, so he took legal action. He filed a lawsuit against Royal Caribbean, and as part of that lawsuit, he was able to obtain subpoenas for information. The subpoenas produced a passenger manifest with 2,000 names, but no contact information, making it useless for conducting interviews. They also produced a poor-quality photograph of Marion boarding the ship, but little else. The real bombshell came when Carver's attorneys forced Royal Caribbean to make Domingo Montero, Marion's cabin steward, available for deposition. That's when the full extent of the cruise line's negligence came to light. Montero testified that he had reported Marion missing to his supervisor daily for 5 consecutive days. Every day he told his boss that this passenger was missing, that her cabin was unused, that something was wrong. And every day his supervisor told him to forget about it. At the end of the cruise, when Marion's belongings were still sitting in her cabin, Montero asked his supervisor if they should report this to authorities. The supervisor said no. He told Montero to pack up all the belongings, put them in his locker, and he would take care of it. But he didn't take care of it. Or rather, he took care of it in the worst possible way. He had those belongings donated or disposed of, destroying potential evidence. And then, once the Carvers started asking questions and making noise, Royal Caribbean held an internal hearing and fired that supervisor. He was quietly ushered off the ship before the FBI could interview him. He has never been named publicly and has never been located, though many believe he simply found work on another cruise ship. During the litigation process, Kendall Carver also learned that a manila envelope containing money that Marion had left in her room had disappeared along with other personal belongings. He discovered that Royal Caribbean had lied about their video retention policy. They had told him that surveillance footage was only kept for 2 or 3 weeks, and that therefore there was no video of Marion. But documents produced during discovery showed that the cruise line had actually reviewed videos concerning Marion on the 26th day after her disappearance, and that videos were kept on a 30-day cycle. This meant there should have been footage of Marion, but Royal Caribbean claimed it didn't exist. In 2005, Royal Caribbean issued a press release stating that Marion appears to have committed suicide on our ship. This infuriated the Carver family. How could the cruise line make such a definitive statement about what happened when they had conducted no real investigation? Kendall Carver has acknowledged that suicide is a possibility. Marion had struggled with mental health issues in the past. But without a proper investigation, without a body, without any real evidence, claiming she died by suicide felt like the cruise line was just trying to close the case and avoid liability. The truth is, we don't know what happened to Marion Carver. Based on the limited evidence available, several scenarios remain possible. She could have fallen overboard accidentally, perhaps while on deck late at night. Given her past mental health struggles, as her father has acknowledged, the possibility of suicide cannot be entirely dismissed, though there's no conclusive evidence to support this. The lack of any witnesses or physical evidence also means we can't rule out the possibility of foul play, or perhaps a medical emergency in an area of the ship where she wasn't immediately discovered. Without the proper investigation that should have been conducted in those critical first hours and days, these questions will likely remain unanswered. But what Kendall Carver did know was that his daughter's case represented a massive failure by the cruise industry, and he was determined that what happened to Marion would not happen to others. So in 2006, Kendall Carver did something extraordinary. He founded the International Cruise Victims Association, a non-profit organization dedicated to advocating for victims of crimes on cruise ships and their families. The ICVIE, as it's known, brought together families who had lost loved ones on cruises under suspicious or unexplained circumstances. Together, they became a powerful lobbying force. They testified before Congress. They worked with lawmakers to draft legislation. They raised public awareness about the dark side of the cruise industry. And they pushed for reforms that would make cruising safer and would ensure that when crimes did occur, they would be properly investigated and reported. Kendall Carver personally testified before Congress multiple times. He shared Marion's story. He detailed the cruise line's failures. He explained how the lack of regulation and oversight allowed cruise companies to essentially police themselves with predictable results. He pointed out how the jurisdictional complexities of maritime law created an environment where crimes could occur without anyone being held accountable. His efforts, along with those of other ICV members, including the Smith family, were instrumental in the passage of the Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act of 2010, a landmark piece of legislation that mandated numerous safety and reporting requirements for cruise ships. We'll discuss the CVSSA in more detail later, but for now, it's important to understand that this law exists in large part because of Kendall Carver's determination to find meaning in his daughter's disappearance. Kendall Carver continued his advocacy work for more than a decade. He spent over $75,000 of his own money on private investigators and legal fees trying to find out what happened to Marion. He dedicated countless hours to the ICV, helping other families navigate the nightmare of having a loved one disappear on a cruise. He became a nationally recognized expert on cruise ship safety and crime, and he never stopped fighting, never stopped pushing for change. Sadly, Kendall Carver passed away in 2019 at the age of 83. He died without ever knowing what happened to his daughter. But his legacy lives on in the ICV, which continues its advocacy work, and in the legislation he helped pass, which has made cruising safer for millions of people. Marion Carver's disappearance is a tragedy. The cruise line's handling of it is a scandal. But the response to it, led by her father, is a testament to the power of determined advocacy. Kendall Carver took his grief and his anger and he channeled it into something positive. He turned his personal tragedy into a force for change, and while nothing can bring Marion back, the work her father did has undoubtedly saved lives and has helped other families avoid some of the obstacles he faced. If Celebrity Cruises had reported Marion missing when her steward first raised concerns, if they had conducted a proper search of the ship and contacted authorities immediately, if they had preserved evidence and interviewed witnesses while memories were fresh, we might know what happened to her. There might have been a chance to save her if she was still alive somewhere on the ship. There might have been enough evidence to determine what happened even if she had died. But instead, the cruise line chose to prioritize its operations over a missing passenger. Their response raised serious questions about their investigative protocols and priorities. And as a result, Marion Carver remains one of the many unsolved mysteries of the high seas. Maritime law, jurisdiction, and the perfect crime. At this point in our story, you might be asking yourself a question, a very reasonable question. How is it possible that so many serious crimes on cruise ships go unsolved? How can people disappear, be assaulted, even be murdered on these ships, and yet the perpetrators face no consequences? Why do investigations fail so spectacularly? Why does it feel like cruise lines can get away with negligence and even cover-ups without facing serious repercussions? The answer lies in the unique and complicated world of maritime law and international jurisdiction. You see, when you board a cruise ship, you're not just stepping onto a vacation vessel. You're entering a legal gray area, a floating territory governed by a complex web of laws from multiple nations, none of which seem to apply with the clarity and force we expect from our normal legal system. To understand why crimes on cruise ships are so difficult to investigate and prosecute, we need to understand how jurisdiction works on the high seas. Let's start with the basics. When a cruise ship is docked at a United States port, it's subject to United States law. The FBI, local police, and other American law enforcement agencies have clear jurisdiction. If a crime occurs while the ship is docked in Miami, for example, it's handled just like any other crime that occurs in Miami. But once that ship leaves port and sails out into international waters, everything changes. International waters begin 12 nautical miles from the coastline of any nation. That's about 14 land miles. Once a ship crosses that invisible line, it's no longer in United States waters, and United States domestic law no longer clearly applies. Instead, the ship falls under the jurisdiction of whatever country it's registered in, what's called its flag state. This is where things get complicated and frankly convenient for the cruise industry. Most large cruise ships are not registered in the United States. Instead, they're registered in what are called flag of convenience nations. These are countries that offer ship registration with minimal regulations, low taxes, and lax labor laws. The most popular flag of convenience nations for cruise ships are the Bahamas, Panama, Liberia, and Malta. About 70% of cruise ships worldwide are registered in these nations. Why do cruise lines choose these registrations? It's simple economics. By registering their ships in the Bahamas instead of the United States, cruise lines avoid stricter American regulations regarding safety, labor practices, and environmental standards. They pay lower taxes. They can hire crew members from developing nations and pay them much less than they would have to pay American workers. It's a business decision based purely on maximizing profits. But this flag of convenience system has serious implications when crimes occur. Because technically, when a crime happens on a cruise ship in international waters, the flag state has primary jurisdiction. So if someone is assaulted On a Bahamas-registered ship, while it's cruising through the Caribbean, Bahamian law applies, and Bahamian authorities have the responsibility to investigate. Now, as we've seen in cases like Rebecca Corium's, these flag of convenience nations often lack the resources, the expertise, or the will to conduct thorough investigations. The Royal Bahamas Police Force sent one detective to investigate Rebecca's disappearance, and he spent 1 day on the ship. That's not because the Bahamian authorities don't care. It's because they're a small nation with limited resources, and they're expected to investigate crimes on dozens of cruise ships, each carrying thousands of people, sailing all over the world. It's an impossible task. The situation gets even more complicated when you consider that crimes on cruise ships often involve people from multiple countries. The victim might be American, the perpetrator might be from Russia or Brazil or India, the ship might be registered in the Bahamas, and the crime might occur in international waters between Greece and Turkey. So whose laws apply? Who has jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute? These questions don't have simple answers. In recognition of these challenges, the United States has asserted some level of jurisdiction over crimes involving American citizens on cruise ships, even when those ships are registered in other countries. The FBI can investigate if the victim or perpetrator is a United States national, if the ship departed from or is arriving at a United States port, or if the ship is owned wholly or partially by a United States person or corporation. This is why we see FBI involvement in many cruise ship cases. But even with the FBI's involvement, investigations face enormous challenges. By the time the FBI is notified of a crime, the ship is often still at sea or has already docked at a foreign port. The ship is a mobile crime scene, constantly on the move. Passengers and crew disembark. New passengers and crew come aboard. The scene gets contaminated. Evidence is cleaned away. Witnesses scatter to the four winds, returning to their homes in dozens of different countries. And cruise lines, while they're required to report certain crimes, are not always as cooperative as they should be. Their first concern is often protecting their brand and their bottom line. A major criminal investigation is bad publicity. It disrupts their operations. It might lead to negative media coverage that scares off future passengers. So there's an incentive, whether explicit or implicit, to downplay incidents, to quickly clean up and move on, to present any crime as an isolated incident that has been resolved. This is not to say that all cruise lines deliberately obstruct justice. Many do cooperate with law enforcement, but the structure of the industry and the legal framework governing it create a situation where even well-meaning cruise lines can fail to adequately preserve evidence or facilitate investigations, and cruise lines that are less scrupulous can take advantage of the legal ambiguities to avoid accountability. Consider what happens when a disappearance occurs. Let's say a passenger goes missing in the middle of the night. By the time they're reported missing and a search begins, hours have passed. The ship has traveled dozens of miles. If the person went overboard, their body could be anywhere in a vast search area. The longer the delay, the less likely a successful search becomes. And if the person disappeared due to foul play, the delay gives the perpetrator time to clean up, to dispose of evidence, to get their story straight. Now factor in the jurisdictional issues. Who leads the investigation? The ship's security, which is employed by the cruise line? The FBI, if they can establish jurisdiction? The police from the flag state? The authorities from whatever port the ship next docks at? In practice, there's often confusion and lack of coordination. Different agencies with different priorities and different levels of expertise try to work together, often unsuccessfully. And then there's the question of where a prosecution would take place, assuming investigators even identify a perpetrator. If an American is murdered by a Russian on a Bahamas-registered ship in international waters, which country prosecutes? The United States could assert jurisdiction based on the victim's nationality. Russia could claim jurisdiction based on the perpetrator's nationality. The Bahamas has jurisdiction as the flag state. In practice, these jurisdictional conflicts often result in no prosecution at all. No country wants to take on the expense and complexity of prosecuting a case that occurred outside their territory and involves foreign nationals. This jurisdictional chaos creates what some have called a perfect crime scenario. A perpetrator who commits a crime on a cruise ship in international waters, especially if they're crew member from a developing nation, faces very little risk of being caught or punished. The investigation will be delayed and hampered by jurisdictional issues. Evidence will be lost. Witnesses will disappear. And even if they're identified as a suspect, it's unclear which country would have the authority or the will to prosecute them. For victims, this system is a nightmare. If you're assaulted on a cruise ship, you can't just call 911 and have local police respond. You have to report it to the ship's security, which is employed by the cruise line and may not have your best interests at heart. The security personnel are not trained law enforcement officers. They're private security guards with limited training and limited authority. Their priority is managing the situation in a way that minimizes disruption to the ship's operations and protects the cruise line's interests. If the ship is in international waters, the security team will document the incident and report it to their shoreside management, who will then determine whether it needs to be reported to law enforcement. But which law enforcement? The FBI? The flag state? The police in whatever port they're heading to? The answer depends on the nature of the crime, the nationalities of those involved, and the location of the ship. And even once law enforcement is notified, they may not be able to respond immediately. They might not be able to board the ship until it returns to port, which could be days away. Meanwhile, the victim is stuck on the ship, possibly in close proximity to their attacker. If the perpetrator is another passenger, the cruise line might separate them. But there's no brig on most cruise ships. No way to truly detain someone. If the perpetrator is a crew member, the cruise line might confine them to quarters, but enforcement is difficult. And in some cases, shockingly, victims have reported that cruise line security personnel discourage them from reporting crimes, suggesting they would face retaliation or that nothing could be done anyway. This is the dark reality of maritime law and cruise ship jurisdiction. It's a system that benefits cruise lines by allowing them to operate with minimal regulation while shifting the burden of law enforcement onto countries that may lack the resources or incentive to effectively police these floating cities. It's a system that makes it very difficult for victims to get justice and very easy for perpetrators to escape consequences. The good news is that there has been some progress in recent years. The Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act of 2010 was a significant step forward. It mandated specific security measures, improved reporting requirements, and provided some framework for coordination between cruise lines and law enforcement. But it's not perfect, and it only applies to ships calling on United States ports. For cruise itineraries that don't touch United States territory, passengers have even fewer protections. And even with the CVSSA in place, the fundamental jurisdictional challenges remain. The Act improves reporting and mandates some safety measures, but it doesn't solve the underlying problem of how to effectively police and prosecute crimes that occur in the unique environment of international waters on ships registered in foreign countries. The reality is that when you board a cruise ship, you're entering a world where your usual legal protections are diminished. You're traveling through international waters where no single nation's laws fully apply. You're on a ship registered in a country whose legal system you may not be familiar with and which may not prioritize your safety. You're surrounded by crew members from dozens of different countries, any one of whom could potentially harm you, and the mechanisms for holding them accountable are weak at best. This doesn't mean you should never take a cruise. Millions of people cruise safely every year. But it does mean you should be aware of the risks and take precautions. Don't let your guard down just because you're on vacation. Don't assume that the cruise line has your best interests at heart. And understand that if something does go wrong, getting justice may be a long, frustrating, and ultimately unsuccessful process. The cases we've discussed today, Amy Lynn Bradley, George Smith IV, Rebecca Corriam, Marion Carver, and many others, all illustrate the challenges of the current system. In each case, the investigation was delayed, hampered, or bungled due to jurisdictional issues and lack of coordination. In each case, evidence was lost or contaminated. In each case, families were left without answers and without justice. And in each case, the cruise line seemed more concerned with protecting its image than with finding out what really happened. These are not isolated incidents. They're the predictable result of a system that prioritizes corporate profits over passenger safety, that allows cruise lines to operate in a legal gray area with minimal oversight, and that makes it nearly impossible to effectively investigate and prosecute crimes on the high seas. Until this system is fundamentally reformed, until there's clear jurisdiction and accountability, cruise ships will continue to be environments where crimes can occur with disturbing frequency and where perpetrators can act with impunity. The modern reality, statistics, and trends. Now that we understand the legal landscape and the challenges of investigating crimes on cruise ships, let's look at the current state of affairs. Just how common are crimes on cruise ships? What kinds of crimes are we talking about? And are things getting better or worse? The numbers are sobering. According to the most recent data available from the Department of Transportation, which compiles statistics based on cruise line reporting as mandated by the Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act, crimes on cruise ships are not only common, but they appear to be increasing. In 2023, cruise lines reported a total of 131 alleged sexual assaults and rapes to the FBI. To break that down further, there were 52 sexual assaults and 79 rapes reported. This represented a significant increase from the previous year. In 2022, there were 89 reported sex crimes total, with no distinction made between sexual assault and rape. The 2023 numbers show a nearly 50% increase in reported sexual violence. Let's put that in context. 131 reported sexual assaults and rapes in a single year. That's more than one every 3 days. And remember, these are only the reported incidents, only the crimes that met the specific reporting thresholds under the CVSSA, and only the ones that victims felt comfortable reporting. The actual number of sexual assaults on cruise ships is almost certainly much higher. Research by organizations like the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, known as RAINN, has consistently shown that 2 out of every 3 sexual assaults are never reported to authorities. Victims may be ashamed, afraid, unsure of what happened, or simply want to forget and move on. This underreporting is even more pronounced in the cruise ship environment, where victims are isolated, far from home, surrounded by strangers, and may face pressure from cruise line personnel to keep quiet. If we apply this two-thirds underreporting rate to the cruise ship numbers, it suggests that the actual number of sexual assaults and rapes on cruise ships in 2023 could have been closer to 400. 400 sexual assaults and rapes in a single year on cruise ships. That's a deeply disturbing number. Sexual violence is by far the most common crime reported on cruise ships. According to FBI agents who specialize in cruise ship cases, sexual assaults top the list of incidents they investigate, followed by physical assaults. In 2023, in addition to the 131 sex crimes, there were 22 reports of physical assault with serious bodily injury. There were also 7 reported thefts of money or property worth more than $10,000, 2 missing United States nationals, and 1 suspicious death. Let's talk about those missing persons numbers for a moment. 2 reported missing American nationals in 2023 might sound like a small number. But remember, this is only for that 1 year, and it only counts American citizens. When you look at the broader data, over the past 2 decades, approximately 400 people have gone missing from cruise ships worldwide. 400 people who boarded cruise ships and never came home. Some of these were likely accidents, people who fell overboard due to intoxication or recklessness. Some were probably suicides, but many remain complete mysteries, with no explanation for how or why they vanished. And these numbers, remember, only capture crimes that are officially reported under the CVSSA. There are countless other crimes that don't meet the reporting thresholds. Minor thefts, simple assaults that don't cause serious injury, drug offenses, domestic violence between passengers. All of these occur on cruise ships with some regularity, but they're not captured in the official statistics that the public sees. One particularly concerning trend is that certain cruise lines have significantly higher crime rates than others. Carnival Cruise Line, one of the largest cruise operators in the world, consistently reports more crimes than its competitors. In 2023, Carnival reported 45 sexual assaults and rapes, compared to significantly lower numbers for other major cruise lines like Royal Caribbean and Norwegian. Carnival also led in physical assaults, with 14 incidents of assault causing serious bodily injury reported in 2023. Carnival has attempted to explain these numbers by pointing out that they have more ships and carry more passengers than many competitors. But maritime lawyers who have analyzed the data dispute this explanation. When you calculate crimes on a per capita basis, accounting for the number of passengers and crew on ships at any given time, Carnival's ships still have a higher rate of violence than their competitors. Some analysts have calculated that Carnival's per capita rate of sexual assault is higher than the rate in many United States states. Why might Carnival have a higher rate of crime? There are several theories. One is the company's culture around alcohol. Multiple experts have noted that Carnival ships tend to have a party atmosphere, with heavy emphasis on drinking. Alcohol is aggressively marketed to passengers, and bartenders and servers work on commission, giving them an incentive to serve as many drinks as possible. We know that alcohol is a major factor in both sexual assault and physical violence. The more people drink, especially in an environment where social norms are relaxed and people feel like they can let loose, the more likely violent incidents become. Another factor may be Carnival's customer base. Carnival markets itself as a fun, affordable option, attracting younger passengers and those looking for a party atmosphere. This demographic may engage in riskier behavior and be more likely to both commit and be victims of crimes. Royal Caribbean and Norwegian, by contrast, tend to attract a somewhat older, more affluent demographic, which correlates with lower crime rates. It's also worth noting that Disney Cruise Line, which markets itself as family-friendly and caters to families with children, has seen a disturbing increase in sexual assault reports in recent years. In the 5 years between 2019 and 2024, Disney went from reporting between 1 and 3 sexual assaults per year to reporting 15 in 2023 and 18 in 2024. This dramatic increase is concerning and suggests that even on cruise lines that pride themselves on safety and family friendliness, sexual violence is a growing problem. What about the first half of 2024? The data we have shows that crimes continue at a troubling rate. From January to June 2024, there were 25 reports of sexual assault, 32 reports of rape, 16 reports of physical assault with serious bodily injury, 1 suspicious death, 7 thefts, and 2 missing United States nationals. If this rate continues for the full year, 2024 will see similar or even higher numbers than 2023. One area where there has been some improvement is in the first quarter of 2025. From January to March 2025, there were 48 crimes reported, down from previous quarters. But this is still 48 serious crimes in just 3 months, and the composition of these crimes is disturbing. Of the 48 incidents, 23 were reported as rapes, 10 as sexual assaults, and 7 as physical assaults. So sexual violence still dominates the statistics. These numbers represent real people, real victims. Behind each statistic is a person whose vacation turned into a nightmare. A woman who was raped by a crew member who entered her cabin. A man who was assaulted after an argument in a bar. A teenager who was sexually assaulted by another passenger. A person who vanished without a trace, leaving their family to wonder forever what happened. And these numbers, troubling as they are, still likely understate the true extent of crime on cruise ships. Because as we've discussed, many crimes go unreported. Victims may not feel safe reporting to cruise line security. They may not know they have the right to contact the FBI directly. They may simply want to finish their cruise and go home and try to forget what happened. And even when crimes are reported, cruise lines may find ways to avoid counting them in the official statistics. For example, the CVSSA only requires reporting of crimes that involve United States nationals or that occur on ships departing from or arriving at United States ports. Crimes involving passengers of other nationalities or crimes that occur on cruises that never touch United States territory don't have to be reported in these statistics. This means the data we see is inherently incomplete, capturing only a subset of the crimes that occur fleet-wide across the global cruise industry. There are also questions about whether cruise lines fully comply with reporting requirements. Critics have suggested that cruise lines may classify crimes in ways that avoid triggering mandatory reporting. For instance, a sexual assault might be recorded internally as a different type of incident, or might not be recorded at all if the victim is persuaded not to make a formal report. Without independent oversight, there's no way to verify that every reportable crime is actually being reported. The FBI has jurisdiction to investigate crimes on cruise ships, but they're limited by resources. The FBI doesn't have agents stationed on cruise ships. They have to respond from shore, often after significant delays. And while the FBI takes cruise ship crimes seriously, they're also dealing with countless other serious crimes on land. Cruise ship cases require extensive resources, often involving international cooperation, interviews with witnesses scattered across multiple countries, and complex legal questions about jurisdiction. The reality is that many cruise ship crimes simply don't get the level of investigative attention they would receive if they occurred on United States soil. So what's the cruise industry's response to these statistics? The Cruise Lines International Association, or CLIA, which is the industry's main trade group, has consistently maintained that cruising is one of the safest forms of travel. They point out that when you consider the millions of passengers who cruise each year, the rate of serious crime is actually quite low. They're not wrong about that. Approximately 31.7 million people took cruises in 2023. If there were 131 reported sexual assaults, that's a rate of about 4 per 100,000 passengers. For comparison, the rate of reported rape in the United States as a whole is higher than that. But this argument, while statistically accurate, misses some important points. First, as we've discussed, the reported numbers almost certainly understate the true rate of crime on cruise ships. Second, even if the rate is lower than on land, the conditions on cruise ships make crimes particularly traumatic and particularly difficult to escape. If you're assaulted in your hometown, you can call the police, go to a hospital, be surrounded by your support network. If you're assaulted on a cruise ship, you're trapped on the ship with your attacker, far from home, far from help, dependent on the cruise line to manage the situation. The isolation and vulnerability of cruise ship victims makes these crimes especially heinous. The cruise industry has made some improvements in response to the CVSSA and public pressure. Most cruise lines now have better security protocols. They've improved lighting in isolated areas. They've implemented better surveillance systems. They've trained crew members on how to respond to reports of sexual assault. They've provided victims with access to resources like the National Sexual Assault Hotline. These are positive steps. But many advocates for cruise ship victims argue that the industry could and should do more. They point to the continued high rates of sexual violence, the ongoing problems with underreporting, and the cruise line's tendency to minimize and downplay crimes as evidence that the current measures are insufficient. They call for independent oversight of cruise ship security, stronger penalties for cruise lines that fail to properly report or investigate crimes, and better protections for crew members who report misconduct. The bottom line is this: cruise ships are not the safe havens that the glossy brochures suggest. Crimes happen on these ships with disturbing regularity. Sexual violence is a particular problem, affecting hundreds of passengers every year. People go missing under suspicious circumstances, assaults occur, and the unique environment of cruise ships, the legal gray areas, the jurisdictional complications, the power dynamics between passengers and crew. All of these factors make crimes on cruise ships particularly difficult to prevent, investigate, and prosecute. If you're considering taking a cruise, you need to go into it with your eyes open. Be aware of the risks. Take precautions. Don't let your guard down just because you're on vacation. Watch your alcohol intake. Don't leave your drink unattended. Don't go off alone with people you don't know well. Lock your cabin door at night. Be aware of your surroundings. And if something does happen, report it immediately, not just to ship security, but directly to the FBI if it's a serious crime. The victims we've discussed in this video, Amy, George, Rebecca, Marion, and the countless others whose stories we haven't had time to tell, deserve better. They deserve to be safe. They deserved to have their cases properly investigated. They deserved justice. And the best way to honor them is to demand that the cruise industry do better, that lawmakers strengthen protections for passengers, and that the traveling public understand the real risks they face when they board these floating cities. Conclusion and call to action. We've covered a lot of ground today. We've explored some of the most haunting mysteries and tragic crimes to unfold on cruise ships. We've met families who have been left without answers, who have dedicated years of their lives to fighting for truth and justice. We've examined the legal complexities that make cruise ships such challenging environments for law enforcement. And we've confronted the uncomfortable reality that despite the cruise industry's carefully crafted image of safety and luxury, these floating vacation paradises can become scenes of terrible crimes. Amy Lynn Bradley vanished in 1998 and has never been found, despite tantalizing reports that she might have been trafficked. George Smith IV died in suspicious circumstances on his honeymoon, with evidence suggesting murder and with key witnesses refusing to cooperate. Rebecca Coriam disappeared from a Disney ship, with her family convinced there was a cover-up. Marion Carver vanished after the cruise line ignored multiple reports that she was missing. These cases represent just the tip of the iceberg. Hundreds of people have gone missing from cruise ships. Hundreds more have been sexually assaulted. Physical violence occurs with disturbing regularity, and time after time, investigations fail. Evidence is lost. Witnesses scatter. Perpetrators escape justice. Families are left to grieve without closure, without understanding, without anyone being held accountable. Why does this keep happening? We've explored the reasons, the jurisdictional complexities of maritime law, the flag of convenience system that allows cruise ships to avoid stringent oversight, the power of the cruise industry to protect its image and profits, the challenges of investigating crimes that occur in international waters on mobile vessels, the lack of resources and coordination among the various law enforcement agencies involved. All of these factors combine to create an environment where crimes can occur and go unsolved. But it doesn't have to be this way. There have been improvements. The Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act was a significant step forward, mandating better reporting, improved security measures, and some accountability. The advocacy work of organizations like the International Cruise Victims Association has brought attention to these issues and has pushed for reforms. British lawmakers have strengthened protections for their citizens on cruise ships. The FBI has developed more expertise in handling cruise ship cases, yet clearly more needs to be done. Sexual assaults on cruise ships are increasing, not decreasing. People still go missing. Investigations still fail far too often. The fundamental problems with jurisdiction and accountability remain. As long as cruise ships operate in the legal gray area they currently occupy, as long as they're registered in countries that lack the resources or will to properly oversee them, as long as profits are prioritized over passenger safety, these problems will continue. So what can we do? As individuals, we can make informed choices. If you're considering a cruise, research the cruise line's safety record. Look up their crime statistics. Choose cruise lines that have demonstrated a commitment to passenger safety. Take precautions while on board. Be aware of your surroundings. Travel with people you trust. Report any incidents immediately. As citizens, we can demand better from our lawmakers. We can push for stronger legislation that protects passengers and crew on cruise ships. We can support organizations like the ICEV that advocate for victims. We can speak out when we see cruise lines trying to minimize or cover up crimes. We can refuse to let cases like Amy's and George's and Rebecca's and Marian's be forgotten. And we can share their stories. That's why content like this matters. Every time someone watches a video or reads an article about cruise ship crimes, awareness grows. Public pressure increases. The cruise industry can't as easily sweep these incidents under the rug. Families fighting for justice know they're not alone, and potential victims are better informed about the risks they face. The ocean is vast and beautiful and mysterious, and cruise ships offer an incredible opportunity to explore it in comfort. For millions of people every year, cruising is a wonderful experience that creates lasting memories. But we must never forget that beneath the surface glamour, there are real dangers, real crimes, real victims, and real families who are still waiting for answers. Amy Lynn Bradley should be home with her family. George Smith IV should have celebrated his 20th wedding anniversary. Rebecca Corriam should still be working her dream job. Marian Carver should have finished her Alaska cruise and returned to her life. They didn't get those chances. But by telling their stories, by demanding accountability, by pushing for change, we can work towards a future where fewer families have to experience the nightmare of losing someone on a cruise ship. Thank you for joining me on this journey into the dark side of the cruise industry. It's been a long and sometimes difficult exploration, but it's an important one. If you found this video informative, please give it a like. Subscribe to the channel for more deep dives into true crime cases and mysteries. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss future content. And please share this video with others. The more people who understand these issues, the better chance we have of creating real change. If you have thoughts about these cases, if you've had experiences on cruise ships, positive or negative, feel free to leave them in the comments. I read them all, and I'd love to hear your perspectives. And if you want to learn more about cruise ship safety and advocacy, check out the International Cruise Victims Association. They continue the work that Kendall Carver started, fighting for justice and safety for all cruise passengers and crew. Until next time, stay safe out there, both on land and at sea. And remember, when something seems too good to be true, when the glossy brochures promise paradise, sometimes it's worth looking a little deeper, asking a few more questions, and understanding what risks you might be taking. Because the ocean keeps its secrets well, and not all mysteries on the high seas have happy endings. This has been Mystery on the High Seas, when vacation turns into horror. Psychological Profiles, Unseen Predators. Welcome back. Tonight, we're diving deep into the darkest corners of criminal psychology, exploring the minds of predators who lived among us, hidden in plain sight. These aren't the killers you typically hear about in mainstream true crime discussions. These are the ones who slipped through the cracks, who manipulated systems, who understood human psychology well enough to exploit it for years before anyone caught on. This is going to be a longer journey than usual, because understanding these individuals requires us to examine not just what they did, but who they were, how they thought, and what made them so uniquely dangerous. We're going to explore cases that changed how law enforcement approaches criminal profiling, cases that exposed vulnerabilities in our justice system, and cases that continue to haunt investigators decades later. Tonight's exploration will take us across decades and continents, from the sun-soaked beaches of Southern California to the frozen wilderness of Alaska, from remote mountain cabins to the suburban streets where families slept believing they were safe. We'll examine 6 cases in extraordinary detail, understanding not just what happened, but why it happened, how it was allowed to happen, and what we learned from the devastating aftermath. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge the victims and their families. These were real people whose lives were cut short in unimaginable ways. While we need to examine the psychology of their killers to understand and prevent future crimes, we must never lose sight of the human cost. Every statistic was someone's daughter, son, mother, father, friend, or loved one. Part 1. The Toolbox Killers, Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris. The name sends a chill down your spine once you understand its origin. Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris weren't called the Toolbox Killers because of their professions. They earned that moniker because of what they used on their victims. Common tools, the kind you'd find in any garage or workshop, became instruments of prolonged agony in their hands. Their case remains one of the most disturbing in American criminal history, not just because of what they did, but because of how methodically they planned it, how carefully they selected their victims, and how they documented their crimes in ways that haunt investigators to this day. Lawrence Sigmund Bittaker entered the world on September 27, 1940, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. His biological parents immediately put him up for adoption, a rejection that would mark the beginning of a life defined by displacement and dysfunction. The family who adopted him, the Bittakers, moved constantly due to his adoptive father's work in aircraft factories. By the time they finally settled in California, young Lawrence had lived in 4 different states, never staying anywhere long enough to form stable attachments or lasting friendships. Despite possessing an exceptionally high IQ of 138, placing him in the 99th percentile, Bittaker showed no interest in applying his intelligence constructively. He dropped out of high school at 17 and immediately began accumulating a criminal record. His first arrests came for auto theft, evading arrest, and leaving the scene of a hit-and-run accident. The pattern that would define his life had already emerged. He would be arrested, serve time, be released, and immediately re-offend. In 1974, Bittaker's violence escalated dramatically. He stabbed a supermarket employee who had accused him of shoplifting, coming within inches of hitting the man's heart. This near-fatal assault earned him a conviction for assault with a deadly weapon and a sentence to the California Men's Colony in San Luis Obispo. This imprisonment would prove catastrophic, though not for Bittaker. It was at this facility that he would meet Roy Norris, and together they would form one of the most sadistic partnerships in criminal history. Roy Lewis Norris was born on February 5, 1948, and his childhood was even more traumatic than Bittaker's. He bounced between his biological family and foster care, never finding stability anywhere. Multiple foster families neglected him, and at least one family sexually abused him. These early experiences warped his developing psyche, creating a deep-seated rage against the world, and particularly against women. In May 1970, while out on bail for another offense, Norris violently attacked a female student with a rock on the campus of San Diego State University. This unprovoked assault demonstrated an escalating pattern of violence against women. He was charged and sent to Atascadero State Hospital, classified as a mentally disordered sex offender, where he spent nearly 5 years. The system's response remained inadequate to the threat he posed. The fateful meeting occurred in 1977 at the California Men's Colony. In the structured, all-male environment of prison, Bittaker and Norris discovered they shared disturbing fantasies about abducting, raping, torturing, and murdering young women. But rather than recoiling from each other's darkness, they encouraged it. They began planning in detail, analyzing what had led to their previous arrests and how they could avoid those mistakes. They made a pact. Once both were released, they would reunite and make their shared fantasies reality. Bittaker was paroled in November 1978. Norris followed in January 1979. Within months, they had reconnected and begun putting their plan into action. Their first major purchase was a silver 1977 GMC Vandura van, acquired in February 1979. They chose this specific vehicle because the passenger-side sliding door would allow them to quickly pull victims inside. They nicknamed it Murder Mac, revealing how they viewed their planned crimes as almost a project, but they didn't immediately begin killing. From February to June 1979, they picked up more than 20 hitchhikers without harming them. These were practice runs, testing their approach, building confidence, and scouting locations. In late April 1979, they found an isolated fire road in the San Gabriel Mountains. Bittaker broke the lock on the entry gate and replaced it with his own. They now had their private torture chamber. Their first victim was 16-year-old Lucinda Lynn Cindy Schaefer. On June 24, 1979, she was walking along the Pacific Coast Highway in Redondo Beach when they offered her a ride. When she refused, Norris pretended to repair the van. When Schaefer walked past, Norris grabbed her and dragged her into the vehicle. What happened over the next hours is almost too horrible to describe. They raped her, tortured her, and eventually strangled her to death. Her body was never recovered. Over the next 5 months, 4 more young women would die. 18-year-old Andrea Joy Hall, 13-year-old Jacqueline Leah Lamp, 15-year-old Jacqueline Doris Gilliam, and 16-year-old Shirley Lynette Ledford. Each killing was more brutal than the last, as their sadism escalated. They documented their crimes with photographs and audio recordings. The recordings, particularly the one of Ledford's torture, would later be played during Bittaker's trial. Many people fled the courtroom, unable to bear listening to it. FBI profiler John Douglas, who has interviewed dozens of serial killers, described Bittaker as the most disturbing individual for whom he ever created a criminal profile. Their capture came when Norris began bragging to an old prison friend named Jimmy Dalton about the murders. When Ledford's body was discovered, Dalton reported Norris to his lawyer, who passed the information to the Los Angeles Police Department. Under interrogation, Norris confessed but tried to minimize his role. He agreed to testify against Bittaker in exchange for a plea deal that spared him the death penalty. When police searched Bittaker's motel room and Norris's apartment, they found the evidence: the audio tape of Ledford's torture, photographs of nearly 500 teenage girls, tools used in the murders, and items belonging to the victims. Prosecutor Stephen Kay, who would spend his career prosecuting some of California's most notorious criminals, still considers the Toolbox Killers case the worst he ever handled. For years after the trial, he suffered recurring nightmares about the case. Paul Bynum, the chief investigator, never recovered emotionally. In December 1987, at age 39, he died by suicide. In his 10-page suicide note, he specifically mentioned the case and expressed fear that Bittaker and Norris might somehow be released. Bittaker was convicted of 5 counts of murder and received the death penalty on March 24, 1981. He spent nearly 4 decades on death row at San Quentin State Prison, dying of natural causes on December 13, 2019, at age 79, having never been executed. Roy Norris received life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 30 years. He died of natural causes on February 24, 2020, at age 72, having been denied parole multiple times. Part 2. Operation Miranda, Leonard Lake, and Charles Ng. If the Toolbox Killer's case seemed incomprehensibly evil, the story of Leonard Lake and Charles Ng demonstrates that depravity can reach even darker depths. Operating from a remote cabin in Wilseyville, California, during the mid-1980s, this survivalist duo tortured and murdered an estimated 11 to 25 victims. They called their operation Miranda, inspired by a novel about a man who kidnaps a woman and keeps her as a slave. Their crimes involved entire families, including infants, subjected to unimaginable horrors before being killed and buried on Lake's property. Leonard Thomas Lake was born on October 29, 1945, in San Francisco, California. His parents divorced when he was 6, and his childhood was marked by instability and dysfunction. He was primarily raised by his grandparents after his mother remarried. From an early age, Lake exhibited disturbing behaviors, including an obsession with pornography and violent sexual content. He also developed a fascination with survivalism and apocalyptic scenarios, believing that nuclear war was imminent and preparing for a post-apocalyptic world. Lake served in the Marines during the Vietnam era, but received a medical discharge in 1971 related to mental health issues. After his discharge, he drifted through various pursuits, including living on a hippie commune in California. He married twice, both marriages ending in divorce. His second wife, Claralyn Cricket Balaz, would later become entangled in his crimes through ownership of the property where many murders occurred. In his teenage years, Lake had read a 1963 John Fowles novel called The Collector, which tells the story of a man who captures a woman named Miranda and keeps her as a slave in the hopes she would eventually fall in love with him. Lake was fascinated by this novel and used the book as inspiration for what he called Operation Miranda, a plan to kidnap and enslave women for his sexual gratification and to populate his survivalist compound after the apocalypse. Charles Chai Tat Ng was born on December 24, 1960, in Hong Kong to an affluent family. His youth was marked by disciplinary problems and physical abuse from his father. He attended various schools but had persistent behavioral issues and was eventually expelled. In 1978, Ng came to the United States to attend college at Notre Dame. He lasted only one semester before dropping out. Using forged documents that falsely listed his birthplace as Bloomington, Indiana, Ng enlisted in the United States Marine Corps in October 1979. During his time in the Marines, Ng worked at the Kaneohe Bay Base Armory in Hawaii. In 1980, after less than a year of service, he was arrested by military police for stealing automatic weapons from the base armory. Facing court-martial, escaped military custody and fled to Northern California, where he would meet Leonard Lake. Their meeting would prove catastrophic for their future victims. Lake and Ng met through a mutual interest in survivalist magazines and gun culture. They quickly discovered they shared similar violent fantasies about women. In 1982, federal authorities raided a mobile home that Lake and Ng shared in Ukiah, California, seizing a large stash of illegal weapons and explosives. Lake was released on bond but jumped bail. Ng was returned to Marine custody, where he pleaded guilty to the theft charges and was sentenced to Leavenworth Federal Prison. He served his sentence and was released in 1984. After Ng's release, he rejoined Lake, who had relocated to a remote cabin in Wilseyville, California, in Calaveras County, located in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. The property was owned by Lake's wife, Claralyn Balaz, though the couple was separated. The cabin sat on a half-acre lot, isolated from neighbors, perfect for Lake and Ng's plans. Next to the cabin, they constructed a cinder-block bunker that would serve as their torture chamber and prison. The bunker was outfitted with soundproofing, chains, restraints, and various implements for torture. Lake maintained detailed journals documenting his crimes and filmed many of the assaults on videotape. These tapes would later become crucial evidence, showing the horrific abuse inflicted on victims before their deaths. On the tapes, Lake can be heard explaining to terrified women that they were now his property, that they would be his sex slaves, and that resistance was futile. Lake and Ng's first known collaborative victim was Charles Gunner, Lake's best man at his wedding. In May 1983, Lake invited Gunner on a road trip to Las Vegas. Several days later, Lake returned alone in Gunner's van, claiming Gunner had run off with a woman. Gunner was never seen again. Lake began using Gunner's identity and cashing his government checks. Their killing spree escalated in 1984 when Ng joined Lake at the Wilseyville property. They began targeting families, a particularly horrific aspect of their crimes. In one instance, they kidnapped Harvey Dubbs, his wife Deborah, and their infant son Sean from their San Francisco home. According to later testimony and evidence, Lake and Ng killed Harvey and baby Sean immediately. Deborah was kept alive for days, repeatedly raped and tortured, forced to perform sexual acts on camera while being told she would see her family again if she complied. Eventually, she too was murdered. Another family, Lonnie Bond, his girlfriend Brenda O'Connor, and their 2-year-old son, Lonnie Jr., lived just 50 yards from Lake's cabin, renting a house on the property. They vanished in 1985. According to the evidence, Bond and the infant were killed immediately, while O'Connor was subjected to prolonged sexual torture before being murdered. A friend of Bond's, Robin Scott Stapley, who had been staying at the house, was also killed. Lake maintained detailed journals about his crimes, referring to his victims by numbers rather than names, dehumanizing them completely. He documented the various ways he tortured them, his sexual assaults, and his methods of disposal. He and Ng would bury bodies on the property, burn remains, or dissolve them in chemicals. They kept a treasure map showing where they had hidden victims' belongings in barrels around the property. The case broke open on June 2, 1985, in a completely unexpected way. Ng was caught shoplifting a vice from a hardware store in South San Francisco. When security approached him, Ng fled. The store identified Lake as Ng's companion, and police pulled Lake over for questioning. During the traffic stop, officers found illegal weapons in Lake's vehicle and took him to the police station. At the station, Lake provided false identification and claimed to be Charles Gunner. During interrogation, Lake asked for a glass of water to take an aspirin. The aspirin was actually a cyanide pill that Lake had sewn into his clothing specifically for such a situation. Within minutes, Lake collapsed. He was rushed to the hospital but slipped into a coma. 4 days later, on June 6, 1985, Leonard Lake died without ever regaining consciousness. Meanwhile, police began investigating Lake's property in Wilseyville. What they discovered was a scene from a nightmare. In the bunker, they found restraints, chains, women's clothing, and a copy of The Collector. Searching the property, they discovered shallow graves containing human remains. They found videotapes showing Lake and Ng torturing female victims. They recovered over 45 pounds of charred human bone fragments. Investigators eventually identified remains of 12 victims on the property. Charles Ng had fled to Canada immediately after the shoplifting incident. On July 6, 1985, he was captured in a department store in Calgary, Alberta, after another shoplifting attempt. When a security guard confronted him, Ng shot the guard. Though wounded, the guard managed to disarm and detain Ng until police arrived. Ng was arrested and imprisoned in Canada. For the next 6 years, Ng fought extradition to the United States, arguing he would face capital punishment. His legal battles delayed his return until 1991. Once extradited, he was indicted on 12 counts of first-degree murder. His trial began in 1998 and lasted 7 months, becoming one of the longest and most expensive criminal prosecutions in California history, costing approximately $11 million. Despite overwhelming video evidence showing him participating in the torture and murders, Ng maintained he was merely an observer, that Lake had planned and committed all the crimes alone. The prosecution introduced evidence that directly contradicted this claim, including video footage showing Ng actively participating in assaults. They also introduced disturbing evidence Ng had created in prison. Cartoons he had drawn showing babies being tortured in various ways, including being put in microwaves, drowned, and fried in woks. On February 24, 1999, after 3 weeks of deliberation, the jury convicted Ng of 11 counts of first-degree murder. 6 men, including Charles, Gunnar, Clifford Peranteau, Jeffrey Gerald, Michael Carroll, Lonnie Bond Sr., and Robin Scott Stapley. 3 women, Deborah Dubbs, Kathleen Allen, and Brenda O'Connor, and 2 male infants, Sean Dubbs and Lonnie Bond Jr. They could not reach a verdict on the 12th count, the murder of Paul Cosner. Ng was sentenced to death. The presiding judge noted, "Mr. Ng was not under any duress, nor does the evidence support that he was under the domination of Leonard Lake." As of 2025, Ng remains on death row at San Quentin State Prison in California, where the last execution took place in 2006. Part 3. Edmund Kemper, the Co-Ed Killer. If evil can be measured by both the brutality of crimes and the intelligence with which they're committed, then Edmund Emil Kemper III represents one of the most terrifying manifestations of human darkness. Standing 6 feet 9 inches tall, weighing over 300 pounds, and possessing an IQ of 145, Kemper used his massive physical presence and exceptional intelligence to commit murders that shocked even hardened investigators. Between 1964 and 1973, he killed 10 people, including his paternal grandparents, his mother, 6 young female college students, and his mother's best friend. Edmund Kemper was born on December 18, 1948, in Burbank, California, weighing an impressive 13 pounds. From the very beginning, he was larger than other children, and this physical difference would mark him throughout his childhood. His parents, Edmund Kemper Jr. and Clarnell Elizabeth Kemper, had a volatile marriage filled with constant conflict. When Edmund was 9 years old, his parents divorced. Clarnell Kemper was an alcoholic and deeply disturbed woman who emotionally and psychologically abused her son throughout his childhood. She constantly berated him about his size, calling him a real weirdo and telling him repeatedly that no woman would ever love him. She forced him to sleep in the basement, allegedly because she was afraid he would molest his sisters, a fear that had no basis in reality at the time but may have been a self-fulfilling prophecy. Her abuse was relentless, designed to make him feel ashamed of his existence. Young Edmund began exhibiting disturbing behaviors. He killed the family cats, burying one alive and dissecting another. He played violent games with his sisters, including one where they acted out his execution in a gas chamber. These were clear warning signs of a deeply disturbed child. But in the 1950s and early 1960s, understanding of such behaviors was limited and nothing was done. At age 14, Kemper ran away from his mother's home in Montana and traveled to California to find his father. But Edmund Kemper Sr. wanted nothing to do with his son, rejecting him again. This rejection was crushing. His father sent him to live with his paternal grandparents, Edmund and Maud Kemper, on their ranch in North Fork, California. On August 27, 1964, at age 15, Edmund committed his first murders. After an argument with his grandmother, he shot her in the head with a .22 caliber rifle. When his grandfather returned home, Edmund shot him as well. When asked why he killed his grandmother, Edmund said, "I just wondered how it would feel to shoot Grandma." When asked why he then killed his grandfather, he said, "So he wouldn't have to see Grandma dead." Kemper was committed to Atascadero State Hospital, a maximum security facility for the criminally insane. He was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, though later evaluations would question this diagnosis. At Atascadero, Kemper was considered a model patient. He was intelligent, cooperative, and insightful about his crimes. He even administered psychological tests to other patients, memorizing the answers and learning how to manipulate the tests. After 5 years, when he turned 21, the doctors determined he had been successfully rehabilitated. On his 21st birthday in 1969, Edmund Kemper was released. His juvenile record was sealed and expunged. This decision was made despite warnings from several staff members who felt Kemper remained dangerous. Upon his release, Kemper moved back to California and lived with his mother, who was now working as an administrative assistant at University of California, Santa Cruz. Initially, Kemper tried to build a normal life. He attended community college briefly. He tried to join the California State Police, but at 6'9" and over 300 pounds, he exceeded their size requirements. But Kemper was developing elaborate violent fantasies, particularly about young women. He began picking up female hitchhikers, initially not harming them. These were practice runs. Kemper would later estimate that he gave rides to approximately 150 hitchhikers before he finally acted on his violent impulses. The killing began on May 7th, 1972. Kemper picked up 2 Fresno State College students, 18-year-old Marianne Pesce and 18-year-old Anita Lucchesa. He drove them to a remote area, killed them both, put their bodies in the trunk of his car, and drove back to his apartment. There, he dismembered them, decapitated them, and engaged in sexual acts with their corpses. He took photographs throughout this process. 4 months later, on September 14, 1972, Kemper picked up 15-year-old Aiko Koo. In January 1973, he killed 19-year-old Cindy Scholl. In February 1973, he encountered 23-year-old Rosalind Heather Thorpe and 20-year-old Alice Helen Allison Liu on the UC Santa Cruz campus. Kemper had obtained a university parking sticker because his mother worked there, making students more likely to trust him. Throughout this period, Kemper was friends with several police officers. He frequented a bar called the jury room that was popular with law enforcement, listening to them discuss the ongoing investigation into the co-ed murders. His inside knowledge helped him stay ahead of detection. The police discussing their case with him never suspected that the gentle giant sitting at the bar was the killer they were hunting. The end came on Good Friday, April 20th, 1973. Kemper had been drinking and dwelling on his rage toward his mother. In the early morning hours, he entered her bedroom while she slept and bludgeoned her to death with a claw hammer. He then cut off her head, raped her severed head, and removed her larynx, trying to feed it down the garbage disposal, later saying it seemed appropriate, given how much she had yelled at him over the years. That evening, Kemper invited his mother's best friend, 59-year-old Sarah Taylor Hallett, over to the house. When Hallett arrived, Kemper strangled her. The next morning, he took his mother's car and drove east. After driving for hours, he stopped in Pueblo, Colorado, and called the Santa Cruz Police Department from a payphone, confessing to being the co-ed killer. The police initially didn't believe him. He had to call back multiple times before they finally sent officers to arrest him. During his interrogation and trial, Kemper was extraordinarily cooperative and articulate. He provided detailed descriptions of all his crimes. He told investigators that he killed the young women because he wanted them for myself, like possessions. The jury didn't buy his insanity defense. On November 8, 1973, they declared Kemper sane and guilty on all counts. Kemper requested the death penalty, asking specifically for death by torture. However, California had placed a moratorium on capital punishment. So instead, he received 7 years to life for each count, to be served concurrently. Kemper became an unusual prisoner, volunteering for psychological studies and interviews. His interviews with FBI profilers John Douglas and Robert Ressler became foundational material for the FBI's criminal profiling program. But Kemper's articulateness shouldn't be mistaken for remorse. He shows no genuine empathy for his victims. When asked how he felt when he saw a pretty girl after killing his mother, he replied, "One side of me says, I'd like to talk to her, date her. The other side says, I wonder how her head would look on a stick." Kemper has been denied parole multiple times. At his most recent hearing in 2024, he was found to remain a high risk to reoffend. He's now 76 years old, his massive frame diminished by age and health problems. Yet the parole board continues to determine that Edmund Kemper is still too dangerous to release. Part 4. Robert Hansen, the Butcher Baker. The frozen wilderness of Alaska seems like it should be a place of pristine beauty, far removed from the darkness of serial crime. But in the late 1970s and early 1980s, that wilderness became a hunting ground for a predator who took the concept literally. Robert Christian Hansen, known as the Butcher Baker, abducted at least 17 women from Anchorage, flew them to remote wilderness locations, released them, and hunted them like animals before killing them. Robert Hansen was born on February 15, 1939, in Estherville, Iowa. His childhood was marked by severe insecurity and social rejection. He suffered from terrible acne that left his face scarred. He wore thick glasses and had buck teeth. Worst of all, he had a severe stutter that became more pronounced when he was stressed. In the cruel social environment of 1950s schools, these characteristics made him a target for relentless bullying, particularly from girls. His father, Christian Hansen, was a Danish immigrant who owned a local bakery. He was demanding and sometimes harsh, expecting his son to work long hours in the bakery from a young age. Combined with constant rejection from his peers, this created in young Robert a deep well of rage and resentment, particularly directed at women. Unable to connect with people, Hansen found solace alone in the woods. He became an avid hunter and outdoorsman, spending hours tracking and killing animals. Hunting gave him a sense of control and power. These skills would later become tools for murder. Hansen's criminal behavior started early. In 1960, at age 21, he convinced a young bakery employee to help him burn down a school bus garage. His stated motivation was revenge against people he believed had wronged him. He was caught, convicted, and served less than 2 years of a 3-year sentence. After his release, Hansen married and in 1967 moved with his second wife to Anchorage, Alaska. In Alaska, Hansen finally found something approaching success. He opened a bakery in downtown Anchorage that became popular with locals. He was known as Bob the Baker, a quiet, unassuming man. He and his wife had 2 children. He set hunting records. Police officers frequented his bakery for coffee and donuts. By all outward appearances, Robert Hansen had built a respectable life. But beneath that surface, Hansen's rage had never diminished. In 1971, he was arrested twice, first for abducting and attempting to rape a housewife, and second for raping a sex worker. He pleaded no contest to assault with a deadly weapon, and the rape charge was dropped. He was sentenced to 5 years, but released to a halfway house after only 6 months. This light sentence was catastrophic. If Hansen had been kept in prison, at least 11 women would still be alive. The late 1970s saw massive changes in Anchorage. The Trans-Alaska Pipeline brought tens of thousands of workers, and with them came a boom in bars, strip clubs, and prostitution. This transient population created the perfect hunting ground for Hansen. Women would appear, work briefly, then disappear, and no one would notice. Alaska State Trooper Glenn Floth later explained that Hansen quickly learned which victims were safest to target. Sex workers and exotic dancers were less likely to be missed, less likely to be believed if they reported an assault. Hansen's method was straightforward. He would cruise downtown Anchorage looking for women working the streets. He would offer money for sex. Once the woman was in his car, he would pull a gun and drive her to his home. He had a soundproofed room in his basement where he would handcuff victims, rape them, and torture them. When he was done, he would drive them to his airplane hangar. This is where Hansen's crimes became truly unique. He was a skilled pilot with his own bush plane. He would fly victims to remote wilderness locations. Once there, Hansen would release the woman and give her a head start. Then he would hunt her with his hunting rifle or bow and arrow, tracking her through the wilderness. Most victims were killed quickly, shot down as they ran. After the kill, Hansen would leave the bodies where they fell. The Alaskan wilderness is vast. He believed it would hide his victims forever. For many years, he was right. Between 1971 and 1983, 17 women that we know of were murdered by Robert Hansen. The break came on June 13, 1983, when Cindy Paulson, a 17-year-old sex worker, was picked up while hitchhiking. She was half-naked, handcuffed, hysterical. She told police an almost unbelievable story about being abducted, chained in a basement, raped repeatedly, and taken to an airport. While her attacker was loading his plane, she had managed to escape. Paulson had seen the airplane and gotten its tail number. A security guard corroborated her story. The tail number led directly to Robert Hansen. When police questioned Hansen, he denied everything, claiming Paulson was lying. He had an alibi from a friend. Police initially found Hansen more credible than a teenage prostitute. But Detective Glenn Floth wasn't convinced. He and his team had been investigating the discovery of several women's bodies for years. Floth began looking more carefully at Hansen. He re-interviewed Hansen's friend, and the alibi fell apart. With the alibi cracked, investigators obtained a search warrant. What they found was damning. In the basement, they discovered the soundproof room. They found jewelry and personal items belonging to multiple women. They found a .223 caliber rifle that matched bullets found in victims. Most significantly, they found an aviation map hidden in Hansen's headboard. On this map, Hansen had marked more than 20 locations with tiny X's. When Floth compared the X's to known crime scenes, several matched exactly. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Hansen confessed. He admitted to killing 17 women over a 12-year period. He agreed to fly with investigators and point out where he had left bodies. In 1984, Alaska State Troopers discovered the remains of 8 women. Only 12 of his 17 admitted victims have ever been found. 5 women remain lost in the Alaskan wilderness. In February 1984, Robert Hansen pleaded guilty to 4 counts of murder in exchange for the state not pursuing all 17 charges. He was sentenced to 461 years in prison plus life without the possibility of parole. He died of natural causes on August 21, 2014, at age 75. Part 5. The Toy Box Killer, David Parker Ray. Some predators work quickly, killing their victims within hours. Others draw out the torture over days or weeks. David Parker Ray turned prolonged torture into a grotesque art form, holding victims captive in a specially modified trailer he called his toy box for months at a time. Operating from Elephant Butte, New Mexico, Ray kidnapped, raped, and tortured an unknown number of women from the mid-1980s through 1999. He was suspected by authorities and his accomplices of murdering up to 60 of his victims, though no bodies were ever definitively recovered, preventing murder charges. David Parker Ray was born on November 6, 1939, in Belen, New Mexico. His parents abandoned him at a young age, and he was raised by his grandparents. His grandmother reportedly suffered from undiagnosed mental illness and had strange beliefs about David, thinking he was the reincarnation of her deceased son. She raised him in a heavily conservative and sheltered environment. David's father, when he was present, was an alcoholic and violent man who exposed young David to pornography depicting sadism and masochism. In high school, Ray was bullied for his shyness around girls, leading him to abuse alcohol and other substances. His sadistic sexual fantasies developed during his teenage years. His sister Peggy found some of his disturbing material and became alarmed, causing distance between the siblings. Ray served in the Army and received an honorable discharge. He worked as a mechanic throughout his adult life, eventually taking a job as a maintenance man for New Mexico State Parks. This position gave him access to Elephant Butte Lake and the surrounding area, which would later become crucial for disposing of evidence. Ray married 4 times, each marriage ending in divorce. He had 2 daughters. Around 1993, Ray met Cindy Hendy while she was performing community service at Elephant Butte State Park where he worked. They became romantically involved and quickly bonded over shared violent fantasies. Hendy would become Ray's primary accomplice, actively participating in the abduction and torture of multiple victims. Ray's obsession was creating the perfect torture chamber. He purchased a large cargo trailer and spent years and approximately $100,000 converting it into what he called his toy box. He soundproofed the interior, installed elaborate locks and restraints, and filled it with an extensive collection of torture implements: whips, chains, pulleys, straps, clamps, surgical instruments, electric shock devices, and various sexual devices. The centerpiece was a gynecological examination table to which he would strap his victims. A mirror was mounted on the ceiling above the table so victims could see what was being done to them. Ray constructed elaborate contraptions, including a fur-lined coffin and makeshift pillories to restrain captives. He even rigged the trailer with pulleys and mechanisms that would force victims into specific positions. One of the most disturbing aspects of Ray's crimes was his use of audio tapes. He recorded a lengthy tape specifically to play for victims when they first regained consciousness in the toy box. The tape, which ran approximately 30 minutes, explained to victims that they had been abducted, that they were now his sex slaves, that resistance was futile, and that they would be held captive for an extended period. The tape detailed the various tortures they would endure and explained that he would eventually drug them with powerful amnesiacs and release them, making it impossible for them to remember or report what had happened. According to accomplice Cindy Hendy's testimony, Ray would kidnap 4 or 5 women per year, holding each for approximately 2 to 3 months. During their captivity, victims would be repeatedly raped and tortured, sometimes multiple times per day. Ray would invite friends to participate. He even trained his dog to rape victims. He photographed and videotaped the assaults, creating an extensive library of his crimes. The victims Ray targeted were carefully selected. He primarily chose sex workers, drug addicts, and transient women who were less likely to be missed or believed if they reported crimes. He would approach them at bars near Elephant Butte, particularly a place called the Blue Waters Saloon, offering them money, drugs, or other inducements to come with him. Ray's daughter, Glenda Jean Jessie Ray, was involved in some of the abductions, using her presence to make potential victims feel safer. Another accomplice, Dennis Roy Yancey, participated in at least one murder. In July 1997, Yancey strangled 22-year-old Sylvia Marie Parker to death under Ray's orders. Yancey initially helped dispose of the body, but later led police to the location. However, when they returned, the body had been moved. Police suspect Ray came back to relocate it, fearing Yancey might eventually confess. On March 22, 1999, Ray made a critical mistake. He and Hendy abducted Cynthia Vigil, a 22-year-old sex worker. For 3 days, Vigil was held captive in the toy box, subjected to repeated sexual assault and torture. On the 3rd day, while Ray was at work, Vigil managed to convince Hendy to come close enough that she could grab the keys. When Hendy struck her with a lamp, Vigil fought back, stabbing Hendy in the neck with an ice pick from the floor. She unlocked her chains and fled. Vigil ran naked except for a dog collar and chains still attached to her body. She ran to a mobile home whose owner immediately let her in and called 911. Police had already been alerted because a 911 call had been made from Ray's property but been interrupted. When officers arrived at Ray's home, they discovered the toy box trailer. Inside the trailer, investigators found overwhelming evidence: the restraints, torture implements, videos, and photographs showing victims being tortured, and the audio tape Ray played for his captives. They found items belonging to multiple women, including jewelry and identification. Detailed diagrams showing methods of inflicting pain were mounted on the walls. When Ray was arrested, he initially maintained he had done nothing wrong, claiming everything was consensual. But as more victims came forward, including Angelica Montano and Kelly Garrett, who recognized themselves in photographs recovered from the trailer, the evidence became overwhelming. Cindy Hendy agreed to testify against Ray in exchange for a plea deal. She received a 36-year sentence. Jessie Ray was charged with kidnapping and criminal sexual penetration. She pleaded no contest and received a 30-month sentence. Dennis Roy Yancey pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in the death of Marie Parker and received a prison sentence. Ray's trial was complex and lengthy. Judges ruled that cases involving different victims would be tried separately. In 2001, Ray was convicted on multiple counts of kidnapping and sexual assault involving Cynthia Vigil and was sentenced to 224 years in prison. Before additional trials could proceed, Ray suffered a fatal heart attack. On May 28, 2002, David Parker Ray died at age 62 while in custody at the Lee County Correctional Facility in Hobbs, New Mexico. He was scheduled to be interrogated by state police about additional victims when he died. With his death, the case became largely unsolvable. No bodies were ever recovered. No victims beyond the few who came forward were definitively identified. The FBI believes Ray's victim count could be as high as 60 women over nearly 50 years, but without bodies or additional victim identification, the true scope of his crimes will never be known. In 2011, the FBI released hundreds of photographs of jewelry, clothing, and personal items recovered from Ray's property, hoping the public could help identify owners. To date, most items remain unclaimed, representing unknown victims whose families may never know what happened to them. Part 6. Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. While the predators we've examined so far operated with careful planning and specific victim selection, Richard Ramirez was chaos incarnate. Between April 1984 and August 1985, Ramirez terrorized California in a crime spree so random, so violent, and so varied in its methods that investigators initially didn't believe all the crimes could be committed by one person. He murdered at least 14 people, sexually assaulted dozens, and burglarized countless homes. His victims ranged from children to elderly women, from wealthy neighborhoods to poor ones, killed by guns, knives, blunt force trauma, or strangulation. He became known as the Night Stalker, a name that perfectly captured the terror he inspired. Ricardo Leyva Muoz Ramirez was born on February 29, 1960, in El Paso, Texas, the youngest of 5 children born to Mexican immigrant parents. His father, Julian Ramirez, was a former Mexican policeman who worked on the Santa Fe Railroad. His mother, Mercedes, was a devout Catholic. From the outside, the family appeared working class, but stable. The reality was darker. Julian Ramirez was physically abusive to his children, subjecting them to frequent beatings. Richard witnessed and experienced this violence throughout his childhood, but perhaps the most damaging influence on young Richard was his older cousin, Miguel Mike Ramirez. Mike was a Vietnam War veteran who had been awarded the Purple Heart. He also suffered from severe PTSD and likely had schizophrenia. When Richard was around 12 years old, Mike began sharing stories about his time in Vietnam, but these weren't typical war stories. Mike boasted about the war crimes he had committed, particularly violent sexual assaults against Vietnamese women. He showed Richard photographs of women he claimed to have raped, tortured, and killed. Some photographs showed Mike posing with severed heads. This exposure to graphic violence and sexual sadism at such a young age had a profound impact on Richard's developing psyche. He began to idolize his cousin, to see Mike's violence as something powerful and admirable. On May 4, 1973, Richard witnessed Mike shoot his wife Jessie in the face during an argument, killing her. Mike was found not guilty by reason of insanity and sent to a mental hospital, from which he was released after just a few years. After witnessing the murder, Richard moved in with his sister Ruth and her husband Roberto. But Roberto was a peeping Tom who would prowl neighborhoods at night looking in windows. He took young Richard along on these voyeuristic excursions, further normalizing criminal behavior in Richard's mind. By his early teens, Richard was heavily involved in drugs, particularly marijuana, LSD, and PCP. He began engaging in petty theft to support his habits. He dropped out of high school and took a job at a Holiday Inn, where he used his access to steal from guests. He molested children in the hotel elevator and attempted to rape a woman in her room before being caught by her husband and fired. Ramirez's obsession with Satanism began in his teenage years. He and his friend Tom developed an intense interest in the occult, in heavy metal music with satanic themes, particularly AC/DC's album Highway to Hell. Ramirez believed that Satan was a real entity who gave him power and protected him. This belief would become central to his crimes and his public persona. Ramirez's first known murder occurred on April 10, 1984, when he broke into the San Francisco hotel where he was living and raped and murdered 9-year-old Mei Leung in the basement. He stabbed her to death and hung her body from a pipe. This murder wasn't connected to his later crimes until 2009, when DNA evidence linked him to the scene. On June 28, 1984, Ramirez committed what was long thought to be his first murder. He broke into the Glassell Park apartment of 79-year-old Jenny Vinco. He stabbed her repeatedly, slashed her throat so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and sexually assaulted her corpse. A fingerprint was found on a window screen, but computerized fingerprint databases didn't exist yet, so the print couldn't be matched. After the Vinco murder, Ramirez apparently didn't kill again for 8 months, but in March 1985, he resumed with a vengeance. On March 17th, he shot and killed 34-year-old Dele Okazaki and shot Maria Hernandez, who survived when the bullet ricocheted off her keys. Within an hour, he murdered 30-year-old Tsai Lian Veronica Yu in Monterey Park. 10 days later, on March 27th, Ramirez murdered 64-year-old Vincent Zazara and his 44-year-old wife Maxine in their home. He shot Vincent first, then brutally assaulted Maxine before stabbing her multiple times. He gouged out her eyes, a level of savagery that shocked investigators. At the scene, he left distinctive Avia sneaker prints and drew a pentagram on the wall. The attacks escalated in frequency and brutality. In May, Ramirez killed 84-year-old William Doi and raped his wife, Lillian, who survived. At the end of May, he beat 2 elderly sisters, Mabel Bell and Florence Lang, with a hammer so severely that it cracked the handle. He drew a pentagram on Mabel's inner thigh. Mabel died from her injuries, but Florence survived. In late June, Ramirez broke into the home of 6-year-old Anastasia Hronas and abducted her, molesting her before releasing her. The following night, he slit the throat of 32-year-old Patty Elaine Higgins, killing her. July 1985 was particularly horrific. On July 2nd, Ramirez killed 75-year-old Mary Louise Cannon by beating her to death. On July 5th, he killed 16-year-old Whitney Bennett by beating her with a tire iron, though she miraculously survived. On July 7th, he killed 61-year-old Joyce Lucille Nelson and 63-year-old Sophie Dickman, who he sexually assaulted. On July 20th, he killed 66-year-old Maxon Kneiding, 64-year-old Layla Kneiding, and 32-year-old Chinarong Kovananth, also sexually assaulting Kovananth's wife. Throughout all these attacks, Ramirez would often force victims to swear on Satan that they weren't hiding valuables. He would tell surviving victims to tell them the Night Stalker was here. He seemed to crave notoriety, wanting his crimes recognized. The investigation was massive. Los Angeles assembled a task force, and the FBI stepped in to assist. But Ramirez was frustratingly difficult to profile. His victims had no common characteristics. They were men, women, children, elderly, young, Asian, white, Latino, rich, poor. He used guns, knives, blunt objects, strangulation. Sometimes he committed burglary without violence. Sometimes he sexually assaulted. Sometimes he killed quickly. Sometimes he tortured victims for hours. The breakthrough came from fingerprint technology. One of Ramirez's fingerprints from a crime scene was run through a newly computerized system and matched to his records. On August 30th, 1985, Ramirez's name and photograph were released to the media. The next day, August 31st, Ramirez was in East Los Angeles when someone recognized him from the newspaper. Ramirez tried to flee, attempting to steal a car, when the car's owner and neighbors realized who he was. They chased him down. A crowd formed, beating Ramirez until police arrived and rescued him from the mob. He was arrested, bruised and bloody, but alive. Ramirez's trial began in July 1988. Throughout the proceedings, he displayed no remorse. He would hold up his palm, showing a pentagram he had drawn there, and shout, "Hail Satan," to the courtroom. He smiled and laughed when gruesome crime scene photos were shown. When asked why he hurt and killed his victims, he simply smiled and said, "No comment." On September 20th, 1989, Richard Ramirez was convicted of 13 counts of murder, 5 attempted murders, 11 sexual assaults, and 14 burglaries. He was sentenced to death. The judge stated that his crimes showed cruelty, callousness, and viciousness beyond any human understanding. Ramirez's response was big deal. Death always went with the territory. Ramirez spent over 23 years on death row at San Quentin State Prison. During this time, he married Doreen Lioy, a magazine editor who became obsessed with him. He received thousands of letters from admirers, a disturbing phenomenon where serial killers attract fans. In June 2013, Ramirez was diagnosed with B-cell lymphoma. He died on June 7, 2013, at age 53, having never been executed. Conclusion: understanding the unseen. We've journeyed through 6 cases tonight, each representing a different manifestation of the same underlying pathology: the need to dominate, control, and destroy other human beings for psychological gratification. Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris, finding in each other permission to enact their worst impulses. Leonard Lake and Charles Ng, building a survivalist torture compound where they enslaved and murdered entire families. Edmund Kemper, using his exceptional intelligence to understand his own pathology without being able to control it. Robert Hansen, using the Alaskan wilderness as his personal hunting ground. David Parker Ray, creating an elaborate torture chamber where victims were held for months. Richard Ramirez, embodying chaos and randomness, striking terror into an entire state. What connects these cases beyond their horror? Childhood trauma appears in every single case. Whitaker and Norris both experienced rejection and abuse. Lake witnessed family dysfunction and developed apocalyptic paranoia. Ng suffered severe physical abuse from his father. Kemper endured relentless emotional abuse from his mother. Hansen was bullied mercilessly for his appearance and stutter. Ramirez was exposed to graphic violence and war crimes by his cousin. The common thread is a fundamental warping of normal empathy and attachment. High intelligence is another common factor. Whitaker, Lake, Kemper, Hansen, and Ray all demonstrated above-average intelligence. They used their cognitive abilities not to contribute to society, but to more effectively prey upon it. They planned carefully, avoided detection for years, and manipulated those around them. The targeting of vulnerable victims appears repeatedly. Hansen explicitly chose sex workers and dancers. Lake and Ng targeted families who could be isolated. Ray chose transient women and sex workers. These predators understood that society cares less about certain victims, that investigations into their disappearances would be less thorough. Geographic factors played significant roles. Hansen used Alaska's vast wilderness. Lake and Ng used a remote mountain cabin. Ray operated from an isolated trailer in the New Mexico desert. Location wasn't just where they killed, it was part of their strategy. The ability to appear normal, to maintain a mask of sanity, is perhaps the most disturbing common trait. They were a bakery owner, a survivalist, a friendly giant, a park maintenance worker. They held jobs, maintained relationships, and convinced everyone around them that they were ordinary, harmless, maybe even admirable. These cases changed how we approach serial crime. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit was developed largely in response to cases like these. John Douglas and Robert Ressler's interviews with incarcerated killers, including Kemper, formed the foundation of modern criminal profiling. But we must also acknowledge the failures these cases represent. Warning signs were missed. Early crimes weren't pursued aggressively. Marginalized victims weren't taken seriously. Mental health interventions were inadequate. Parole decisions were catastrophically wrong. For survivors of these crimes, life after trauma is an ongoing struggle. For families of victims, particularly those whose loved ones' bodies were never recovered, the pain never fully resolves. 5 of Hansen's victims remain lost in the Alaskan wilderness. 2 of Lake and Ng's victims have never been found. Most of Ray's suspected victims have never been identified. The broader societal impact includes how we think about safety and trust. Teaching children about stranger danger, encouraging people to trust their instincts, promoting self-defense education. These are all responses to the reality that predators walk among us. We must be careful in how we consume and discuss these stories. True crime is a legitimate field of study with educational value. Understanding these cases helps us recognize warning signs, protect ourselves and others, support survivors, and advocate for justice. But we must never lose sight of the human cost. The question of rehabilitation remains contentious. Can individuals who have committed such extreme violence ever be truly rehabilitated? Current research suggests that psychopathy, particularly when combined with severe violence, has a very poor prognosis. This is why risk assessment in parole decisions is so crucial. Looking forward, there are reasons for cautious optimism. Advances in forensic science, particularly DNA analysis and digital forensics, make it harder for killers to avoid detection. Improved criminal databases allow cross-referencing of crimes across jurisdictions. Better understanding of psychological risk factors allows earlier intervention. But we must also acknowledge uncomfortable truths. Evil exists. Not everyone who experiences childhood trauma becomes violent. At some point, these individuals made choices. They chose to act on their darkest impulses rather than seeking help. Personal responsibility matters, even in the context of understanding psychological and environmental factors. The unseen predator walks among us. He might be the helpful neighbor, the successful businessman, the friendly baker, the maintenance worker. He's learned to mimic normalcy, but beneath the mask is something broken and dangerous. The key to protection is awareness, without paranoia, caution without fear, and recognition that intuition exists for a reason. We remember the victims tonight: Cindy Schaefer, Andrea Hall, Jacqueline Gilliam, Jacqueline Lamp, Shirley Ledford, Charles Gunner, Donald Lake, Harvey Dubbs, Deborah Dubbs, Baby Sean Dubbs, Lonnie Bond, Brenda O'Connor, Lonnie Bond Jr., Robin Stapley, and others whose names we may never know. The 17 women murdered by Robert Hansen, only 12 of whom have been identified: Mary Ann Pesce, Anita Luchessa, Aiko Koo, Cindy Scholl, Rosalind Thorpe, Alice Liu, Clarnell Kemper, Sarah Hallett, Marie Parker, and the many unidentified victims of David Parker Ray: Mei Leung, Jenny Vinko, Daily Okazaki, Tsai Lian Yu, Vincent Zazara, Maxine Zazara, William Doi, Mabel Bell, Patty Higgins, Mary Cannon, Joyce Nelson, Sophie Dickman, Maxon Niding, Layla Niding, Chainarong Kovananth. These were daughters and sons, mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, friends and loved ones. They had dreams and plans and futures that were stolen. We honor them by learning from these tragedies, by working to prevent future ones, and by refusing to forget that these were real people whose lives mattered. Thank you for taking this difficult journey with me tonight. I know these cases are disturbing and emotionally challenging, but understanding them is important. It helps us recognize warning signs, protect ourselves and others, support survivors, and advocate for justice. If you or someone you know has been affected by violent crime, please reach out to victim support services in your area. You're not alone, and help is available. If you found this exploration valuable, please consider subscribing to the channel. Your support helps me continue producing detailed true crime content that honors victims while educating viewers. Leave a comment sharing your thoughts on these cases or any cases you would like to see covered in the future. Together, by shining light into the darkest corners, we make it harder for predators to remain unseen. Awareness is our best defense. Stay safe out there. The Gilgo Beach Murders, a decade-long hunt for Long Island's serial killer. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're diving into one of the most complex and haunting serial killer cases in recent American history. This is the story of the Gilgo Beach murders, a case that spans more than 3 decades, involves at least 11 victims, and took investigators over 13 years to make an arrest. It's a story about vulnerable women whose lives were tragically cut short, about a community living in fear, and about how modern forensic technology and dogged police work finally brought answers to families who had waited far too long for justice. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's explore this deeply troubling case together. The discovery, December 2010. The story of the Gilgo Beach murders begins, oddly enough, with a different case entirely. On a cold December morning in 2010, Suffolk County Police Officer John Mallia and his cadaver dog Blue were searching the thick brush along Ocean Parkway on Long Island's South Shore. They weren't looking for the remains that would make international headlines. They were searching for Shannon Gilbert, a 24-year-old woman from New Jersey who had vanished 7 months earlier after making a frantic 22-minute call to emergency services. Ocean Parkway is a desolate stretch of road that runs along the barrier beaches of Long Island's southern coast. It's a place where the Atlantic Ocean meets marshland and dense, almost impenetrable brush. The vegetation grows thick and wild here, creating a natural screen that had for years concealed secrets that would shock the nation. On December 11, 2010, Officer Mallia and Blue were moving slowly along the north side of Ocean Parkway, staying close to the shoulder as they searched. Despite a light dusting of snow and vegetation so thick it seemed impossible to penetrate, Blue suddenly alerted to a scent. The dog led Mallia to a skeleton wrapped in disintegrating burlap. The remains would later be identified as those of Melissa Barthelemy, a 24-year-old woman who had disappeared more than a year earlier. But this was just the beginning. Over the next 2 days, as investigators combed through the area with renewed intensity, they would make 3 more grim discoveries. Within a quarter-mile stretch of that lonely highway, they found the remains of 3 more women, all wrapped in burlap, all positioned within 500 feet of each other. These 4 victims would become known as the Gilgo Four, and their deaths would launch one of the most extensive and frustrating serial killer investigations in Long Island history. The Gilgo Four were Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Lynn Costello. Each of these women had advertised escort services on Craigslist. Each had disappeared between 2007 and 2010, and each had been found in remarkably similar circumstances, their bodies bound and wrapped in burlap sacks hidden in the dense underbrush just off a public highway. The similarities between the cases were immediately striking to investigators. All 4 women were relatively petite, standing between 4 feet 10 inches and 5 feet tall. All 4 had worked as escorts. All 4 had vanished after arranging meetings with clients, and all 4 had been disposed of in the same manner, their bodies carefully concealed but positioned close enough together to suggest a single perpetrator. As the investigation expanded in the spring of 2011, the scope of the horror became even more apparent. Between March and April of that year, investigators discovered 6 additional sets of remains along Ocean Parkway and in nearby areas. These discoveries included partial remains of women whose bodies had been found years earlier in other locations, an unidentified Asian male dressed in women's clothing, and the remains of a female toddler who would later be connected through DNA to one of the adult victims. In total, the remains of 11 people would be found in the area. Some had been there for more than a decade. Some appeared to be the victims of the same killer responsible for the Gilgo Four. Others seemed to represent different cases entirely, suggesting the possibility that this remote stretch of Long Island had been used as a dumping ground by multiple killers over many years. The question that haunted investigators and the public alike was simple but terrifying. Who was responsible for these murders? And more urgently, were they still active? For more than a decade, those questions would remain unanswered. The case would become one of the most high-profile, unsolved serial killer investigations in the country, spawning documentaries, books, and endless speculation. Families of the victims would wait years for answers, their grief compounded by the frustration of watching leads go cold and years pass without an arrest. Then, in July of 2023, everything changed. Police arrested Rex Heuermann, a 59-year-old architect from Massapequa Park, Long Island, charging him with the murders of 3 of the Gilgo Four. The arrest would shock Heuermann's neighbors, who knew him as a quiet, if somewhat odd, family man. It would bring a measure of closure to families who had waited more than a decade for justice, and it would reveal the story of an investigation that had combined old-fashioned police work with cutting-edge forensic technology to finally identify a suspect. But even with Heuermann's arrest, questions remain. He has been charged with 7 murders as of December 2024, but investigators believe he may be responsible for more. The full story of what happened along that desolate stretch of Ocean Parkway may never be completely known. This is the story of the Gilgo Beach murders. It's a story about the victims whose lives were tragically cut short, about the investigators who refused to give up even when leads went cold, and about how modern forensic science helped solve a case that had seemed unsolvable for more than 13 years. The Gilgo Four, lives cut short. To understand the Gilgo Beach case, we need to understand who these women were. They weren't just statistics or case files, they were daughters, sisters, mothers, and friends. Each had dreams and struggles, each had people who loved them, and each deserved so much better than the fate that befell them. Maureen Brainard Barnes, the first victim. Maureen Brainard Barnes was 25 years old when she disappeared on July 9, 2007. She was a mother of 2 young children and lived in Norwich, Connecticut. Like many single mothers, Maureen struggled financially, working seasonal jobs and doing whatever she could to provide for her family. When those legitimate options weren't enough, she had turned to sex work, traveling periodically to Manhattan to work as an escort. Maureen was petite, standing just 4 feet 11 inches tall, with a warm smile that her family remembers fondly. She would typically take an Amtrak train from New London, Connecticut, to Grand Central Terminal in Manhattan, where she would check into one of several hotels she regularly used. She would stay for a few days, advertise her services on websites like Craigslist and Backpage under the names Juliana or Marie, and then return home to her children. On July 6, 2007, Maureen made what would be her final trip to Manhattan. She checked into the Super 8 Motel at 59 West 46th Street in Midtown. She had been in contact with friends and family, and everything seemed normal. On July 9th, she called a friend in Connecticut and mentioned that she had an out call, meaning she was meeting a client at a location outside the hotel. That was the last time anyone heard from Maureen. Her friend reported her missing to the Norwich Police Department on July 14th, when Maureen failed to return home or make contact. The NYPD assisted with the investigation, eventually taking it over entirely as weeks turned into months, with no sign of Maureen. Her remains would be found on December 13th, 2010, more than 3 years after her disappearance, making her the first of the Gilgo Four to vanish, but one of the last to be discovered. She was found on the north side of Ocean Parkway, wrapped in burlap, positioned among the 3 other victims whose discoveries would follow within hours. Maureen left behind 2 children and family members who would spend years searching for answers about what happened. When Rex Heuermann was finally arrested in July 2023, her family was among those who publicly expressed both relief that an arrest had been made and continued grief over a loss that could never be undone. Maureen's daughter, Nicolette Brainard Barnes, was only 7 years old when her mother disappeared. Years later, she would speak publicly about how her mother's murder changed the trajectory of her entire life, robbing her of the chance to know who her mother would have become and depriving her of the normal childhood she deserved. Melissa Barthelemy, taunting phone calls. Melissa Barthelemy was 24 years old when she vanished on July 12, 2009. She lived in a basement apartment on Underhill Avenue in the Bronx, New York, and like the other victims, she worked as an escort, advertising her services on websites including Adult Friend Finder. At 4 feet 10 inches tall, Melissa was petite and vulnerable looking, though friends described her as having a strong personality and determination. She had moved to New York City from Buffalo with dreams of making a better life for herself. When those dreams proved harder to realize than she'd hoped, she turned to sex work to make ends meet. The night of July 12, 2009, Melissa told a friend she was going to meet a client on Long Island and would return the next morning. Cell phone records would later show that she traveled from the Bronx to Manhattan, most likely by taxi, before heading east toward Long Island. After that night, she was never seen again. Her mother reported her missing on July 18th, but what happened next would add an especially cruel dimension to the case. About a week after Melissa disappeared, her younger sister, then just 15 years old, began receiving phone calls from someone using Melissa's cell phone. The caller, a man, taunted the teenage girl, making crude sexual comments and boasting that he had killed Melissa. These calls would come in a total of 7 times between July and August 2009. The caller would ask the teenager if she was a prostitute, like her sister, make obscene sexual remarks, and laugh at the family's anguish. Police were able to trace some of these calls, determining that they were made from areas near Times Square and Madison Square Garden in Manhattan, as well as from Massapequa, Long Island, the area where Rex Heuermann lived. The phone calls stopped after approximately a month, but the psychological damage to Melissa's family was immense. Her little sister had to live with the knowledge that the man who had killed her sibling had taken pleasure in tormenting her, had derived some sick satisfaction from hearing the fear and grief in her voice. Melissa's remains were found on December 11, 2010, the first of the Gilgo Four to be discovered. She had been dead for more than a year, her body wrapped in burlap and hidden in the thick brush along Ocean Parkway, within sight of the highway, but concealed well enough that dozens of cars had likely passed by every day without anyone noticing what lay just feet away. The phone calls to Melissa's sister would become a crucial piece of evidence in the eventual case against Rex Heuermann. Family members who heard recordings of the calls later reported believing they recognized Heuermann's voice in a YouTube interview that surfaced after his arrest, though voice identification has not been forensically confirmed in court. Megan Waterman, a young mother. Megan Waterman was just 22 years old when she disappeared on June 6, 2010. Originally from Maine, Megan had a 3-year-old daughter whom she loved deeply. Friends and family said that despite her struggles, Megan was devoted to her child and would call regularly to check in, even when she was away working. Like the other victims, Megan worked as an escort, advertising on the same websites and platforms the others had used. On the evening of June 6th, she was staying at a Holiday Inn Express in Hauppauge, Long Island. Surveillance video would later show her leaving the hotel, presumably to meet a client. She was never seen alive again. Her family reported her missing on June 8, 2010, when she failed to call and check in on her daughter, as she always did. Her family knew immediately that something was terribly wrong. Megan would never have gone this long without contacting her little girl. Megan's disappearance came just a month after Shannan Gilbert's frantic call for help had set in motion the search that would eventually reveal the Gilgo 4. Tragically, Megan vanished during the very period when police were beginning to search for Shannan, unaware that multiple serial predators might be hunting in the same area. Her remains would be found on December 13, 2010, wrapped in burlap like the others, positioned within that horrifying quarter-mile radius where all 4 women had been left. Cell phone records would later show that Megan's phone had traveled to Massapequa Park, with the last known location pinging in that area around 3 in the morning on June 6th, shortly before she disappeared. Prosecutors would later allege that DNA evidence connected Rex Heuermann directly to Megan's murder. A male hair found on the burlap that wrapped her body would be tested using advanced DNA technology, yielding results that prosecutors said were a 99.96% match to Heuermann's DNA profile. Megan's daughter was too young at the time to fully understand what had happened to her mother, but as she's grown older, she's had to grapple with the loss and the knowledge that her mother was taken from her by violence. Victims' rights attorney Gloria Allred, who has represented several of the families, has spoken about the long-lasting trauma inflicted not just on the direct victims, but on the children, siblings, and parents left behind. Amber Lynn Costello, the last of the 4. Amber Lynn Costello was 27 years old when she vanished on September 2, 2010. She lived at 1112 America Avenue in West Babylon, Long Island, sharing a home with 2 men and another woman, all of whom struggled with heroin addiction. Amber, who stood just 4 feet 11 inches tall, worked as an escort to support her addiction and help her roommates do the same. Despite her struggles, people who knew Amber described her as kind and caring. She had multiple tattoos, including one that read "Chaos" on her neck, a butterfly on her lower back, and the name Margaret on her leg. These tattoos would later help investigators identify her remains. On the evening of September the 2nd, Amber arranged to meet a client who would be picking her up from her home. Her roommate, Dave Schuller, later told police that he had seen Amber get into a vehicle driven by a large man he described as looking like an ogre. The man was driving a dark green first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche, a distinctive pickup truck with a unique design. Schuller's description would prove crucial years later when investigators were trying to piece together the identity of the killer. The vehicle he described was relatively uncommon, and the physical description he gave of a very large man, over 6 feet 4 inches tall, with dark bushy hair and large oval-style glasses from the 1970s era, matched Rex Heuermann almost perfectly. Amber never returned home that night. Her roommates, despite their own issues, reported her missing when they realized something was wrong. They knew Amber's routine, knew she would always come back, or at least call to check in. When she didn't, they knew to worry. Her remains were found on December 13, 2010, the same day as Megan Waterman's and Maureen Brainerd Barnes's remains were discovered. Like the others, she was wrapped in burlap, positioned within that narrow stretch of Ocean Parkway that would become synonymous with horror. DNA evidence would later connect Rex Heuermann to Amber's murder as well. Hairs recovered from her body would be tested and compared to DNA samples obtained from Heuermann's family members, yielding matches that prosecutors argued could only be explained by Heuermann's direct contact with the victims. All four of these women shared striking similarities. They were all petite, all in their 20s, all worked as escorts, all advertised online, and all had contacted their killer through those advertisements. They all vanished while meeting clients in the Long Island area, and they were all found in the same manner, their bodies bound and wrapped in burlap, hidden but not so well hidden that they couldn't eventually be found. The question that hung over the investigation for years was, who had done this? Who had targeted these women specifically, and why? Beyond the Gilgo Four, the other victims. While the Gilgo Four captured the most attention, they weren't the only victims whose remains were found along Ocean Parkway and in nearby areas during the expanded search. Between March and April of 2011, as police continued searching for Shannan Gilbert, they made a series of additional discoveries that both complicated the investigation and suggested the possibility that multiple killers might have been operating in the area. Jessica Taylor, a body in two places. Jessica Taylor was 20 years old and living in Manhattan when she disappeared on July 21, 2003. She worked as an escort in New York City, advertising her services online like many of the other victims. Her disappearance initially generated little attention, one more missing person in a city where people vanished with disturbing regularity. On July 26, 2003, just 5 days after her disappearance, a hunter's dog discovered her remains in a wooded area in Manorville, Long Island, approximately 45 miles east of Gilgo Beach. But what was found was not a complete body. Jessica's torso had been discovered atop a pile of scrap wood at the end of a paved access road. Her head, arms, and legs were missing. A tattoo on her torso had been mutilated with a sharp instrument, apparently in an attempt to make identification more difficult. Plastic sheeting was found underneath the torso, and the dismemberment showed signs of being done with skill, suggesting the killer had some knowledge of anatomy, or at least had planned the disposal carefully. The mutilation of the tattoo was particularly chilling, suggesting a killer who was thinking ahead about how investigators might identify the victim. For years, Jessica Taylor remained a mystery, a partial Jane Doe whose identity wasn't confirmed until later. Then, on March 29, 2011, during the expanded search for Shannan Gilbert, investigators made a startling discovery. They found additional remains along Ocean Parkway, about 3 miles east of where the Gilgo Four had been found. These remains included a skull, forearm, and hands. DNA testing would confirm that these remains also belonged to Jessica Taylor. The discovery meant that Jessica's killer had disposed of different parts of her body in 2 different locations, both in the Manaville area and along Ocean Parkway, separated by dozens of miles and kept separated for years. This pattern of disposal suggested a killer who was familiar with both areas, who had the means to travel between them, and who had the composure to carefully plan where different parts of a victim's body would be hidden. In June 2024, more than 20 years after her murder, Rex Heuermann was charged with Jessica Taylor's death. Prosecutors presented DNA evidence linking him to the crime, including a hair found on a drape underneath her torso that matched Heuermann's genetic profile. They also revealed that searches on Heuermann's computer included content about bondage and dismemberment that, they argued, was consistent with the manner in which Jessica's body had been found. Valerie Mack, another dismemberment. Valerie Mack, who sometimes used the alias Melissa Taylor, was 24 years old when she disappeared in 2000. She had been working as an escort in Philadelphia when she vanished, leaving behind a young son and family who had no idea what had happened to her. In September 2000, hunters with a dog discovered partial human remains in a wooded area of Manaville, in the same general area where Jessica Taylor's torso would be found 3 years later. The remains were wrapped in garbage bags and secured with duct tape. Like Jessica Taylor's remains, what was found was not a complete body. Valerie's head, hands, and right foot were missing, apparently removed to make identification more difficult. For 20 years, these remains remained unidentified. The case grew cold, and Valerie Mack became another Jane Doe, another number in an overburdened missing persons system that struggles to identify and solve cases involving society's most vulnerable members. Then, in April 2011, during that same expanded search that had revealed Jessica Taylor's additional remains, investigators found more human remains east of Gilgo Beach. These included a skull, hands, and right foot. DNA testing would eventually confirm that these remains also belonged to Valerie Mack, the woman whose partial body had been found more than a decade earlier in Manaville. It took until May 2020, another 9 years, for investigators to finally identify Valerie Mack. They accomplished this by using genetic genealogy, a relatively new forensic technique that compares DNA from unidentified remains to DNA uploaded to genealogy databases by people researching their family trees. Through this method, investigators were able to develop a family tree and eventually identify Valerie Mack, finally giving a name to a woman who had been missing for 2 decades. In December 2024, Rex Heuermann was charged with Valerie Mack's murder. The evidence against him included DNA found on her remains that matched members of his family, as well as similarities in the method of dismemberment and disposal that connected her case to Jessica Taylor's. The similarities between how Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack were killed and disposed of are striking. Both were dismembered, with their heads, hands, and feet removed. Both had their torsos initially found in Manaville. Both had additional remains discovered years later along Ocean Parkway. Both appeared to have been killed by someone who wanted to make identification difficult, but who couldn't completely conceal what they had done. Sandra Castilla, the earliest known victim. On November 20th, 1993, 2 hunters discovered the body of Sandra Castilla in a wooded area near North Sea, a hamlet in Southampton, on the eastern end of Long Island. Sandra was 28 years old at the time of her death and had been living in New York City. Unlike the other victims, Sandra's body was found relatively intact and relatively soon after her disappearance. She had last been seen on November 19, 1993, just one day before her body was discovered. But despite the quick discovery, her case went cold. No arrests were made, and over the years, investigators believed she might have been killed by a different serial killer named John Bittrolff, who was convicted in 2017 of murdering 2 other women on Long Island. For decades, Sandra Costilla's murder seemed to be a separate case, unrelated to the Gilgo Beach killings. Then, in June 2024, everything changed. Using advanced DNA testing, investigators re-examined evidence from Sandra's case and determined that hair found at the crime scene matched Rex Heuermann's DNA profile. The discovery was stunning. It meant that if Heuermann was indeed Sandra's killer, he had been hunting for more than 3 decades, far longer than anyone had previously suspected. It pushed the timeline of the Gilgo Beach case back to the early 1990s, suggesting that Heuermann had been perfecting his methods, learning how to hunt and kill, for years before the murders that would eventually lead to his arrest. Prosecutors revealed that Sandra had been found with a tattoo that had been mutilated, similar to what had been done to Jessica Taylor. They also noted that DNA evidence and the method of killing connected her case to the other murders Heuermann was charged with. Karen Vergata, identified after decades. Karen Vergata was 34 years old when she disappeared in February 1996. She had been living in New York City and was involved in sex work. On April 20th, 1996, partial skeletal remains were discovered on Fire Island, another Barrier Beach location off Long Island's South Shore. For years, these remains were known only as Jane Doe No. 7 or Fire Island Jane Doe. Despite investigators' best efforts, they couldn't identify who these remains belonged to. The case grew cold, and Karen Vergata's family didn't know what had happened to her. Then, on April 11, 2011, during the expanded search for Shannan Gilbert, additional remains were found at Tobay Beach in Nassau County. These remains would eventually be connected through DNA to the Fire Island Jane Doe, but it still took until August 2023 for investigators to finally identify the remains as belonging to Karen Vergata. The identification was made possible through genetic genealogy, the same technique used to identify Valerie Mack. By comparing DNA from the remains to genetic profiles in genealogy databases, investigators were able to construct a family tree and eventually determine that the remains belonged to Karen Vergata. As of now, Rex Heuermann has not been charged in Karen Vergata's death, though investigators have indicated that they're continuing to examine possible connections. Peaches and her child, a heartbreaking connection. One of the most heartbreaking discoveries made during the investigation involved the partial remains of a woman who became known as Peaches due to a distinctive tattoo of a peach found on her body. Her remains were first discovered on June 28, 1997, stuffed inside a plastic container at Hempstead Lake State Park in Nassau County. For years, Peaches remained unidentified, another Jane Doe in a system overwhelmed with cases. Then, during the April 2011 search, investigators made a disturbing discovery. Among the remains found along Ocean Parkway was the skeleton of a female toddler, estimated to be between 16 and 24 months old. DNA testing would eventually prove that this child was Peach's daughter, that this little girl had been killed and disposed of near where additional remains belonging to her mother would be found. The discovery was particularly tragic because it suggested that the killer hadn't stopped at murdering Peaches, but had also taken the life of her innocent child, a toddler who had done nothing wrong, but had the misfortune of being connected to a woman who became a killer's target. In April 2025, investigators finally announced they had identified Peaches and her child. Using advanced forensic genealogy techniques, they determined that the remains belonged to Tanya Denise Jackson and her 2-year-old daughter, Tatiana Marie Dykes. The announcement brought answers to a family that had been searching for Tanya for nearly 3 decades, but those answers came with the unbearable knowledge that both Tanya and her baby had been murdered. As of now, no one has been charged in the murders of Tanya Jackson and Tatiana Dykes, though the investigation continues. The Asian male, an unidentified mystery. Among the remains discovered in April 2011 was the skeleton of an Asian male dressed in women's clothing. This victim has never been identified, and very little is known about who they were or how they came to be in that desolate stretch of Long Island. Updated forensic sketches released in September 2024 showed both male and female presenting versions of how this person might have appeared, recognizing that they might have been transgender or gender non-conforming. Despite these efforts, no identification has been made, and this victim remains a tragic mystery, someone whose life and death may never be fully understood. The discovery of so many different victims, killed in different ways and at different times, has led to ongoing debate about whether all of these murders were committed by the same person. Some investigators believe that multiple killers used the area as a dumping ground over the years. Others believe that at least some of the cases are connected, possibly all the work of Rex Heuermann or perhaps 1 or 2 other individuals. What's clear is that this stretch of Long Island became a graveyard for vulnerable people, most of them sex workers, most of them women, all of them people whose lives mattered and who deserved so much better than they got. Shannan Gilbert, the search that changed everything. To truly understand the Gilgo Beach case, we have to talk about Shannan Gilbert, because without her disappearance and the desperate search that followed, the Gilgo 4 and the other victims might never have been found. Shannan's case is controversial, tragic, and deeply sad, and it raises questions about how society treats vulnerable women and whether justice truly exists for everyone. Shannan Gilbert was 24 years old in May 2010. She was from Jersey City, New Jersey, and like many of the other victims in this case, she worked as an escort, advertising her services on Craigslist. She had dreams of being an actress and seemed to be a vibrant, energetic young woman despite the struggles she faced. On the night of April 30th, 2010, going into the early morning hours of May 1st, Shannan traveled from New York City to Long Island with her driver, Michael Pack. Pack, who also served as her security, brought her to meet a client in Oak Beach, a small gated community on Long Island's South Shore, not far from Gilgo Beach. The client was Joseph Brewer, who lived in a modest home in Oak Beach. Shannan went inside to meet with Brewer while Pack waited outside in the car. What happened next would remain mysterious and would ultimately lead to the discovery of a serial killer's dumping ground. At 4:51 in the morning, Shannan called 911 from inside Joseph Brewer's house. The call would last more than 21 minutes, though significant portions of it contained only silence or dead audio. In the parts where Shannan could be heard, she sounded terrified, alternating between calm, slurred speech and outright screaming. "There's somebody after me," she told the dispatcher, her voice rising in panic. There's somebody after me." The dispatcher tried to get Shannon to say where she was, tried to understand what was happening, but Shannon seemed unable or unwilling to provide clear information. At various points on the call, Brewer and Pack could be heard trying to calm her down, trying to understand what had frightened her so badly. Eventually, Shannon ran from Brewer's house, still on the phone with 911, still screaming that someone was trying to kill her. She ran toward the home of Gus Coletti, a retired insurance fraud investigator who had lived in Oak Beach for more than 30 years. Coletti was shaving in his bathroom around 5 in the morning when he heard someone banging on his door and screaming for help. When he opened the door, he found Shannon Gilbert, terrified and incoherent, staring at him and crying out for help. Coletti could hear her 911 call still active, could hear the dispatcher on the other end trying to understand what was happening. "What's the matter?" Coletti asked her. Shannon wouldn't answer, just kept staring at him and repeating, "Help me, help me, help me." Coletti called 911 himself, telling the dispatcher that there was a young girl, maybe 14 years old, he thought, running around screaming with some guy chasing after her. When he told Shannon that the police were on their way, that she should sit down and wait, she suddenly turned and ran from his property, disappearing into the night. Shannon ran next to the home of Barbara Brennan, another Oak Beach resident, where she banged on the door. Brennan also called 911, reporting a woman screaming for help outside her home. But by the time police arrived, around 5:40 in the morning, Shannon Gilbert had vanished. Officers responding to the calls knew nothing about Shannon's 21-minute 911 call. Due to a communication breakdown, that call had been transferred to New York State Police when Shannon couldn't say exactly where she was, and the local Suffolk County officers who responded to Coletti's and Brennan's calls had no idea that the woman they were looking for had been calling for help for more than 20 minutes. When they arrived and found no sign of Shannon, they assumed she had left the area with her driver. They conducted a brief search, but found nothing. It would take nearly a month for police to connect Shannon's desperate call to the missing persons report her family had filed in New Jersey, where Shannon lived. By then, Shannon Gilbert had been missing for weeks, and the trail had gone cold. Shannon's mother, Mary Gilbert, refused to give up. She filed missing persons reports, contacted the media, and pressured police to search for her daughter. Mary knew something terrible had happened, knew her daughter wouldn't have just disappeared without a trace. She believed Shannon had been murdered, and she was determined to find out what happened. In December 2010, 7 months after Shannon's disappearance, Officer John Mallier and his cadaver dog Blue were searching the area around Ocean Parkway looking for any trace of Shannon. Instead, they found Melissa Barthelemy, the first of the Gilgo Four. Over the next few days, they found 3 more bodies, all of them women who had disappeared years earlier. None of them Shannon Gilbert. The search for Shannon expanded throughout 2011 as investigators combed the area. In December 2011, 19 months after her disappearance, Shannon's personal belongings were finally found in a marshy area near Oak Beach. Her purse, cell phone, shoes, and even her jeans were discovered, all in a remote area about 8 miles from Gilgo Beach. A week later, on December 13, 2011, Shannon's skeletal remains were found about a quarter mile from where her belongings had been discovered. She was in a marshy wetland where reeds grew 12 feet high, in an area so thick and impenetrable that it would be easy to get disoriented and lost. But here's where Shannon's case becomes controversial. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy, couldn't determine a definitive cause of death. The remains were too decomposed, the environmental conditions too harsh. The official determination was that Shannon's death was undetermined, though investigators leaned toward believing she had died accidentally, possibly from drowning or exposure after becoming disoriented and lost in the marsh. Shannon's family hired their own pathologist to conduct a second autopsy. This pathologist found evidence, though not conclusive proof, that was consistent with strangulation. The hyoid bone in Shannon's throat showed signs that the pathologist believed could indicate homicidal strangulation, though he acknowledged that the evidence was insufficient to say definitively what had happened. The question of whether Shannon Gilbert was murdered or died accidentally continues to divide investigators and the public. Police have consistently said they don't believe Shannon's death is connected to the Gilgo Beach serial killer, that the timing and circumstances suggest she died in a tragic accident rather than at the hands of a murderer. But many people, including Shannon's family and their attorney, John Ray, believe she was murdered. They point to the terror in her voice during that 21-minute 911 call, to the fact that she was clearly fleeing from something or someone, to the involvement of a local doctor named Peter Hackett, who called Shannon's mother shortly after her disappearance. Dr. Hackett, a former Oak Beach resident, called Mari Gilbert 2 days after Shannon disappeared and told her he had seen Shannon, that she had come to his house, and that he had given her medication before she ran away. Hackett later denied making this call, then admitted he had called, but claimed he was simply trying to be helpful to the community, not that he had actually seen Shannon. The inconsistencies in his story have led to ongoing suspicion about his possible involvement. In any case, what's undeniable is that Shannon Gilbert's disappearance and the search for her body led directly to the discovery of the Gilgo 4 and the other victims. Without Shannon's case, those women might still be lying in the brush along Ocean Parkway, unknown and unmourned. In that sense, Shannon Gilbert, whether she was a victim of the serial killer or died in a tragic accident, is inextricably linked to one of the most important serial killer investigations in American history. Tragically, Mari Gilbert, Shannon's mother, who fought so hard for justice for her daughter, would never see the arrest of Rex Heuermann. In July 2016, Mari was murdered by her daughter Sarah, Shannon's sister, who was suffering from severe mental illness. Sarah was convicted of murder and sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. The Gilbert family's story is one of unimaginable tragedy, layered upon tragedy, of a family torn apart by violence, mental illness, and a system that too often fails to protect the most vulnerable among us. The investigation. Years of frustration. After the discovery of the Gilgo 4 in December 2010, investigators knew they were dealing with a serial killer. The similarities between the cases were too obvious to ignore. But knowing you're dealing with a serial killer and actually catching that killer are two very different things. And for more than a decade, the investigation would be marked by frustration, dead ends, and growing questions about whether the case would ever be solved. From the beginning, investigators had some promising leads. They had the eyewitness descriptions from Amber Costello's roommate, Dave Schaller, who had seen the large man driving the Chevrolet Avalanche, who picked up Amber the night she vanished. They had cell phone data showing where the victims had been before they disappeared. They had the disturbing phone calls made to Melissa Barthelomy's sister, calls that suggested the killer was watching the family's anguish with satisfaction. They knew the killer was likely a white male in his mid-20s to mid-40s based on witness descriptions and profiler analysis. They knew he was familiar with the South Shore of Long Island, comfortable enough with the area to know where to dispose of bodies without being seen. They knew he had access to burner phones, which he used to contact the victims and later to taunt Melissa's family. They knew he used burlap sacks to wrap the bodies, suggesting he had access to these materials, possibly through work in construction or landscaping. What they didn't know was his name, and without that crucial piece of information, the case stalled. Part of the problem was jurisdictional complexity. The bodies were found in Suffolk County, but the victims had gone missing from multiple jurisdictions. Some lived in Connecticut, others in New Jersey or the Bronx. Some disappeared in Manhattan, others in Long Island. Coordinating between multiple police departments, each with their own procedures and priorities, slowed the investigation. But there was another problem, one that would come to significantly compromise the investigation in its early years: corruption and dysfunction within the Suffolk County Police Department and District Attorney's Office. Suffolk County Police Chief James Burke was a controversial figure who had a history of internal affairs complaints against him. When the FBI offered to assist with the Gilgo Beach investigation in 2011, Burke refused, cutting off federal involvement and limiting the investigation to local resources. This decision would prove costly, as it prevented the case from benefiting from the FBI's extensive experience with serial killer investigations and their sophisticated forensic capabilities. Burke's motivations for refusing federal help remain unclear, but his subsequent downfall shed light on the dysfunction that plagued Suffolk County law enforcement during this period. In 2012, Burke beat a man who had stolen a duffel bag from Burke's official vehicle. The bag contained pornography and sex toys, and Burke allegedly committed this assault to prevent this embarrassing information from becoming public. Then, District Attorney Thomas Spota helped Burke cover up the assault, intimidating witnesses and obstructing the federal investigation into Burke's conduct. In 2016, both Burke and Spota were arrested on federal charges. Burke was convicted of civil rights violations and conspiracy to obstruct justice, sentenced to 46 months in prison. Spota was convicted of obstruction of justice and other charges in 2019, sentenced to 5 years in federal prison. The corruption at the highest levels of Suffolk County law enforcement meant that during the crucial early years of the Gilgo Beach investigation, when leads were freshest and the trail was warmest, the investigation was hampered by leadership more concerned with protecting their own interests than solving murders. For years, the case languished. The phone calls to Melissa's sister provided some leads, with investigators triangulating the calls to Massapequa and Manhattan. But without more specific information, they couldn't narrow down a suspect. The description of the man in the Chevrolet Avalanche was helpful, but there were likely hundreds or thousands of men on Long Island who fit that general description and owned that type of vehicle. DNA evidence from hairs found on the victims offered hope, but the hairs were degraded from years of exposure to the elements. Traditional DNA testing couldn't extract enough genetic information to build a complete profile. The case seemed stuck, with investigators following leads that went nowhere and families watching year after year pass without answers. By the late 20-teens, the Gilgo Beach case had become one of the most notorious unsolved serial killer investigations in the country. It had been featured on numerous true crime shows, spawned books and documentaries, and become a source of ongoing fear and fascination for Long Island residents and true crime enthusiasts nationwide. Then, in January 2022, everything began to change. The task force, a fresh look at old evidence. In January 2022, the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, now under new leadership with DA Raymond Tierney, formed the Gilgo Homicide Investigation Task Force. This wasn't just another investigative committee, it was a comprehensive, multi-agency effort that brought together investigators from the Suffolk County Police Department, the Suffolk County Sheriff's Office, New York State Police, and the FBI. The task force was given a clear mandate: conduct a comprehensive review of every piece of evidence in the Gilgo Beach case. Start from scratch. Look at everything with fresh eyes. Use new technology where possible. And don't give up until there's nothing left to try. The timing was right for such an effort. DNA technology had advanced significantly since 2010. Techniques that hadn't existed or weren't widely available when the bodies were first discovered could now extract genetic information from degraded samples that previous technology couldn't analyze. Forensic genealogy, which had only recently been used to catch the Golden State Killer in 2018, offered a new tool for identifying both victims and potential suspects. The task force began by re-examining physical evidence that had been preserved for more than a decade. They looked at the hairs found on the victims' bodies, at the burlap used to wrap them, at the tape and belts used to bind them. They reviewed cell phone records, witness statements, and every tip that had come in over the years. In March 2022, just 2 months after the task force was formed, investigators made a crucial breakthrough. They discovered that a first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche had been registered to a man named Rex Heuermann at the time when Amber Costello was killed in September 2010. This was the vehicle that Dave Schaller had described seeing the night Amber disappeared. This was the distinctive pickup truck with the unusual design that had been mentioned in witness reports. And this vehicle was registered to a man who lived in Massapequa Park, Long Island, the same area where cell phone calls to Melissa Barthelomew's sister had originated. Suddenly, the investigation had a name: Rex Andrew Heuermann. Investigators began building a comprehensive profile of Heuermann. They discovered he was an architect who owned his own firm, RH Consultants and Associates, based in Manhattan. He had clients that included major corporations like Target and American Airlines. He lived in a modest house in Massapequa Park with his wife and 2 children. He had lived on Long Island his entire life, was familiar with all the areas where bodies had been found, and fit the physical description witnesses had provided. He was also 6 feet 4 inches tall, wore large glasses, had dark bushy hair, and drove a vehicle that matched the one seen picking up Amber Costello the night she disappeared. The task force began surveillance of Heuermann. They followed him to work in Manhattan, watched his movements, and looked for opportunities to obtain what law enforcement calls abandonment DNA, genetic material that someone discards in a public place that can be collected without a warrant. They tracked his digital life as well, obtaining warrants for his email accounts, his internet searches, and his phone records. What they found was deeply disturbing. Heuermann had been using burner phones and anonymous email accounts registered under fake names. He had been conducting searches about the Gilgo Beach investigation, looking up information about the victims and their families, searching for updates on the police investigation. Between March 2022 and June 2023, a 14-month period, Heuermann conducted more than 200 Google searches about the Gilgo investigation. He searched for photos of the victims. He searched for information about serial killers and how police catch them. He searched for news about the task force that had been formed to catch him. He also searched for torture pornography, violent sexual content, and material about bondage and dismemberment. Prosecutors would later argue that this material was consistent with how the victims had been found, particularly in the cases of Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack, whose bodies had been dismembered. But the most important breakthrough came in January 2023. On January 26th, investigators following Heuermann in Manhattan watched as he purchased a slice of pizza and ate it on the street before throwing the box into a trash can. A detective immediately retrieved the box, and crime lab specialists carefully swabbed the pizza crust for DNA. This was the abandonment DNA they had been hoping for, genetic material that Heuermann had discarded in a public place, which could be legally collected and tested without a warrant. The swabs were sent to the lab for processing, and in April 2023, a preserved hair sample from Megan Waterman's body was also sent for comparison. On June 12, 2023, the lab results came back. The DNA from the pizza crust matched the DNA from the male hair found on Megan Waterman's body with a 99.96% probability. Only 0.04% of the North American population wouldn't be excluded as a match. The breakthrough was stunning. After 13 years of frustration, after countless dead ends and false leads, investigators finally had physical evidence directly linking a suspect to one of the victims. But they weren't done. In July 2022, investigators had collected bottles that Heuermann's wife and daughter had thrown away. DNA testing on those bottles revealed that female hairs found on Megan Waterman and Amber Costello matched the genetic profiles of Heuermann's wife and daughter. The hairs couldn't have come from those women directly, as they were out of town when the murders occurred. Instead, prosecutors argued the hairs had been transferred from Heuermann's clothing after contact with his family members. Cell phone records provided additional evidence. The task force analyzed records from burner phones that had been used to contact the victims. They compared the locations where those burner phones had been to the locations of Heuermann's personal cell phone at the same times. The phones traveled together from Massapequa to Manhattan and back, following the same routes at the same times. Investigators found that they couldn't identify a single instance where Heuermann's personal phone was in a different location from the burner phones when calls were being made. The correlation was too perfect to be coincidental. They also looked at Heuermann's family travel records. They discovered that his wife and children were out of town, away from New York entirely during each of the times when the Gilgo Four were killed. Maureen Brainard Barnes disappeared in July 2007 while Heuermann's family was away. Melissa Bartholomew vanished in July 2009 during another family trip. Megan Waterman and Amber Costello disappeared in June and September 2010, both times when Heuermann's wife and children were traveling without him. The pattern was clear. When Heuermann's family was away, he hunted. By July 2023, the task force had built what they believed was an overwhelming case against Rex Heuermann. They had DNA evidence, they had cell phone records, they had vehicle registration documents, they had witness descriptions, they had internet search history, they had the pattern of his family's travel, matching the times of the murders. On July the 13th, 2023, they were ready to act. The arrest. A demon in plain sight. On the evening of July the 13th, 2023, Rex Heuermann left his architectural office on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan and headed toward the street. It was a typical summer evening in Midtown. the sidewalks crowded with people heading home from work or out for dinner. Hoyerman blended into the crowd, just another businessman finishing his day. Then suddenly, he was surrounded. Suffolk County police officers, New York State Police, and FBI agents moved in, taking Hoyerman into custody right there on the street. He didn't resist, didn't run, didn't try to fight. He simply stood there, this massive man in glasses, as officers handcuffed him and placed him under arrest. At the same time, a large force of police vehicles descended on Hoyerman's home in Massapequa Park. His wife and children weren't there. They had left the property earlier. But neighbors came out to watch in shock, as dozens of officers surrounded the modest house where the Hoyerman family had lived for years. One neighbor later described the house as looking like a dump, noting that it stood out on the otherwise neat residential street. But Hoyerman had lived there his entire life. It was the house where he had grown up, where he had raised his own children, and where, prosecutors would later allege, he had planned and perhaps even committed some of his murders. The arrest sent shockwaves through Massapequa Park. Neighbors who had lived near Hoyerman for years or even decades couldn't believe what they were hearing. They described him as quiet, if a bit odd. He was a large man, hard to miss at 6'4", and he seemed to keep to himself. But he wasn't someone anyone would have suspected of being a serial killer. Actor Billy Baldwin, who had graduated from the same high school as Hoyerman in 1981, tweeted his shock at learning that a former classmate had been arrested as the Gilgo Beach serial killer. He described Hoyerman as having been quiet, a family man, an architect, an average guy. But prosecutors had a very different characterization of Rex Hoyerman. At a press conference the day after the arrest, Suffolk County District Attorney Raymond Tierney and Police Commissioner Rodney Harrison laid out the evidence against Hoyerman in stark terms. Rex Hoyerman is a demon that walks among us, Commissioner Harrison said, a predator that ruined families. Tierney presented the DNA evidence, the cell phone records, the witness descriptions, the internet searches. He revealed that Hoyerman had used burner phones and fake email addresses to arrange meetings with sex workers. He showed selfies that Hoyerman had taken of himself, apparently to send to women he was trying to solicit. He disclosed the disturbing searches Hoyerman had conducted, looking for information about the investigation, about serial killers, about the specific victims and their families. He revealed that searches on Hoyerman's devices included torture pornography and content about dismemberment. These young women went missing between July 2007 and September 2010, Tierney said. They were found in December 2010 by the Suffolk County Police Department, and then there was nothing. For more than a decade, there was nothing. But now, finally, there was something. Hoyerman was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder and 3 counts of second-degree murder in the deaths of Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. He was also named as the prime suspect in the death of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, with prosecutors saying they had substantial evidence of his involvement but were continuing to build that case. On July 14, 2023, Hoyerman appeared in court for his arraignment. His attorney, Michael Brown, entered a plea of not guilty on his behalf. Brown told reporters that Hoyerman had told him, "I didn't do this," and that they would fight the charges. Hoyerman was ordered held without bail. The judge cited the serious nature of the charges, the strength of the evidence, and the risk that Hoyerman might flee as reasons for denying bail. Family members of the victims attended the hearing. Some cried, Others sat stoically, but all of them seemed to be processing a complex mixture of relief, grief, and continued pain. After more than a decade of waiting, there was finally an arrest. But no arrest could bring back their loved ones, could erase the years of suffering and unanswered questions. Gloria Allred, the prominent victims' rights attorney who represented several of the families, spoke to the media after the hearing. She said it was long overdue to provide justice for vulnerable women who are missing and murdered, that these women's lives mattered, that their deaths demanded accountability. In the days following the arrest, police spent nearly 2 weeks searching Heuermann's home. They used heavy equipment to dig up the backyard. They removed items from the basement, including guns that Heuermann owned. They photographed every room, documented every piece of potential evidence. Investigators were looking for anything that might connect Heuermann to the murders or to other potential victims. They were looking for trophies that serial killers sometimes keep, items belonging to their victims that serve as reminders of their crimes. They were looking for evidence of planning, for documents or notes that might reveal Heuermann's mindset. What they found was even more disturbing than they expected. They discovered what prosecutors described as a planning document, a Microsoft Word file that appeared to be a guide for how to hunt, kill, and dispose of victims without getting caught. The document, created in 2000 and modified as recently as 2002, included sections labeled Supplies, Problems, and Post-Event. Under Problems, DNA was listed as the top concern. The document discussed ways to avoid leaving genetic evidence at crime scenes. Under Supplies, the document listed items like rope, cutting tools, and materials needed for body disposal. Under Post-Event, the document appeared to outline steps for avoiding apprehension after a murder, including having a cover story ready and cleaning up potential evidence. The existence of this document suggested that Heuermann hadn't just committed these murders impulsively. He had planned them meticulously, thought through every detail, tried to anticipate every way he might get caught and how to prevent it. Prosecutors also revealed that they had found a significant collection of violent pornography on Heuermann's devices, including images depicting bondage, torture, and violence against women. Some of this material, they argued, was consistent with how the victims had been found. As the evidence mounted, public perception of Rex Heuermann began to shift. Neighbors who had initially described him as quiet and ordinary began to recall unsettling incidents. One woman said he had once tracked her down on a cruise ship where she was vacationing and told her, "I told you I could find you anywhere," a comment that seemed innocuous at the time but chilling in retrospect. Former co-workers described him as abrasive and demanding, a perfectionist who could be difficult to work with. Some said he had an intense, almost obsessive attention to detail, a quality that might have served him well as an architect, but that took on a sinister cast when considered in the context of the meticulous planning prosecutors alleged he had done for his murders. Heuermann's wife, Asa Ellerup, filed for divorce just days after his arrest. Her attorney said she had no knowledge of her husband's alleged crimes, that she had believed him to be an ordinary architect and father. Prosecutors confirmed that Ellerup and the couple's 2 adult children were not considered suspects, that all available evidence indicated they had known nothing about what Heuermann had allegedly been doing when they were away from home. The children, Victoria Heuermann and Christopher Sheridan, hired an attorney who described them as being caught in the crosshairs of a deeply unfortunate situation. They were 2 young adults whose lives had been upended, who had to grapple with the possibility that their father was a serial killer. In the months following the arrest, investigators continued working on the case. They were confident they had the right person, but they knew there was more to learn, potentially more victims to connect to Heuermann. Expanding the case. More victims, more decades. In January 2024, 6 months after Heuermann's arrest, prosecutors brought new charges. On January 16th, Heuermann was indicted for the murder of Maureen Brainard Barnes, the fourth member of the Gilgo Four and the first of the women to disappear. The evidence against Heuermann in Maureen's case centered on DNA. A hair found with her body had been tested using advanced mitochondrial DNA analysis and had been determined to match the genetic profile of either Heuermann's wife or his daughter. Like with the other victims, prosecutors argued that this hair had been transferred from Heuermann's clothing, that it was proof of his direct contact with Maureen. The completion of charges for all 4 of the Gilgo Beach murders was a significant milestone. The families who had waited more than 16 years since Maureen's disappearance and 13 years since the bodies were found finally had answers about all 4 women. But investigators weren't done. The task force had continued reviewing old evidence, looking for connections between Heuermann and the other victims whose remains had been found in the area. In late April 2024, police conducted a new multi-day search of woods in Manorville, the area where Jessica Taylor's and Valerie Mack's torsos had been discovered years earlier. They used K9 units and ground-penetrating radar to look for any additional evidence that might have been missed in previous searches. In May 2024, police served another search warrant on Heuermann's home, their second major search of the property. They removed additional evidence and spent several more days documenting the house. They were building cases for murders that stretched back decades, and every piece of evidence mattered. Then, on June 6, 2024, prosecutors dropped a bombshell. They filed a superseding indictment charging Heuermann with 2 more murders. Jessica Taylor, killed in 2003, and Sandra Costilla, killed in 1993. The Sandra Costilla charge was particularly stunning. It pushed the timeline of the case back 31 years, suggesting that Heuermann had been killing since at least the early 1990s, when he would have been in his early 30s. It meant that this was not a case of a man who had suddenly snapped and gone on a killing spree. This was someone who had been hunting and killing for decades, who had refined his methods over years of practice. The evidence in both cases included DNA. In Jessica Taylor's case, prosecutors revealed that a male hair found on a drape underneath her dismembered torso matched Heuermann's genetic profile. In Sandra Costilla's case, advanced DNA testing had reanalyzed evidence that had previously been attributed to another convicted killer, John Bitrolf, and determined that the DNA actually pointed to Heuermann. Prosecutors also revealed more about the planning document found on Heuermann's computer. The document, they said, included references to specific methods of dismemberment and disposal that were consistent with how Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack had been found. It mentioned techniques for removing tattoos from bodies, something that had been done to both Jessica and Sandra. During a press conference announcing the new charges, District Attorney Tierney described Heuermann as having meticulously planned and executed at least 6 separate murders. He presented a timeline showing how Heuermann had allegedly been active over decades, killing when the opportunity presented itself, always being careful to strike when his family was away. Tierney also revealed that the violent pornography found on Hoyerman's devices notably coincided with how the remains of Sandra Costilla, Jessica Taylor, and Valerie Mack had been discovered. The images depicted dismemberment, bondage, and violence that mirrored the crime scenes. Hoyerman appeared in court on June 6, 2024, to face the new charges. He pleaded not guilty, shaking his head as the charges were read. His attorney, Michael Brown, said his client was adamant that he hadn't committed these crimes and that they would contest the evidence. But prosecutors weren't finished. On December 17, 2024, they unveiled another indictment. Hoyerman was charged with the murder of Valerie Mack, the seventh woman whose death he was accused of causing. The evidence in Valerie's case was similar to the others. DNA from hairs found on her remains matched the genetic profiles of Hoyerman's wife and daughter. The method of dismemberment and disposal was strikingly similar to Jessica Taylor's case. Both women had been dismembered in the same general manner. Both had their remains split between Manorville and the Ocean Parkway area. Both appeared to have been killed by someone with the same methods and access to the same disposal locations. When Hoyerman was brought to court for arraignment on the Valerie Mack charge, he spoke for the first time, telling the judge, "Your Honor, I am not guilty of any of these charges." He shook his head no as he said it, appearing frustrated and defiant. Valerie's family attended the hearing. Gloria Allred, representing many of the victims' families, presented red roses to Valerie's parents, and family members of the other victims embraced them, sharing tears in an emotional moment that spoke to the bonds that had formed among these families united by grief. With the charging of Valerie Mack's murder, the case against Rex Hoyerman now encompasses 7 women allegedly killed between 1993 and 2010. The victims span 3 decades, multiple locations, and different methods of disposal. But prosecutors argue they are all connected by the same perpetrator, a man who they allege hunted vulnerable women, killed them when his family was away, and disposed of their bodies in areas he knew well. The sheer scope of the alleged crimes is staggering. If prosecutors' charges are proven at trial, Rex Hoyerman would represent one of the most prolific serial killers in New York history, a man who allegedly operated in plain sight for more than 3 decades while maintaining a seemingly normal life as an architect, husband, and father. The evidence: building a case. The case against Rex Hoyerman relies on multiple types of evidence, each piece adding to a comprehensive picture that prosecutors argue can only point to one conclusion: that Hoyerman is responsible for at least 7 murders spanning 3 decades. DNA evidence. The DNA evidence is perhaps the most compelling aspect of the prosecution's case. Using advanced forensic techniques, including mitochondrial DNA analysis and whole genome sequencing, investigators were able to extract genetic information from hairs that had been preserved for years but were too degraded for traditional DNA testing. The key breakthrough came from a technique called whole genome sequencing, which analyzes the complete genetic code rather than just specific markers. This technique has never been used before in a New York courtroom, and its admissibility has been the subject of extensive legal arguments. In March 2025, a judge began a Frye hearing, a legal proceeding designed to determine whether this new scientific technique meets the standard for admissibility in court. The defense has argued that the technique is too new, not broadly accepted enough in the scientific community, and potentially unreliable. Prosecutors have countered that the technique is based on well-established science and simply uses more complete genetic information to make identifications. The outcome of this hearing could be crucial. If the judge rules that the whole genome sequencing results are admissible, prosecutors will be able to present DNA evidence linking Heuermann to multiple victims. If the evidence is excluded, the prosecution will have to rely more heavily on other types of evidence. But even if the DNA from the degraded hairs is excluded, prosecutors have other genetic evidence. The pizza crust DNA, obtained through legal abandonment and tested using traditional techniques, provides a direct link between Heuermann and the hair found on Megan Waterman's body. That evidence alone would be difficult for the defense to explain away. Cell phone evidence. The cell phone evidence creates a pattern that prosecutors argue is too consistent to be coincidental. Investigators analyzed records from Heuermann's personal cell phone and from multiple burner phones that were used to contact the victims. What they found was that these phones traveled together. When the burner phones moved from Massapequa to Manhattan, Heuermann's personal phone made the same journey at the same time. When calls were placed from the burner phones, Heuermann's personal phone was in the same location at the same moment. Investigators couldn't find a single instance where Heuermann's phone was somewhere else when the burner phones were active. The correlation was perfect. Additionally, cell phone records showed that after each murder, the burner phone used to contact that victim was never used again. It was as if the killer knew to dispose of the phone, to eliminate that piece of evidence connecting him to the victim. The phone calls made to Melissa Barthelемy's sister are particularly damning. Those calls were traced to locations in Manhattan and Massapequa, the two places where Heuermann regularly spent time. The timeline of the calls, made in the weeks after Melissa's disappearance, corresponds with a period when Heuermann would have had access to her phone. The Chevrolet Avalanche. The vehicle evidence provides physical corroboration of witness testimony. Dave Schaller's description of the dark green first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche that picked up Amber Costello matches the vehicle that Rex Heuermann owned in September 2010 when Amber disappeared. This wasn't a common vehicle. The first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche, produced between 2002 and 2006, had a distinctive design with a unique rear panel that witnesses specifically remembered. It was this distinctive feature that made Schaller's description so valuable. When investigators searched vehicle registration databases, they found that Heuermann had owned exactly this type of vehicle at the time of the murders. The vehicle has since been located in South Carolina, where Heuermann owns property and has been seized for forensic examination. Internet search history. The internet searches found on Heuermann's devices paint a disturbing picture of a man obsessed with the investigation into his own crimes and with violent sexual content. Over a 14-month period between March 2022 and June 2023, Heuermann conducted more than 200 searches related to the Gilgo Beach investigation. He looked up news articles about the case. He searched for information about the victims and their families. He looked for updates on the task force that had been formed to catch him. He also searched for information about serial killers and how they are caught. He looked up details about how police use DNA evidence, cell phone tracking, and other forensic techniques. Prosecutors have argued these searches suggest someone trying to stay one step ahead, attempting to understand how investigators might be closing in on him. The violent pornography found on his devices is also significant to the prosecution's case. Prosecutors argue that the content, which depicted bondage, torture, dismemberment, and violence against women appears consistent with how several victims were found. According to court documents, the types of images accessed notably and largely coincide with how the remains of Sandra Costilla, Jessica Taylor, and Valerie Mack were discovered, suggesting to investigators a connection between fantasy and alleged action. The planning document. Perhaps the most chilling evidence is the planning document found on Heuermann's computer. This Microsoft Word file, created in 2000 and modified until 2002, appears to be a literal instruction manual for how to commit murder without getting caught. The document includes sections on supplies needed, problems to anticipate, and steps to take after a killing. It lists DNA as the primary concern, suggests techniques for avoiding leaving genetic evidence, and outlines methods for disposing of bodies. The existence of this document suggests premeditation on a scale rarely seen, even in serial killer cases. Based on its contents, prosecutors argue this wasn't someone who killed in the heat of passion, or even someone who killed impulsively. The document indicates someone who carefully planned out a process, who thought through details methodically, who approached murder with the same systematic planning one might apply to a complex architectural project. Family travel records. The correlation between when Heuermann's family was traveling and when the murders occurred provides powerful circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors have documented that Heuermann's wife and children were away from home, out of state or out of the country, during each of the times when the Gilgo Four were killed. Maureen Brainard Barnes disappeared in July 2007 during a family trip. Melissa Bartholomew vanished in July 2009 while Heuermann's family was away. Megan Waterman disappeared in June 2010 during another trip. Amber Costello vanished in September 2010, also while the family was traveling. This pattern suggests that Heuermann may have waited for times when he would be alone, when his activities wouldn't be monitored by family members to hunt for victims. It also indicates that his family truly had no knowledge of what he was allegedly doing, that they were away and uninvolved during the critical moments. Witness descriptions. Multiple witnesses described seeing a very large man with dark hair and glasses picking up Amber Costello before her disappearance. These descriptions match Rex Heuermann's appearance almost perfectly. At 6 feet 4 inches tall, with distinctive 70s-style oval glasses and dark, bushy hair, Heuermann fits the profile that witnesses provided more than a decade ago. Dave Schaller's description of the man as looking like an ogre resonates with how some others have described Heuermann, a large, somewhat intimidating figure who nonetheless seemed ordinary enough not to raise immediate alarm. Taken together, all of this evidence creates what prosecutors argue is a compelling case. No single piece might be conclusive on its own, but collectively, they paint a picture that prosecutors believe points toward Rex Heuermann as the perpetrator of at least 7 murders. The defense, however, has argued that much of this evidence is circumstantial, that DNA can be transferred innocently, that cell phone records can be misleading, and that internet searches don't prove anyone actually committed a crime. They've maintained that the case against Heuermann isn't as strong as prosecutors claim, that reasonable doubt exists, and that their client is innocent of these charges. The question of guilt or innocence will ultimately be decided by a jury, assuming the case goes to trial. But the evidence gathered over more than a decade of investigation, accelerated dramatically by the formation of the task force in 2022, represents one of the most comprehensive serial killer cases ever assembled in New York. The forensic science breaking through barriers. The breakthrough in the Gilgo Beach case wasn't just about dogged police work or luck. It was about the evolution of forensic science itself, about techniques that didn't exist or weren't widely available when the bodies were first discovered in 2010. To understand how investigators finally identified Rex Heuermann, we need to understand the science that made it possible. DNA analysis has come a long way in the past 2 decades. When the Gilgo 4 were first discovered, traditional DNA testing required relatively pristine samples with sufficient genetic material to create a complete profile. The hairs found on the victims' bodies were degraded from years of exposure to the elements, moisture, temperature fluctuations, decomposition fluids. Traditional testing methods couldn't extract enough usable DNA from these samples to create the kind of detailed genetic profile needed for comparison. But by the time the task force re-examined the evidence in 2022, new techniques had been developed. One of these was called touch DNA, or low copy number DNA testing, which can create genetic profiles from samples containing just a few cells. Another advancement was improved extraction methods that could recover DNA from degraded samples that previous technology would have deemed too compromised to test. The task force sent the preserved hair samples to laboratories with the most advanced equipment and expertise in handling degraded samples. They used techniques that could amplify tiny amounts of genetic material, creating copies of the DNA until there was enough to analyze. They used new chemical processes that could break through the degradation and access the genetic information locked inside cells that were decades old. But even with these advances, the hair samples alone might not have been enough to make an arrest. What really broke the case wide open was the combination of these forensic advances with old-fashioned surveillance and the legal concept of abandonment DNA. The pizza crust that Rex Heuermann threw away in January 2023 became the Rosetta Stone of the investigation. Unlike the degraded hairs found on the victims, the DNA from the pizza crust was fresh, complete, and unambiguous. It provided a full genetic profile that could be compared to the partial profiles extracted from the hair samples. When the laboratory confirmed that the DNA from the pizza crust matched the DNA from the male hair found on Megan Waterman's remains, it was a moment of scientific certainty in a case that had been plagued by uncertainty for more than a decade. The statistical probability was overwhelming. 99.96%, only 4 in 10,000 people in North America wouldn't be excluded as a match. But the forensic breakthroughs didn't stop there. The task force also used a technique called mitochondrial DNA testing on some of the evidence. Mitochondrial DNA is different from the nuclear DNA that most people think of when they hear about genetic testing. While nuclear DNA comes from both parents and is unique to each individual except for identical twins, mitochondrial DNA is passed down only through the mother and is shared by all maternal relatives. Mitochondrial DNA testing is particularly useful for degraded samples because each cell contains many more copies of mitochondrial DNA than nuclear DNA. Even when nuclear DNA has degraded beyond the point of useful analysis, mitochondrial DNA can often still be recovered and tested. The task force used mitochondrial DNA testing to examine hairs found on Amber Costello's remains. While they couldn't get a complete nuclear DNA profile from these hairs, they could determine the mitochondrial DNA sequence. Then they compared this sequence to the mitochondrial DNA from samples collected from Heuermann's wife and daughter after they had thrown away bottles. The results showed that the mitochondrial DNA from the hairs on Amber Costello matched the mitochondrial DNA from Hoyerman's wife and daughter. This didn't mean that Hoyerman's wife or daughter had been present when Amber was killed. Both were out of town during the time of the murder. Instead, prosecutors argued that the hairs had been transferred from them to Hoyerman through normal contact, living in the same house, sharing furniture and vehicles, and then transferred from Hoyerman to Amber's body during the commission of the crime. This phenomenon, called secondary transfer, is well documented in forensic science. When people live together, they constantly shed hair and skin cells that end up on each other's clothing and belongings. When Hoyerman allegedly hunted for victims, he would have been carrying these microscopic traces of his family with him. During the alleged assaults and murders, some of these hairs would have been transferred to the victims' bodies. The concept of secondary transfer was crucial to the prosecution's case because it explained how genetic material from Hoyerman's family members ended up on multiple victims despite those family members being hundreds or thousands of miles away when the murders occurred. It also provided another layer of evidence connecting Hoyerman to the crimes beyond just his own DNA. The task force also made use of forensic genealogy, though not in the direct investigation of Hoyerman himself. Forensic genealogy is the technique that helped catch the Golden State Killer in 2018. It involves uploading DNA profiles from crime scenes to genealogy databases like GEDmatch, where people voluntarily share their genetic information to research their family trees. When investigators upload a DNA profile from a crime scene to these databases, they can find matches with distant relatives of the person who left that DNA. By constructing detailed family trees and following them forward through generations, skilled genetic genealogists can often narrow down the possible identities of an unknown DNA donor to a very small pool of candidates. The task force used this technique not to identify Hoyerman, but to identify some of the victims whose remains had been found. Valerie Mack, who remained a Jane Doe for 20 years after her dismembered remains were found in Manorville, was finally identified in May 2020 using forensic genealogy. Karen Vergata, whose remains had been found in 1996 and again in 2011, but who remained unidentified until August 2023, was also identified using this technique. The identification of these victims was important not just for giving their families closure, but also for strengthening the case against Hoyerman. Once investigators knew who the victims were, they could examine their backgrounds, their movements before they disappeared, and any connections they might have had to Hoyerman or his known locations. Beyond DNA, the task force also used advanced digital forensics to examine Hoyerman's online activity. When Hoyerman's devices were seized, forensic specialists created complete digital images of their contents, preserving everything for analysis. They recovered deleted files, examined browser histories, analyzed email accounts, and reconstructed Hoyerman's digital footprint going back years. What they found painted a disturbing picture. Hoyerman had been searching for information about the Gilgo Beach case hundreds of times. He had been visiting websites that featured violent pornography. He had been using anonymous email accounts and burner phones to communicate, behavior that prosecutors argued was consistent with someone who knew he was being careful to avoid detection. The digital forensics also revealed the existence of that planning document, the Microsoft Word file that appeared to be a manual for committing murder without getting caught. Created in 2000 and modified through 2002, This document was perhaps the most chilling piece of evidence the task force uncovered. It suggested not impulsive violence, but calculated, methodical planning. It indicated someone who approached murder with the same systematic thinking one might apply to an architectural project. The convergence of all these different types of forensic evidence, traditional DNA testing, advanced DNA extraction techniques, forensic genealogy, digital forensics, cell phone analysis, created a web of circumstantial and physical evidence that prosecutors believed was overwhelming. The psychological profile inside the mind. From the earliest days of the investigation, criminal profilers had been trying to understand who they were looking for. What kind of person kills multiple women over the course of years or even decades? What drives that kind of behavior? And what clues might the crime scenes themselves provide about the killer's psychology? Profiling is part science and part art. It's based on decades of research into criminal behavior, on interviews with convicted offenders, on statistical analysis of crime scene characteristics and their correlation with offender characteristics. But it's also based on experience, on the accumulated wisdom of investigators who have worked hundreds or thousands of cases and developed an intuition for the patterns that connect criminals to their crimes. In the Gilgo Beach case, profilers looked at several key factors. The victims were all sex workers, all found in similar conditions, all disposed of in remote locations. The killer used burlap to wrap the bodies, suggesting he had access to these materials and preferred their use. He used restraints, belts, and tape to bind the victims. He made taunting phone calls to at least one victim's family member, suggesting a desire for attention or a need to maintain some connection to his crimes even after they were complete. These details suggested a profile that was remarkably consistent. A white male, likely between his late 20s and mid-50s at the time of the murders, someone who lived or worked on Long Island and was familiar with the area. He would be organized and methodical, someone who planned his crimes rather than acting impulsively. He would likely have a job and possibly a family, living what appeared from the outside to be a normal life, while maintaining a hidden violent side that he kept carefully compartmentalized. The choice of victims, sex workers who advertised online, suggested someone who preferred targets who were vulnerable and whose disappearances might not generate immediate attention from law enforcement. The taunting phone calls suggested someone who felt powerful, who enjoyed the psychological manipulation of causing pain to the victim's loved ones. The use of the same disposal method for the Gilgo 4, wrapping them in burlap and placing them close together along Ocean Parkway, suggested what profilers call a signature, a distinctive aspect of the crime that goes beyond what's necessary to commit the offense. Signatures often have psychological significance to the offender, representing some internal need or compulsion that the crimes fulfill. When Rex Heuermann was finally arrested, investigators and profilers looked at how well he matched the profile they had developed. In many ways, he fit almost perfectly. He was a white male who had been in his 30s to 50s during the time period when most of the murders occurred. He lived on Long Island, in Massapequa Park, an area that was geographically central to the disposal sites and the locations where victims had last been seen. He worked as an architect, a profession that required organization, attention to detail, and systematic thinking, all traits that were evident in how the crimes appeared to have been planned and executed. He had a wife and children, maintaining what neighbors described as a relatively normal family life, albeit one that seemed a bit odd or eccentric at times. The presence of the planning document on his computer was perhaps the most striking confirmation of the profile. It suggested exactly the kind of organized, methodical approach that profilers had predicted. It showed someone who didn't just commit crimes, but who planned them like a project, who thought through contingencies, who considered problems and solutions. But beyond matching a general profile, investigators also looked for what are called stressors in Heuermann's life, events or circumstances that might have triggered or enabled his alleged criminal behavior. One pattern that emerged was the correlation between when his family was traveling and when the Gilgo Four were killed. This pattern suggested that Heuermann may have needed his family to be absent in order to act on his violent impulses. Perhaps their presence provided a psychological restraint, or perhaps the practical reality of having them in the house made it impossible for him to prepare for or carry out his crimes. Either way, their absence seemed to create windows of opportunity that he allegedly exploited. Psychologists who study serial killers often talk about the concept of a cooling-off period, a span of time between murders during which the offender returns to relatively normal behavior before the urge to kill builds up again. The time spans between when the Gilgo Four were killed, months or even years, would be consistent with this pattern. Some experts have also noted that Heuermann's alleged behavior appeared to escalate over time. If the charges against him are true, and he is indeed responsible for Sandra Costilla's death in 1993, then his first murder may have been relatively impulsive, with the body found intact and relatively quickly. But over the years, the methods appeared to become more sophisticated. By the time he allegedly killed the Gilgo Four, he had refined his approach: careful victim selection, use of burner phones, disposal methods designed to delay discovery and identification. The dismemberments of Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack suggested yet another evolution, a willingness to go further in attempting to prevent identification and perhaps also an escalation in the violence itself. The mutilation of tattoos on these victims indicated a killer who was thinking about how investigators might identify bodies and taking steps to prevent that. All of this painted a picture of someone who, if the allegations are true, wasn't just killing impulsively, but was refining his methods over time, learning from experience, becoming more sophisticated in his approach. This kind of evolution is characteristic of organized serial killers who operate over long periods. Investigators also looked at Heuermann's behavior after the bodies were discovered in 2010. The Google searches he conducted, hundreds of them over more than a year, showed someone who was obsessed with monitoring the investigation. He searched for photos of the victims, for updates on the case, for information about the task force that was hunting him. This kind of behavior is often called returning to the scene, though in this case, the return was virtual rather than physical. It suggests a psychological need to stay connected to the crimes, to relive them in some way, or perhaps to monitor whether investigators were getting close to identifying him. The violent pornography found on his devices is also significant from a psychological perspective. While viewing violent pornography doesn't make someone a killer, in this case, prosecutors argued that the specific types of content Heuermann allegedly viewed, content involving bondage, torture, and dismemberment, corresponded to how several of the victims were found. This suggested a link between fantasy and, if the charges are true, action. The community impact, fear, and aftermath. The Gilgo's Beach case didn't just affect the families of the victims or the investigators who worked it. It sent ripples of fear and uncertainty through entire communities, fundamentally changing how people thought about their safety and their neighbors. For residents of Long Island's South Shore, the discovery of the bodies in 2010 transformed familiar landscapes into places of horror. Ocean Parkway, once just a scenic drive along the beach, became associated with death and predation. Parents worried about their children playing near the beaches. Women, particularly sex workers, knew that a killer had been hunting in their community, and that realization created a climate of heightened fear and vigilance. The fact that the case remained unsolved for 13 years only amplified that fear. This wasn't a situation where someone had committed a terrible crime and been swiftly apprehended. This was a killer who had operated for years, possibly decades, without being caught. That suggested either extraordinary criminal skill or extraordinary failures in law enforcement, and neither possibility was comforting. Local residents followed the case obsessively, attending community meetings where police provided updates, reading every news article, discussing theories online. Some people became amateur investigators themselves, researching the victims, mapping out disposal sites, trying to find patterns that might lead to the killer's identity. The case also brought national attention to Long Island, but not the kind of attention communities typically want. Gilgo Beach became synonymous with unsolved serial murders, with vulnerable women killed and discarded along a lonely highway. The area was featured in countless true crime shows, documentaries, and podcasts, its name forever linked to tragedy. For the town of Massapequa Park, where Rex Heuermann lived, his arrest in July 2023 brought a different kind of shock. This was a person who had lived in the community for decades, who had raised his family there, who had been seen at local businesses and community events. He wasn't a stranger who had come from somewhere else to commit crimes. He was, by all appearances, one of them. Neighbors struggled to reconcile the man they thought they knew with the charges against him. Some remembered him as quiet and polite. Others recalled finding him odd or unsettling. All of them wondered how they could have lived so close to someone who was allegedly responsible for such terrible crimes without ever suspecting anything. The house on First Avenue where Heuermann lived became a focus of morbid fascination. After his arrest, police spent weeks searching the property, tearing up the backyard, removing items from the basement, documenting every room. Neighbors and curiosity seekers lined the street, taking photos, creating a spectacle that further traumatized a community already reeling from the revelations. For Heuermann's own family, the impact was immeasurable. His wife filed for divorce within days of his arrest. His children, both young adults, found themselves at the center of a media storm. Their father accused of being one of the most prolific serial killers in New York history. They hired attorneys who described them as victims of circumstance, two people whose lives had been irrevocably changed by alleged crimes they knew nothing about. The broader sex worker community also grappled with the implications of the case. The Gilgo Beach murders highlighted the vulnerability of people working in the sex trade, how easily they can become targets, how often their disappearances generate less attention and fewer resources from law enforcement than disappearances of other citizens. Advocates used the case to push for decriminalization of sex work, arguing that the illegality of the profession drives it underground and makes workers more vulnerable to violence. They pointed out that all of the Gilgo Four had advertised their services online, meeting clients without the kind of screening or security that would exist in legal, regulated environments. They were forced to work alone, to meet strangers in private locations, because the alternative was risking arrest. The case also prompted discussions about society's treatment of missing person cases involving sex workers or people with substance abuse issues. Several of the Gilgo Beach victims had been reported missing, but their cases hadn't generated significant attention. They were seen as transient, as people who might have simply moved on or chosen to disappear. The reality that they had been murdered and disposed of like trash forced a reckoning with how society values different lives. Law enforcement in Suffolk County faced intense scrutiny in the wake of Hoyerman's arrest. Why had it taken 13 years to make an arrest? How much had the corruption and dysfunction under former police chief James Burke hampered the investigation? Could the murders have been prevented if the FBI had been allowed to assist in 2011? These questions didn't have easy answers. The task force that finally broke the case pointed to advances in forensic technology that simply hadn't existed in 2010 as a crucial factor in solving the crimes. But they also acknowledged that the refusal of federal assistance in the early years had been a mistake, that corruption at the highest levels of the department had diverted attention and resources away from the investigation. The creation of the Gilgo Homicide Investigation Task Force in January 2022 represented a fresh start, a commitment to using every available resource to solve the case. The success of that task force offered a measure of redemption for Suffolk County law enforcement, proof that when investigators had the tools, the leadership, and the determination, they could solve even the most complex cases. But for the families of the victims, no amount of police work could undo the years of suffering and uncertainty they had endured. They had spent more than a decade wondering what had happened to their loved ones, hoping for answers, dreading what those answers might be. The arrest of Rex Heuermann provided some closure, but it also brought a new kind of pain, knowing exactly how their loved ones had died, having to sit through court proceedings where the details of those deaths would be revealed, facing the possibility that the legal process might drag on for years before reaching a final resolution. The legal proceedings, justice delayed. As of now, Rex Heuermann remains in the Suffolk County Correctional Facility, held without bail while he awaits trial. He has been incarcerated since his arrest in July 2023, spending his days in jail, his attorneys say, reviewing discovery materials and preparing for what will likely be one of the most high-profile criminal trials in Long Island history. The path to trial has been complex and slow, with numerous legal motions, evidentiary hearings, and procedural arguments delaying the process. This is typical for serial killer cases, which often involve massive amounts of evidence, complex forensic testimony, and extensive pre-trial litigation. One of the most significant legal battles has centered on the DNA evidence. In January 2025, Heuermann's defense team filed a motion requesting that the murder charges be tried separately. They argued for 5 separate trials, one for the Gilgo 4 murders, and individual trials for Sandra Costilla, Jessica Taylor, Valerie Mack, and Maureen Brainerd Barnes. Defense attorney Michael Brown argued that trying all 7 murders together would create a cumulative effect that would prejudice the jury against his client. He suggested that if jurors hear about victim after victim after victim, they'll develop an "if there's smoke, there's fire" mentality, assuming Heuermann must be guilty simply because of the number of charges, rather than evaluating the evidence for each crime individually. Prosecutors opposed the motion, arguing that the cases are connected by common elements, including method of killing, disposal of bodies, and DNA evidence. They said that trying the cases together would be more efficient, would reduce trauma to families who would otherwise have to sit through multiple trials, and would allow jurors to see the full scope of Heuermann's alleged criminal enterprise. In September 2025, a judge ruled against the defense's motion. He determined that all 7 murder charges would be tried together in a single trial, that the indictments would remain intact, and that prosecutors would be allowed to present their theory that all 7 murders are connected. This ruling was a significant victory for the prosecution. It means they'll be able to present evidence showing a pattern of behavior spanning 3 decades, evidence that might be less powerful if each murder were tried separately. The admissibility of the DNA evidence remains the subject of ongoing litigation. The Frye hearing that began in March 2025 has involved extensive testimony from forensic experts on both sides debating whether whole genome sequencing meets the legal standard for admissibility in New York courts. In September 2025, according to court reports, the judge ruled that the DNA evidence, including the results from whole genome sequencing, would be admitted at trial, meaning prosecutors would be able to use this forensic evidence to connect Heuermann to the victims. This represented another major development for the prosecution, as the DNA evidence forms a crucial pillar of their case. Heuermann's defense team continues to argue that he is innocent, that the evidence against him is either circumstantial or susceptible to innocent explanations. Brown has emphasized that DNA can be transferred through innocent contact, that cell phone evidence can be misleading, and that internet searches don't prove someone committed murder. The defense has also raised questions about whether Heuermann can receive a fair trial given the enormous media coverage the case has received. Brown has suggested he might request a change of venue, moving the trial away from Suffolk County where the murders occurred and where publicity has been most intense. As of the latest court dates in late 2025, no trial date has been set. Given the complexity of the case and the amount of evidence involved, it's likely that the trial, when it does begin, could last for months. It will involve extensive forensic testimony, DNA analysis, cell phone records, witness statements, and potentially testimony from Heuermann's family members about his behavior and activities. The trial will be one of the most watched in recent New York history. It will draw national and potentially international media attention, given the notorious nature of the case and the decades-long mystery surrounding the Gilgo Beach killings. For the families of the victims, the legal proceedings represent both hope for justice and a prolonged reminder of their losses. Each court appearance, each legal motion, each delay means more time before there can be any sense of closure. But they have waited this long, and most have expressed willingness to wait longer if it means ensuring that justice is ultimately served. What the trial will look like. When Rex Heuermann eventually goes to trial, assuming the case isn't resolved through a plea agreement, which seems unlikely given the severity of the charges and Heuermann's insistence on his innocence, the proceedings will likely last for months. Murder trials of this complexity rarely conclude quickly. The first major hurdle will be jury selection. Finding 12 people and several alternates who can be impartial in such a high-profile case will be extraordinarily difficult. Most people on Long Island have heard about the Gilgo Beach murders. Many have followed the case closely. The challenge for both the prosecution and defense will be finding jurors who are aware of the case but haven't already formed strong opinions about Heuermann's guilt or innocence. During jury selection, called voir dire, attorneys from both sides will question potential jurors about their knowledge of the case, their ability to be impartial, their views on the death penalty. Though New York doesn't have capital punishment, the seriousness of the charges means this might come up, and anything else that might affect their ability to serve fairly. This process alone could take weeks. Once a jury is seated, the trial will begin with opening statements. The prosecution will lay out their case, explaining what they intend to prove and how they plan to prove it. They'll describe the victims, the evidence connecting Heuermann to the crimes, and the timeline of events. They'll paint a picture of a methodical killer who hunted vulnerable women for decades. The defense will then present their opening statement, outlining their theory of the case and the reasonable doubts they intend to create about the prosecution's evidence. They might argue that the evidence is circumstantial, that DNA can be transferred innocently, that coincidences do happen, and that the prosecution hasn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Heuermann committed these specific crimes. After opening statements, the prosecution will present their case in chief, calling witnesses and introducing evidence. This phase will likely include testimony from law enforcement officers who investigated the case, forensic specialists who analyze DNA and other physical evidence, cell phone experts who can explain the location data and call records, digital forensics experts who examined Heuermann's computers and phones, and potentially witnesses who saw Heuermann with one or more of the victims. Each piece of physical evidence will need to be properly authenticated and admitted into the record. Crime scene photographs, DNA analysis reports, the planning document found on Heuermann's computer, cell phone records, all of this will be methodically presented to the jury with accompanying testimony explaining what it is and why it's significant. The DNA testimony will likely be particularly complex and time-consuming. Forensic scientists will need to explain to the jury how DNA analysis works, what makes a match reliable, how they handled and tested the samples, what the statistical probabilities mean, and how they can be certain the DNA found on the victims matches Heuermann and members of his family. Cross-examination by the defense will attempt to poke holes in this testimony, to find any weakness or uncertainty, any possibility of error or contamination, anything that might create reasonable doubt. This back and forth between direct examination by prosecutors and cross-examination by the defense will play out with witness after witness, potentially over the course of many weeks. The prosecution will also need to establish the chain of custody for all physical evidence, proving that each item was properly collected, stored, and tracked from the crime scene through laboratory analysis to the courtroom. Any break in that chain could provide an opening for the defense to argue that evidence was contaminated or tampered with. Expert witnesses will be crucial to both sides. The prosecution will call experts to testify about forensic pathology, explaining how the victims died and what the conditions of their remains revealed about the time and manner of death. They'll call experts in DNA analysis, in digital forensics, in cell phone technology. They may call criminal profilers or behavioral analysts to discuss the psychological aspects of the crimes and how they connect to Heuermann. The defense will have the opportunity to call their own experts, scientists who might challenge the prosecution's forensic conclusions, who might offer alternative explanations for the evidence, or who might testify about the limitations and potential errors in various types of forensic analysis. After the prosecution rests their case, the defense will have the opportunity to present their case in chief. They might call witnesses to provide an alibi for Heuermann, to testify about his character, or to challenge the prosecution's timeline or theory of the crimes. They might call expert witnesses to rebut the prosecution's forensic evidence, or they might choose to present little or no affirmative defense, instead resting their case on the argument that the prosecution hasn't met their burden of proof. One of the most dramatic moments in any criminal trial is the decision of whether the defendant will testify. Rex Heuermann has the constitutional right to remain silent, to not testify in his own defense, and the jury is not allowed to hold that against him. But if he chooses to testify, he'll be subject to cross-examination by prosecutors, who will attempt to get him to admit to damaging facts or to catch him in inconsistencies. Given the complexity of this case and the significant forensic evidence against him, most defense attorneys would likely advise Heuermann not to testify. The risk of saying something that strengthens the prosecution's case or makes him appear guilty to the jury would probably outweigh any benefit his testimony might provide. But that decision ultimately belongs to Heuermann himself, and defendants sometimes insist on testifying against their attorney's advice. After both sides have presented their cases, the trial will move to closing arguments. The prosecution will go first, summarizing their evidence and arguing why it proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Heuermann committed the crimes. They'll connect the dots between the different pieces of evidence, creating a narrative that explains how and why Heuermann killed these women. The defense will then present their closing argument, pointing out weaknesses in the prosecution's case, emphasizing any inconsistencies or uncertainties, and reminding the jury that the burden of proof rests entirely on the prosecution. They'll argue that reasonable doubt exists, and that the jury must therefore find Heuermann not guilty. The prosecution then gets a final rebuttal, an opportunity to respond to the defense's arguments and to leave the jury with a final impression before deliberations begin. Finally, the judge will instruct the jury on the law. These jury instructions are crucial because they tell the jury what they must find in order to convict, what the legal definitions of the charges are, what reasonable doubt means, and how they should conduct their deliberations. Both sides will have fought over the exact wording of these instructions because small differences in phrasing can significantly affect how juries understand their task. The jury will then retire to deliberate. In a case of this complexity, with multiple victims and vast amounts of evidence, deliberations could take days or even weeks. The jury will need to consider each charge separately, evaluating whether the prosecution has proven each element of each crime beyond a reasonable doubt. If the jury reaches a verdict, they'll return to the courtroom and announce their decision. If they find Heuermann guilty, a separate sentencing phase will follow, where prosecutors will argue for the maximum sentence and the defense will argue for leniency. Though given the nature of the charges, leniency in this context would still mean many years or life in prison. If the jury finds Heuermann not guilty, he'll be immediately released and cannot be tried again for the same crimes due to the Constitution protection against double jeopardy. If the jury cannot reach a unanimous verdict, a hung jury, the judge will declare a mistrial and prosecutors will have to decide whether to try the case again with a new jury. The burden of proof. What prosecutors must demonstrate. In American criminal trials, the prosecution bears the entire burden of proof. They must prove every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt. This is a very high standard, intentionally so, based on the principle that it's better for 10 guilty people to go free than for one innocent person to be convicted. But what does beyond a reasonable doubt actually mean? It's a standard that's difficult to quantify precisely. It doesn't mean beyond any possible doubt. That would be impossible in almost any case. It doesn't mean beyond all doubt or to a certainty. It means that the evidence must be so convincing that a reasonable person wouldn't hesitate to act on it in the most important matters of their own life. In the Gilgo Beach case, prosecutors must prove that Rex Heuermann intentionally killed each of the victims he's charged with murdering. They must prove that he caused their deaths, that he did so with the required mental state. In New York, this means with intent to cause death or with depraved indifference to human life, and that he did so during the time periods alleged. This might seem straightforward given the forensic evidence, but it's more complex than it appears. The DNA evidence shows that Heuermann's hair and hairs consistent with his family members were found on some of the victims. But how did those hairs get there? The prosecution says through commission of the murders. The defense might argue through innocent secondary transfer at some other time, perhaps if the victims had been in Heuermann's vehicle or office for legitimate reasons. The cell phone evidence shows that burner phones used to contact the victims traveled in tandem with Heuermann's phone. But can prosecutors prove that Heuermann possessed those burner phones? Might someone else have been using them while traveling near him? These seem like remote possibilities, but the defense only needs to create reasonable doubt, not to prove an alternative theory. The planning document found on Heuermann's computer appears to be a murder manual. But can prosecutors prove that Heuermann created it? Might it have been created by someone else using his computer? Might it be fiction or fantasy rather than an actual plan? Again, these possibilities might seem unlikely, but they're the kinds of questions juries will have to grapple with. The prosecution's job is to make the connections between these different pieces of evidence so clear, so overwhelming, that the jury cannot reasonably conclude anything other than that Heuermann committed these murders. They must anticipate every alternative explanation the defense might offer and eliminate those possibilities through their evidence and arguments. The role of media and public opinion. From the moment Rex Heuermann was arrested, his case has been intensely covered by media outlets. The Gilgo Beach murders were already one of the most well-known unsolved cases in the country, featured in numerous documentaries, podcasts, books, and television shows. When an arrest was finally made, after 13 years, it generated massive public interest. This media attention creates challenges for both the prosecution and defense. On one hand, extensive coverage can make it difficult to find impartial jurors. On the other hand, it keeps pressure on all parties to ensure that justice is done and that the process is transparent. True crime enthusiasts have followed every development in the case, dissecting evidence, debating theories online, creating detailed timelines and maps. While this public engagement demonstrates the community's investment in seeing justice served, it also creates noise that can complicate the legal process. Rumors and speculation can spread quickly online, sometimes making it harder for the public to distinguish between verified facts and theories. Some media coverage has focused on Heuermann's appearance, his demeanor, his oddities of behavior. This kind of attention can be prejudicial, creating an impression of guilt based on superficial characteristics rather than evidence. It's a reminder of why the jury system requires that verdicts be based only on evidence presented in court, not on media reports or public opinion. The victims' families have had to navigate this media landscape carefully. They want their loved ones to be remembered, for their stories to be told, for the public to understand that these were real people with real lives who were taken too soon. But they also don't want to do anything that might compromise the prosecution's case or give the defense grounds for appeal. Some families have worked with victims' rights advocates like Gloria Allred, who has helped them speak publicly while also protecting their interests in the legal process. Others have chosen to remain more private, processing their grief away from cameras and microphones. Both approaches are valid, and there's no right way to handle being thrust into the public eye because your loved one was murdered. The families living with loss. Throughout this entire story, from the initial disappearances to the discovery of bodies to the arrest and ongoing legal proceedings, there are people who have suffered immeasurably, the families of the victims. These are mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, children, and friends who have had to live with loss, uncertainty, and grief for years, in some cases, decades. Family members of Maureen Brainard Barnes spent more than 16 years not knowing what had happened to her. They searched through emails and phone records, stayed in touch with other victims' families, and never gave up hope that answers would come. When Rex Heuermann was finally arrested, Maureen's family was among the first to speak publicly about their relief that someone had been charged, though they acknowledged the pain would never fully heal. Nicolette Brainard Barnes, Maureen's daughter, was just 7 years old when her mother disappeared. She's grown up without her mother, without the guidance and love that should have been her birthright. She's had to process the loss of her childhood, the loss of what might have been, the loss of a future that will never exist now. Melissa Barthelomy's family endured not just the loss of their loved one, but the psychological torture of those taunting phone calls. Her teenage sister, just 15 at the time, had to hear a man boast about killing her sibling, had to endure his crude sexual comments and his obvious pleasure in the family's anguish. That kind of trauma doesn't go away. It shapes a person's entire life, colors how they see the world and other people. Megan Waterman's family, particularly her young daughter, who was just 3 when her mother vanished, have had to live with absence and unanswered questions. Megan's daughter is now a teenager, growing up without the mother who loved her, without the chance to know who her mum really was, beyond what others can tell her. Amberlynn Costello's roommates, who despite their own struggles with addiction, cared enough to report her missing and to provide police with descriptions that would prove crucial years later, have had to live with the knowledge that they saw her killer, that he was right there, and they couldn't stop what was about to happen. The families of the other victims, Jessica Taylor, Sandra Costilla, Valerie Mack, Karen Vergata, and the still unidentified victims, have similar stories. Years or decades of not knowing, of wondering, of hoping against hope that somehow their loved ones might still be alive, even as that hope grew dimmer with each passing year. Valerie Mack's family didn't even know for certain that she was dead for 20 years. They thought she might have just disappeared, might have chosen to cut ties, might be out there somewhere living a different life. When they finally learned the truth, when they learned she had been murdered and dismembered, the shock and grief were compounded by 2 decades of uncertainty. Sandra Costilla's family has waited more than 3 decades for justice. When her body was found in 1993, investigators believed they would quickly solve the case. Instead, it went cold for more than 30 years before advanced DNA testing finally pointed toward a suspect. Many of these families have been represented by victims' rights attorney Gloria Allred, who has been a fierce advocate for ensuring the voices of the victims and their families are heard. Allred has attended court hearings, spoken at press conferences, and worked to ensure that the women who died are remembered not just as victims or case numbers, but as people who mattered, who had lives and dreams, and people who loved them. At court hearings following each new set of charges, Allred has organized moments where family members of different victims can meet and support each other. These encounters have created a community of grief, people bound together by the worst kind of shared experience, but finding strength in that connection. When Hoyerman was charged with Valerie Mack's murder in December 2024, Allred brought family members of the other victims to meet Valerie's parents. They presented red roses and embraced, sharing tears and offering support, one family to another, all of them understanding intimately what the others are going through. The children of the victims face particular challenges. Maureen's daughter, Megan's daughter, and Valerie's son have all had to grow up without their mothers, have had to process not just loss, but the violence of that loss. They've had to learn that their mothers were murdered, that someone took them away deliberately and cruelly. That's a burden no child should have to bear. But it's not just the direct victims' families who have suffered. Rex Hoyerman's family, his wife Asa Ellerup, and their children Victoria and Christopher have been thrust into a nightmare of a different sort. They've had to confront the possibility that the man they lived with, the husband and father they thought they knew, was living a secret life as a serial killer. Ellerup filed for divorce shortly after Hoyerman's arrest, but she has been careful in her public statements. Through her attorney, she has said that she's reserving judgment until all the evidence is presented in court, that she's trying to balance her shock and disbelief with an understanding that the legal process needs to play out. In a statement released in 2024, Ellerup said, "I have given Rex the benefit of the doubt, as we all deserve." She made clear that she plans to listen to all the evidence before drawing any final conclusions about her husband's guilt or innocence. The Hoyerman children have had to process the possibility that their father is a serial killer while also dealing with intense public scrutiny. Their attorney has described them as being caught in the crosshairs of a deeply unfortunate situation, as two young adults whose lives have been upended through no fault of their own. In June 2025, just before the release of the Peacock documentary, The Gilgo Beach Killer: House of Secrets, Victoria Hoyerman reportedly told the producers that based on the publicly available evidence, she now believes her father is most likely the Gilgo Beach Killer. This statement represents a heartbreaking evolution in her understanding, a daughter coming to terms with the possibility that the man who raised her is capable of terrible things. But Ellerup continues to withhold judgment, telling documentary producers that authorities are making assumptions to fit their narrative, that they're taking information out of context. She said she's known Rex since she was 18 years old, that she knows what their home was really used for, and that she's waiting to hear all the evidence before making up her mind. The impact on these families, both the victims' families and Hoyerman's own family, cannot be overstated. This case has destroyed lives in multiple ways, creating ripples of trauma that will affect people for generations. The children who grew up without their mothers will carry that loss forever. The children who are learning their father might be a serial killer will struggle with that knowledge for the rest of their lives. And beyond the immediate families, there's a broader community impact. The people of Massapequa Park, who lived near Hoyerman, are grappling with the possibility that a serial killer was in their midst for decades. The residents of Long Island who lived with fear during the years when the killer's identity was unknown are processing the relief of an arrest alongside renewed trauma as details of the case continue to emerge. The sex worker community, already vulnerable and often overlooked by society, has had to confront once again how little protection exists for them, how easily they can become victims, how long it can take for justice when one of their own is murdered. Advocates for sex workers have used this case to highlight the need for decriminalization and better protections, arguing that the vulnerability of the victims is what allowed this killer to operate for so long. Conclusion: unanswered questions. Even with Rex Heuermann's arrest and the charges he faces, questions remain. Of the 11 sets of remains found in the area, Heuermann has been charged with 7 murders. What about the others? Could they be connected to him? Or might they be the victims of different killers? Investigators have indicated this remains an active area of their investigation. Karen Vergata's death remains officially unsolved, though investigators have said they're continuing to look at possible connections to Heuermann. The remains of Tanya Jackson and her child Tatiana Dykes have been identified, but no charges have been filed in their deaths. The Asian male remains unidentified and unclaimed. Investigators have indicated they believe Heuermann may be responsible for additional murders beyond those he's been charged with. The planning document found on his computer suggests organization and forethought that could indicate multiple crimes. The pattern of alleged behavior spanning 3 decades raises questions about whether there might be opportunities for crimes that have not yet been discovered or connected to him. There's also the ongoing question of whether Heuermann had any accomplices or if other killers may have used the area. While all available evidence presented by prosecutors suggests he acted alone in the murders he's charged with, the discovery of so many victims over such a wide time frame has led some investigators to consider whether the area might have been used as a dumping ground by more than one perpetrator over the years. This remains a matter of investigative theory rather than established fact. The controversy surrounding Shannan Gilbert's death also remains unresolved. Did she die accidentally, as police have concluded, or was she murdered, possibly by someone connected to the case? Her family continues to believe she was killed, and her death, whether accidental or not, led directly to the discovery of the Gilgo Beach victims. But perhaps the biggest questions are the ones we may never fully answer. Why? What could drive someone to allegedly kill vulnerable women over the course of decades? If the charges are proven true, what was Rex Heuermann thinking when he allegedly created that planning document? When he allegedly hunted for victims? When he allegedly disposed of their bodies along that lonely highway? Even if Heuermann is convicted, even if he spends the rest of his life in prison, we may never fully understand what motivated him. Assuming the allegations are true, serial killers rarely provide satisfying explanations for their actions. The reality is often that there is no explanation that makes sense to most people, no way to fully comprehend what drives someone to such darkness. What we can say with certainty is that the Gilgo Beach case represents both a failure and a triumph of the justice system. It represents a failure in that it took 13 years from the discovery of the first bodies to make an arrest, 13 years during which families suffered without answers. It represents the failure of a system that allowed corruption to hamper the investigation, that allowed vulnerable women to become victims because society didn't protect them. But it also represents a triumph. It shows that even cold cases can be solved with persistence, with new technology, and with investigators who refuse to give up. It demonstrates the power of forensic genealogy and advanced DNA testing to solve crimes that seemed unsolvable. It proves that even after more than a decade, even when leads have gone cold and hope has dimmed, justice can still be served. The families of the victims have waited so long for this moment. As the case moves toward trial, as evidence is presented and arguments are made, they'll be watching, hoping that finally After all these years, the person responsible for their loved ones' deaths will be held accountable. Melissa Barthelemy, Maureen Brainard Barnes, Megan Waterman, Amber Lynn Costello, Jessica Taylor, Sandra Costilla, Valerie Mack, Karen Vergata, Tanya Jackson, Tatiana Dykes, Shannon Gilbert, and the still unidentified victims all deserve justice. They deserve to be remembered not as the Gilgo Beach victims, but as the people they were: daughters, mothers, sisters, friends. Women with lives and dreams who deserved so much better than they got. This case reminds us that behind every true crime story are real people who suffered, real families who grieve, and a real responsibility to seek justice, no matter how long it takes. Final thoughts. Thank you so much for watching today's video. The Gilgo Beach case is one of the most complex and disturbing serial killer investigations in American history, spanning 3 decades, involving at least 11 victims, and requiring the work of hundreds of investigators over more than 13 years to finally result in an arrest. If you found this video informative, please consider giving it a like and subscribing to the channel. Hit that notification bell so you never miss when we upload new true crime content. Remember to be respectful in the comments. These are real victims with real families who are still grieving and seeking justice. While we discuss these cases to educate and inform, we should always do so with respect for those who have been affected by these terrible crimes. If you or someone you know needs help or is in a dangerous situation, please reach out to local authorities or organizations that can provide support. There are resources available, and you don't have to face danger alone. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next video. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next video. How the serial killer hid in plain sight. Serial killer hid in plain sight. Content advisory. This presentation discusses violent crimes, including murder and sexual assault. While graphic details have been minimized, some content may be disturbing. Listener discretion is advised. Disclaimer on victim counts. Victim counts in this presentation represent confirmed murders, unless otherwise stated. Many of these killers are suspected of additional crimes that remain unproven. When referencing victim numbers, we rely on officially confirmed cases and clearly label any speculation or unverified claims. Disclaimer on psychological analysis. Psychological interpretations in this presentation are based on expert analysis, documented interviews, and established forensic psychology research. However, the inner workings of these individuals' minds cannot be known with absolute certainty. Where psychological motivations are discussed, they represent the professional assessments of forensic experts and criminal profilers rather than established facts. The neighborhood barbecue was in full swing that warm summer evening. Children's laughter echoed across manicured lawns, while adults gathered around grills, cold drinks in hand, swapping stories about work and weather. Among them stood a man who epitomized suburban normalcy. He wore a pleasant smile, shared recipes for the perfect burger, and made sure everyone's glass stayed full. Neighbors knew him as the guy who volunteered at the local church, the one who always showed up when someone needed help with yard work or moving furniture. He was, by every visible measure, one of the good ones. But beneath that carefully constructed facade lurked something else entirely, something dark, something predatory. Because this same man, the one flipping burgers and telling dad jokes, had murdered multiple people. Their bodies lay hidden, not far from where these good people stood laughing and living their ordinary lives. The predator wasn't lurking in some distant shadow or abandoned building. The killer was right there, shaking hands and asking about your weekend plans. This is perhaps the most terrifying truth about serial killers. They don't always look like the villains we imagine. They don't always act strangely or give off obvious warning signs. Some of the most prolific and brutal murderers in history were people who successfully convinced everyone around them that they were normal, decent, even admirable human beings. They held respectable jobs, they raised families, they served their communities, and they killed, again and again and again. Tonight, we're going to explore the chilling reality of serial killers who hid in plain sight. These are the stories of men who perfected the art of the double life, who wore masks so convincing that even those closest to them never suspected the truth. We'll examine how they did it, why it worked, and what their cases teach us about the nature of predatory behavior. Because understanding how these killers concealed themselves isn't just morbidly fascinating, experts believe this knowledge may help law enforcement and communities recognize warning patterns before more lives are lost. So settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of human psychology, where we'll meet the neighbors, the volunteers, the family men, who turned out to be something else entirely. The psychology of the mask. Before we delve into specific cases, we need to understand something fundamental about how certain killers operate. Psychologists have a term for what these individuals do. It's called compartmentalization. This is the ability to separate different aspects of one's life into mental boxes, keeping them so distinct that they never seem to touch or contaminate each other. For most of us, compartmentalization is a healthy coping mechanism. We might separate our work persona from our home persona, becoming more formal and professional at the office while being relaxed and casual with family. That's normal. That's adaptive. But for certain killers, compartmentalization becomes something far more sinister and far more complete. These individuals don't just separate different roles, they create entirely different personalities. There's the public self, the person everyone sees and knows. This version is often charming, helpful, and socially skilled. It's the face they show to neighbors, co-workers, and even family members. Then there's the private self, the predator that emerges when the opportunity arises. This is the part they keep carefully hidden, the part that plans, stalks, and kills. According to forensic psychologists and criminal profilers, the truly frightening aspect is how seamlessly some killers can switch between these personas. One moment they're genuinely engaged in normal social interaction, laughing at jokes, expressing concern for a sick friend, discussing the minutiae of daily life. The next moment, something shifts inside them, and the predator emerges. Then, just as quickly, the mask slides back into place, and they return to being the person everyone thinks they know. This ability to maintain such a convincing facade is often linked to psychopathy. Now, it's important to understand that not all psychopaths are violent, and not all violent criminals are psychopaths. But many of the killers who successfully hide in plain sight exhibit traits consistent with psychopathic personality disorder. These traits include superficial charm, a grandiose sense of self-worth, pathological lying, manipulation, lack of remorse or guilt, shallow emotional responses, and a parasitic lifestyle where they use others for their own benefit. What makes psychopathic killers particularly dangerous is something called the mask of sanity. This phrase, coined by psychiatrist Hervey Cleckley in his groundbreaking 1941 book of the same name, describes how psychopaths can present a completely normal, even appealing exterior while harboring deeply disturbed thoughts and impulses. They understand social norms not because they feel them, but because they've learned to mimic them. They're actors playing the role of a normal person, and some of them are devastatingly effective at it. These killers often possess above-average intelligence, which they use to study and replicate normal human behavior. They watch how people react to tragedy and learn to fake the appropriate emotional response. They observe what makes someone trustworthy and adopt those characteristics. They're essentially emotional frauds, counterfeiting feelings they don't actually experience to blend into society. There's also typically a strong element of narcissism at play. Research suggests that many of these killers believe they're fundamentally superior to others, that ordinary rules don't apply to them. This grandiosity fuels both their crimes and their confidence that they won't be caught. They think they're smarter than law enforcement, cleverer than their neighbors, more cunning than anyone who might suspect them. And sometimes, terrifyingly, they're right, at least for a while. Another crucial factor is the element of control. According to forensic psychologists and criminal profilers, many serial killers are primarily motivated by a need for power and dominance rather than sexual gratification alone. But maintaining a normal facade requires control as well, just a different kind. They must control their impulses in public, control their words and expressions, control the information others have access to. Research suggests this need for control may extend to every aspect of their lives, creating an existence that is simultaneously meticulously organized and horrifyingly violent. The social context matters too. Research has shown that these killers often thrive in environments where people want to trust each other, where the default assumption is that your neighbor, your co-worker, your fellow church member is basically good. They exploit our desire to see the best in people, using our own optimism and communal trust against us. In tight-knit communities where everyone knows everyone else, the cognitive dissonance of suspecting someone familiar can be overwhelming. Our brains resist believing that someone we know could be capable of such horrors. It's also worth noting that many of these killers insert themselves into positions that inherently command trust. They become teachers, coaches, volunteers, religious leaders, roles that society has been conditioned to respect and trust. These positions provide not only cover but also access to potential victims. They create situations where questioning someone's motives feels somehow inappropriate or even offensive. The phenomenon of hiding in plain sight reveals something uncomfortable about human nature and social dynamics. We rely on shortcuts and assumptions to navigate our social worlds. We can't deeply investigate every person we interact with, so we use surface indicators. Does this person seem normal? Do they fit in? Do others vouch for them? To make quick judgments about trustworthiness. Serial killers who successfully hide in plain sight have figured out how to game this system, presenting exactly the right indicators while concealing their true nature. Understanding these psychological mechanisms is crucial not just for law enforcement, but for anyone who wants to better understand how predatory individuals operate. Experts emphasize that while we cannot always identify dangerous individuals by appearance or surface behavior, awareness of these patterns can contribute to improved community safety and more effective investigation strategies. Now, with this psychological framework in mind, let's examine specific cases that illustrate these principles in action. We'll start with a man who maintained his cover for over 30 years, fooling his family, his friends, his church congregation, and his entire community, while committing some of the most brutal murders in American history. Dennis Rader, the church president with a terrible secret. Dennis Lynn Rader was born on March 9, 1945, in Pittsburgh, Kansas, the first of 4 sons born to Dorothea May Cook and William Elvin Rader. His father worked for Kansas Gas Service and was a former United States Marine. His mother worked as a bookkeeper. The family attended Zion Lutheran Church in Pittsburgh, where Dennis was baptized as an infant. By all external appearances, the Rader family was typical of countless American families in the post-war era, working class, church-going, and unremarkable. His childhood appeared outwardly normal, though he would later claim, and it's important to note these are his own self-serving claims, that he'd been born with violent sexual fantasies. Psychologists note that such claims often serve to minimize personal responsibility and should be understood within that context. Rader would also later claim to have tortured and killed animals as a child, including hanging stray cats, though the extent of these early behaviors remains difficult to verify independently. As a young man, Rader seemed unremarkable. He joined the United States Air Force in 1966, serving until 1970 and achieving the rank of sergeant. During his service, he received training and experience that would later prove useful in his crimes: discipline, attention to detail, and the ability to follow procedures meticulously. He returned to Kansas after his service and attended Wichita State University, eventually earning a degree in administration of justice in 1979. The irony of a serial killer studying criminal justice would later be noted by many observers. It was during this period that he met Paula Dietz, who worked as a secretary for the American Legion. They married on May 22, 1971, in a ceremony held at Christ Lutheran Church in Wichita, the same church where Rader would later become a pillar of the congregation. Together, they would have 2 children, a son, Brian, born in 1975, and a daughter, Kerry, born in 1978. By all outward appearances, Dennis Rader was building a stable, respectable life. He worked as an assembler for the Coleman Company, a manufacturer of outdoor recreational products. He attended church regularly at Christ Lutheran Church, becoming increasingly involved in the congregation. He was active in the Boy Scouts, serving as a troop leader. He was, by every metric his neighbors could see, a good man, perhaps a bit rigid and particular about rules, but certainly not dangerous. In 1974, Rader obtained a position with ADT Security Services, installing home security systems. The irony would later be almost unbearable for his clients and community. The man charged with protecting their homes was the very threat they sought protection from. Co-workers at ADT nicknamed him Blue Book Man because he always followed the rules meticulously and scolded others for even making small talk during work hours. He worked this job for several years before joining the Park City Compliance Department in 1991, where he became a code enforcement officer, essentially a bureaucrat who enforced city ordinances, wrote citations for code violations, and measured grass that was too long. This position suited Rader perfectly. It gave him a modicum of authority, allowed him to enter people's properties, and provided a legitimate reason to be driving through neighborhoods, observing homes and residents. His co-workers would later describe him as officious, someone who relished his small amount of power, perhaps a bit too much. He was known to be inflexible about rules, measuring lawns with precision and issuing citations for even minor violations. He reportedly chased stray animals while carrying a tranquilizer gun, taking his duties perhaps more seriously than necessary. But overzealousness about city codes didn't make someone a murderer. It just made them annoying. Rader's involvement with Christ Lutheran Church deepened over the years. He served in various capacities, eventually becoming the congregation president in January 2005. He was responsible for administrative duties, congregation meetings, church finances. He was trusted with the most mundane and intimate details of church operations. People confided in him about their struggles, their doubts, their fears. He counseled them, prayed with them, presented himself as a pillar of faith and community. But there was another Dennis Rader, a secret Dennis Rader, one that had been active since January 15, 1974. On that frigid winter morning, the Otero family went about their normal routines in their Wichita home. Joseph Otero, age 38, worked for the Coleman Company, the same company where Rader had briefly worked. Julie Otero, age 34, was his devoted wife. They had 5 children together, building the kind of family life that represented the American dream. That morning, 9-year-old Joseph Jr., 11-year-old Josephine, and their siblings were in various states of waking up for school. Dennis Rader had been watching the house. He'd seen the family's routines, knew their schedules. According to his later confessions, he had been stalking Julie Otero since December 1973, apparently developing an obsession with her. When he knocked on the door that morning, the Oteros let him in, perhaps believing he needed help, perhaps thinking he was from the telephone company, as he would later claim to have told them. Once inside, he revealed his true intentions. Using weapons he'd brought with him, Rader methodically restrained the family members. He killed Joseph Otero Sr. by strangulation with a cord. He killed Julie Otero the same way. 9-year-old Joey was also strangled. The systematic nature of the murders stood in stark contrast to any image of passion or sudden rage. This was calculated, planned, methodical. Then, Rader took 11-year-old Josephine to the basement, where he killed her. The crime scene was staged in a way that suggested sexual motivation, though Rader's actual intent was about power and control. When investigators arrived at the Otero home later that day, after family members discovered the bodies, they found a scene of calculated brutality that would haunt the Wichita community for decades. The community was shocked. The Oteros were a good family, well-liked, with no apparent enemies. Who would do such a thing? Why would anyone target an entire family, including children? The randomness of it made it even more terrifying. If the Oteros could be victims, anyone could. But after committing these horrific murders, Dennis Rader didn't flee the state or go into hiding. He went home to his wife Paula, who was pregnant with their first child. He went to work at the Coleman Company. He attended church. He helped neighbors. He lived his normal life as if nothing had happened. He even took a watch from the Otero home as a souvenir, beginning a pattern he would continue throughout his killing career. This ability to commit savage murder and then seamlessly return to mundane normalcy is what Rader would later describe, using his own terminology, as cubing. Though forensic psychologists note this is his own term for what is clinically known as dissociation or extreme compartmentalization. He claimed to be able to separate his life into distinct compartments that never touched: work Dennis, church Dennis, family Dennis, and what he called his Factor X, or his demon. Experts emphasize that such self-serving explanations should be viewed critically, as they often serve to minimize the killer's responsibility for their conscious choices. 3 months after the Otero murders, on April 4, 1974, Rada struck again. Catherine Bright, a 21-year-old woman who also worked at the Coleman Company, was home with her brother Kevin when Rader broke in. He shot Kevin Bright, who survived despite serious injuries and would later provide descriptions to police. Rader then murdered Catherine by stabbing her multiple times. The attack was brutal and prolonged. Catherine fought for her life, sustaining numerous defensive wounds before succumbing to her injuries. Kevin Bright's survival and his ability to describe the attacker should have led to Rader's capture, but somehow the investigation didn't connect him to the crime. Then, something happened that would define the BTK case for the next 30 years. Dennis Rader wanted credit for his crimes. He wanted recognition. He wanted people to know what he'd done and to acknowledge his work. On October 22, 1974, a Wichita Eagle reporter received a phone call directing him to a book at the Wichita Public Library. Inside that book was a letter describing the Otero murders in detail that only the killer could know. The letter was chilling in its matter-of-fact tone, describing the crimes as though they were ordinary events. At the bottom, the author had provided a name for himself: BTK, bind, torture, kill. The letter stated, "The code words for me will be bind them, torture them, kill them, BTK." This would become his signature. Over the years, BTK would send numerous letters to media outlets and police, taunting them, providing details of murders, sometimes sending items belonging to victims. He seemed to crave the attention, the notoriety, the knowledge that the entire city was talking about him, even though they didn't know who he was. But despite this correspondence, BTK would remain unidentified for decades. And during those decades, Dennis Rader continued his double life. In 1975, his son Brian was born. Rader was present for the birth, a devoted father from the start. He coached Brian in Little League, attended his school events, helped with homework. Brian would later describe his father as strict but loving, someone who enforced rules but also spent quality time with his children. Rader killed again in 1977. On March 17th, Shirley Vian, a 26-year-old mother of 3 young children, was murdered in her home. Shirley was sick with the flu that day, lying in bed when Rader forced his way into the house. He told her children, ages 5, 7, and 8, that he was wanted by the police and needed to hide. He locked them in the bathroom, telling them he would harm their mother if they came out or made noise. The children huddled together in terror, hearing sounds from outside, but not understanding what was happening. Rader killed Shirley in her bedroom while her children waited just feet away. When he left, the children eventually emerged to find their mother dead. The psychological trauma inflicted on these children, who survived but lost their mother in such a terrifying way, is immeasurable. On December 8, 1977, Rader broke into the home of Nancy Fox, a 25-year-old woman who lived alone. Nancy worked at a jewelry store and was known for her friendly personality. Rader killed her by strangulation with a belt. Then, in a display of his twisted arrogance, he used her own phone to call the police and report the homicide, directing them to her address. He wanted them to find his work. He wanted credit. The phone call was brief and matter-of-fact, demonstrating his complete lack of remorse or emotional connection to his victim. After the Fox murder, BTK went silent. Not because he'd stopped thinking about killing, not because he'd experienced remorse, but because, As he would later explain, his life circumstances had changed in ways that made murder more difficult. In 1978, his daughter Kerry was born. His children were growing up. His wife was more aware of his movements. His job demanded more of his time. The compartmentalization required more effort. But he didn't forget. He kept souvenirs from his victims, photographs, identification cards, items of clothing. He revisited these items regularly, using them to relive his crimes in his imagination. He would later admit to creating elaborate fantasies and even detailed drawings of potential future victims during this dormant period. The years passed. 1978, 1979, 1980. No new BTK murders. Wichita began to relax slightly, though the terror of those few years in the mid-1970s had never truly faded. Parents still warned children. Women still checked their locks obsessively, but life moved on as it must. The BTK task force remained active, but with diminishing resources as other crimes demanded attention. Then, in 1985, BTK resurfaced. On April 27th, Maureen Hedge, a 53-year-old neighbor of Rader's, was killed in her home. Maureen lived just 6 doors down from the Rader family on the same street. Rader had watched her, knew her routines. He broke in during the night, killed her, removed her body to take photographs in a remote location, and then returned the body to her home. The level of planning and risk-taking indicated a killer who felt completely confident in his ability to evade capture. The fact that he targeted his own neighbor demonstrated his complete lack of fear and his belief in his own superiority. On September 16, 1986, Vicki Wegerle, a 28-year-old woman, was murdered in her home, while her young 2-year-old son was present in another room. Vicki was a pianist and homemaker. Rader had posed as a telephone repairman to gain entry, part of what he would later call Project Piano. After killing Vicki, he left as calmly as he'd arrived, confident that his disguise and planning had protected his identity. Her murder wouldn't be officially connected to BTK until years later. The final confirmed BTK murder occurred on January 19, 1991. Dolores Davis, a 62-year-old woman, was abducted from her home, killed with her own pantyhose, and her body left under a bridge. Dolores was a beloved grandmother in the community. After this murder, BTK went silent again. For 13 years, there were no letters, no communications, no confirmed killings. The case grew cold. Investigators retired. The city moved on, though the shadow of BTK never entirely lifted. During all these years, Dennis Rader lived his normal life with remarkable success. He raised his children. Brian and Kerry Rader had a father who attended their school events, helped with homework, enforced household rules with perhaps more rigidity than most parents, but nothing that seemed abnormal. They had family dinners, they went on vacations, they celebrated birthdays and holidays. Paula Rader had a husband who went to work, came home, handled household repairs, and seemed like a typical middle-aged man settled into the routines of suburban life. If she noticed anything unusual, she didn't recognize it as evidence of murder. His co-workers at the Park City Compliance Office knew Dennis Rader as the guy who took his job very seriously, maybe too seriously. He was meticulous about city codes, inflexible about enforcement, the kind of person who'd measure your grass with a ruler and write a citation if it exceeded the permitted height by half an inch. Some found him irritating. Others thought he was just doing his job thoroughly. No one thought he was a serial killer. His church congregation knew him as Brother Dennis, devoted to Christ Lutheran Church, always present at services, reliable for administrative tasks, eventually trusted enough to become congregation president. He led council meetings. He managed church finances. He represented the congregation in community interfaith activities. He was, by all accounts, a dedicated member of the Christian community. But in 2004, after 13 years of silence, BTK suddenly began communicating again. The Wichita Eagle ran a story marking the 30th anniversary of the Otero murders, and Rader would later explain that he was kind of bored and concerned that his work would be forgotten. Investigators believe his need for recognition overcame his caution. He began sending letters to media outlets again, including items from old crime scenes to prove his identity. What followed was a cat-and-mouse game between BTK and law enforcement. Rader sent numerous communications over the next year, some in serial boxes, possibly a reference to serial killer, containing drawings, photographs, written descriptions of murders, and even dolls posed to mimic his victims. He seemed to be playing a game, testing the police, enjoying the renewed attention his crimes were receiving. In one of his communications, Rader made a fatal error. He asked police if they could trace information on a floppy disk. The police, hoping to encourage him to send a disk, lied and said no, they couldn't trace it. Trusting this response and displaying a surprising naivety for someone who'd evaded capture for 30 years, Rader sent a purple floppy disk to a television station. Forensic analysts examined the disk and found deleted metadata that included the name Dennis and a connection to Christ Lutheran Church. This led investigators directly to Dennis Rader. They obtained a DNA sample from his daughter Kerry's medical records at a university clinic. She had had a routine pap smear, and compared it to DNA evidence from the crime scenes. The match was conclusive. On February 25, 2005, Dennis Rader was arrested outside his home in Park City, Kansas, on his lunch break from his compliance officer job. When asked if he knew why he was being arrested, Rader reportedly responded, "Oh, I have suspicions why." Even in the moment of his capture, there was an almost casual quality to his demeanor, as if being arrested for serial murder was just another item on his day's schedule. The arrest shocked everyone who knew him. His family was devastated. Paula Rader filed for an immediate emergency divorce on July 26, 2005, waiving the normal 60-day waiting period. Their marriage was dissolved as quickly as the legal system allowed. She released a statement saying that neither she nor her children had any suspicion of his crimes. The psychological trauma of discovering that the man she'd been married to for 34 years was BTK is difficult to comprehend. Their children, now adults, had to reconcile the father they'd known with the serial killer he actually was. Brian and Kerry Rader have largely stayed out of public life since their father's arrest, attempting to build lives separate from the horror of his legacy. Kerry Rawson, she took her married name, eventually wrote a book in 2019 titled A Serial Killer's Daughter, My Story of Faith, Love, and Overcoming, and participated in the 2025 Netflix documentary My Father, the BTK Killer, where she shared her quest for answers and healing. In letters Rader wrote to Kerry from jail, he showed a disturbing mix of fatherly affection and complete lack of genuine remorse. He wrote things like, "You will always be my baby girl, I raised right, and life before the arrest was a good time, and the dark side took me away," as if his murders were something that happened to him rather than choices he made. Kerry described the agonizing process of trying to reconcile the loving father she remembered with the killer he actually was. The congregation at Christ Lutheran Church was stunned. This man they'd trusted, who'd managed their church, who'd represented their faith community, he'd been BTK all along. Some members struggled with profound questions about faith, about how they could have been so thoroughly deceived, about what it meant that they'd prayed alongside a serial killer. Rader's co-workers reported feeling disturbed and betrayed. They'd worked alongside him for years, shared breaks with him, attended office parties with him. The code enforcement officer who measured grass and wrote parking tickets had murdered 10 people. The cognitive dissonance was overwhelming. During his interrogation and subsequent court proceedings, Rader was unnervingly cooperative and detailed in describing his crimes. He showed no genuine remorse, instead seeming almost proud of his ability to have hidden for so long. He explained his methods, his planning, his motivations with a clinical detachment that forensic psychologists found characteristic of psychopathic personality disorder. He spoke about his victims as though they were objects, projects he'd completed. He detailed his trolling process, how he'd search for potential victims, how he'd plan his attacks, how he'd relive the crimes through his souvenirs. On June 27, 2005, Rader pleaded guilty to 10 counts of first-degree murder. On August 18, 2005, he was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms in prison, one for each of his confirmed victims. Kansas had no death penalty at the time his crimes were committed, so life imprisonment was the maximum sentence. He will never be eligible for parole. He is currently incarcerated at the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas, where he will remain for the rest of his natural life. The BTK case represents one of the most disturbing examples of a serial killer successfully hiding in plain sight. For over 30 years, Dennis Rader maintained a completely normal public existence, while secretly being one of America's most brutal killers. His ability to compartmentalize, to separate his murderous activities from his daily life, allowed him to fool everyone around him: his family, his church, his community, his co-workers. When people think about serial killers, they often imagine someone who looks or acts obviously disturbed. But Dennis Rader looked like everyone's neighbor. He looked like a church leader. He looked like a typical middle-aged man living an ordinary life in the heartland of America. And that's precisely what made him so dangerous and so successful at evading capture for so long. The victims of BTK deserve to be remembered as more than just entries in a killer's ledger. Joseph Otero, age 38, was a loving father who'd brought his family to Wichita for better opportunities. Julie Otero, age 34, was a devoted mother who worked at the Coleman Company. Joseph Otero Jr., age 9, loved baseball and had his whole life ahead of him. Josephine Otero, age 11, was a bright student with a promising future. Catherine Bright, age 21, was starting her adult life with hopes and dreams. Shirley Vian, age 26, was a mother doing her best to raise 3 young children. Nancy Fox, age 25, was independent and hardworking. Maureen Hedge, age 53, was a kind neighbor. Vicki Wegel, age 28, was a talented pianist and mother. Dolores Davis, age 62, was a beloved grandmother in her community. They were people with families, hopes, dreams, and futures that Dennis Rader stole from them. Their names and their humanity must be remembered alongside the story of the man who killed them. John Wayne Gacy, the killer clown, Next Door. If Dennis Rader represents the mundane killer hiding in plain sight, the ordinary bureaucrat who happened to be a murderer, then John Wayne Gacy represents something even more disturbing. The beloved community figure, the charitable volunteer, the man who brought joy to children and sick people through his clown performances. Gacy was popular, well-liked, and respected in his community. He was also responsible for the deaths of 33 young men and boys, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. John Wayne Gacy was born on March 17, 1942, in Chicago, Illinois, the second of 3 children born to John Stanley Gacy and Marion Elaine Robinson. His childhood was marked by complexity and dysfunction, though like many serial killers, external observers might not have recognized the depth of problems within the family home. Gacy's father was an alcoholic who frequently abused his wife and children, both physically and verbally. Young John was often the target of his father's rage and disappointment. The elder Gacy belittled his son, calling him stupid and worthless, comparing him unfavorably to his sisters, and questioning his masculinity. He would beat John with a leather strap for real or perceived infractions. Psychological experts note that this abuse likely contributed to Gacy's later need to prove his worth and earn approval. Though many people experience childhood abuse without becoming killers, and abuse does not excuse or fully explain criminal behavior. Despite these difficulties, Gacy worked hard to present a normal exterior. He was involved in extracurricular activities at school, worked various jobs as a teenager to contribute to the family finances, and seemed to be making efforts to build a stable life. He struggled with health issues, including a heart condition that would cause him to be hospitalized multiple times during his youth and would later exempt him from military service during the Vietnam War era. In 1964, at age 22, Gacy married Marlyn Myers, whose father owned a chain of Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurants in Waterloo, Iowa. Gacy moved to Waterloo with his bride and began working for his father-in-law, managing one of the restaurants. He threw himself into community involvement, joining the JCs, the Junior Chamber of Commerce, a civic organization for young professionals, and quickly becoming known as an enthusiastic volunteer and hard worker. He was elected vice president of the Waterloo JCs chapter and was named outstanding vice president of the organization in Iowa. He seemed to finally be building the kind of respectable life his father had always claimed he couldn't achieve. On the surface, Gacy appeared to be thriving. He and Marlyn had 2 children, a son and daughter. He was successful in business, rising to manage multiple restaurant locations. He was active in community service, known for his dedication and work ethic. He was making something of himself. But beneath this successful exterior, Gacy was engaging in disturbing behavior. He had sexual encounters with teenage boys, sometimes employees at the restaurants he managed. He would ply them with alcohol and then commit sexual acts. In 1968, one of these encounters led to criminal charges when a teenage boy, the son of a fellow JC's member, reported that Gacy had sexually assaulted him. When the case went to trial, Gacy was convicted of sodomy and sentenced to 10 years in prison at the Iowa State Reformatory. Marlyn divorced him while he was incarcerated, and he lost contact with his children. His father died shortly after his conviction, reportedly disgusted by his son's crimes. Gacy never got the chance to prove himself to his father. Most people might assume this would be the end of the story. A sex offender caught, punished, and removed from society. But Gacy was a model prisoner. He earned his high school equivalency diploma while incarcerated. He worked in the prison kitchen and was praised for his leadership and work ethic. He served on the Prisoner Grievance Committee. He was, by all accounts, rehabilitated. After serving just 18 months of his 10-year sentence, he was paroled in June 1970. What happened next illustrates a profound failure in the criminal justice system's ability to predict recidivism in certain types of offenders. Gacy moved back to Chicago and started over. He reconnected with his mother and eventually moved to Norwood Park Township, a middle-class neighborhood on the northwest side of Chicago. In 1971, he bought a home at 8213 West Summerdale Avenue, a modest ranch-style house that would later become infamous. Gacy started a construction company, PDM Contractors, named for painting, decorating, and maintenance. He was skilled at construction work, having learned carpentry and other trades from his father, and quickly built a successful business. He hired teenage boys and young men to work for him, often recruiting from local high schools or targeting those from troubled backgrounds who might be less likely to be missed if they disappeared. He paid them fairly and treated them reasonably, though some would later report that he could be volatile and inappropriate. In 1972, Gacy married again. Carol Hoff was a divorcee with 2 young daughters. She'd known Gacy years earlier when they both worked at the same company, and when they reconnected after his release from prison, he seemed like a stable man who'd made a mistake in his youth but had turned his life around. They married in July 1972, and Gacy became a stepfather to Carol's daughters, presenting himself as a family man and provider. He became deeply involved in community activities. He joined the local Moose Club and other civic organizations. He began performing as a clown at children's parties, hospitals, and charitable events, creating characters he called Pogo the Clown and Patches the Clown. He would dress in full clown makeup and costume, bringing smiles to sick children in hospitals and entertaining at neighborhood block parties and fundraisers. Gacy's clown performances made him well known in the community. People loved him. He was the generous guy who gave his time to make children happy, who volunteered for the Democratic Party, who organized fundraisers and community events. He was photographed with local politicians and civic leaders. In 1978, he even met First Lady Rosalynn Carter at a Polish Constitution Day parade event in Chicago, where he was serving as director of the annual parade. The photograph of Gacy with the First Lady would later become one of the most shocking images associated with the case, a serial killer smiling alongside the wife of the President of the United States. But during this same period, John Wayne Gacy was also murdering young men and boys at a horrific rate. According to Gacy's later confession, his first murder as an adult occurred on January 3, 1972, in the early morning hours. Timothy McCoy was a 16-year-old who'd been traveling through Chicago by bus. Gacy encountered him at the Greyhound bus station, offered him a place to stay, and brought him to his Summerdale Avenue home. There, Gacy killed him. Gacy would later claim that Timothy had come at him with a knife and that he'd killed in self-defense, but investigators found no evidence to support this claim and believe it was another of Gacy's many lies. After this murder, Gacy realized something that would define his subsequent actions. He could kill and get away with it. The body could be hidden. The victim's disappearance wouldn't necessarily be connected to him. He could continue his normal life as if nothing had happened, and that's exactly what he did. Gacy developed a methodical approach to murder. He would target young men, and boys, often those who worked for him or whom he met through his business or community activities. He would lure them to his house under various pretexts, offering work, showing them something, providing a place to stay, or sometimes simply inviting them to drink or party. Once there, he would gain control of them through trickery, force, or by offering them alcohol or drugs. Gacy would then incapacitate his victims, often by using what he called his handcuff trick. He'd claim to be showing them a magic trick or illusion where he could escape from handcuffs and would get them to allow him to put the cuffs on them. Once the victim was restrained, Gacy's true nature would emerge. He would commit sexual assault and eventually kill them, most often through strangulation, using a rope or board twisted by a stick, a method called garroting. The methodical nature of his crimes stood in stark contrast to his public persona as a community leader and entertainer. After each murder, Gacy faced the problem of body disposal. His solution was grimly practical and horrifyingly simple. He buried them under his house. The crawl space beneath his home became a graveyard. As the years went on and the body count increased, Gacy would dig new graves in his crawl space, sometimes even stacking bodies or digging up old graves to make room for new victims. Eventually, when the crawl space became too full, Gacy began disposing of bodies in other ways. He threw 4 victims into the Des Plaines River, but for the most part, the bodies of his victims were buried beneath his home, decomposing just feet below where he lived his normal life, where he hosted parties, where his wife and stepdaughters slept. During the period from 1972 to 1978, while Gacy was actively killing, his public life continued seemingly without any disruption. He entertained at parties as Pogo the Clown, bringing joy to children at birthday parties and hospital wards. He ran his successful construction business, completing jobs professionally and earning a good reputation. He supervised employees, attended political events, volunteered for community causes. He was, to all external appearances, a successful, generous, community-minded citizen. His wife, Carol, did eventually become suspicious of Gacy's behavior, though not of murder. She noticed strange smells in the house. Gacy blamed it on moisture in the crawl space or problems with the plumbing. She noticed his strange hours, his volatile mood swings, and the fact that their sexual relationship had essentially ceased. She also discovered pornographic materials featuring young men hidden in the house. In March 1976, Carol and Gacy divorced, with Carol taking her daughters and leaving. Years later, she would express her relief that her daughters had not been harmed and her horror at discovering who Gacy truly was. She would say that she had no idea about the murders, and investigators found no evidence that she did. After the divorce, with no family living in the house with him, Gacy's killing accelerated. Without a wife to explain things to or hide things from, he had more freedom to act on his violent urges. The bodies continued to accumulate beneath his home, yet he continued his community involvement unabated. Gacy hosted elaborate annual summer parties at his home, inviting neighbors, political figures, business associates. These parties became well known in the neighborhood, with people looking forward to them each year. Guests would stand on the lawn, eating and drinking, socializing and laughing, with 29 bodies buried just below their feet. The cognitive dissonance of this, the friendly party happening literally above a mass grave, is almost incomprehensible. Neighbors on Summerdale Avenue thought Gacy was a bit odd. He could be volatile, and there were sometimes unpleasant smells around his property. Some young men were seen coming and going at odd hours, but mostly they saw him as a helpful neighbor, someone who'd plow snow from driveways or help with home repairs. He was familiar. He was part of the community. He certainly wasn't a serial killer. The investigation that would eventually catch Gacy began not with any of his earlier victims, but with his last. On December 11, 1978, 15-year-old Robert Piest told his mother he was going to meet with a contractor about a potential summer job. The contractor was John Wayne Gacy, who'd come into the pharmacy where Robert's mother worked to discuss a remodeling project. Robert was excited about the opportunity. He never came home. Robert's mother immediately reported him missing and mentioned that he'd been going to meet with Gacy. Unlike many of Gacy's previous victims, young men from troubled backgrounds, drifters, runaways, or those who might not be immediately missed, Robert Piest was a well-cared-for teenager from a stable, loving family. His disappearance was taken seriously from the beginning, and police quickly began investigating Gacy. What they found was disturbing. Gacy had a criminal history, the 1968 conviction for sexual assault in Iowa. He'd been in prison. He was on parole that he shouldn't have even been off of yet, and now a teenage boy had disappeared after going to meet him. Investigators began surveillance on Gacy and started looking deeper into his background. They discovered that several young men who'd worked for PDM contractors had disappeared over the years. On December 21, 1978, after obtaining a search warrant based on the mounting evidence, police searched Gacy's home. What they found there would shock the nation. The smell of decomposition was overwhelming. Investigators began searching the crawl space and discovered human remains. As the excavation continued over the following days, more and more bodies were found. Eventually, 26 bodies were recovered from the crawl space, and 3 more were found buried in other areas on the property. 4 bodies that Gacy had disposed of in the Des Plaines River were also eventually identified, bringing the total known victim count to 33. On December 22, 1978, John Wayne Gacy confessed to the murders. He did so in a relatively matter-of-fact manner, providing details about his methods, his burial sites, and his victims. Forensic psychologists who have studied his confessions and later interviews note that he displayed little genuine remorse and seemed more concerned with managing his public image than with accepting responsibility for the harm he'd caused. The revelation that John Wayne Gacy, Pogo the Clown, community volunteer, successful businessman, was responsible for 33 murders shocked the Chicago area and the nation. People who'd known him, who'd attended his parties, who'd hired him for work, who'd had their children entertained by his clown performances, struggled to reconcile the man they knew with the brutal killer he'd been revealed to be. The excavation of Gacy's home became a media spectacle. News crews broadcast images of investigators digging up bodies from beneath the house. The Summerdale Avenue address became infamous. Neighbors gathered behind police tape, trying to comprehend how such horror had existed right next door to them. The trial began on February 6, 1980. Gacy's defense attempted to argue that he was insane, that he suffered from multiple personality disorder, that he couldn't have been responsible for his actions. His lawyers presented psychiatric testimony suggesting that another personality named Jack Hanley had committed the murders while Gacy was unaware. But the prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of premeditation, planning, and rational behavior surrounding the murders. The prosecution argued that Gacy knew exactly what he was doing, that he was organized and calculating, and that he made conscious choices to kill repeatedly. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before finding Gacy guilty on all 33 counts of murder. On March 13, 1980, he was sentenced to death for 12 of the murders. He would spend the next 14 years on death row, during which time he gave numerous interviews, painted pictures, some of clowns, which would later be sold or destroyed, and continued to maintain his innocence despite his earlier confession. John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection at Stateville Correctional Center in Crestwood, Illinois, on May 10, 1994, at 12:58 a.m. He was 52 years old. His last words were reported to be "kiss my ass." Even in death, he showed no genuine remorse for his crimes. Outside the prison, crowds gathered, some celebrating, some protesting the death penalty. His execution was seen by many as justice finally served for the 33 young men and boys whose lives he'd taken. After Gacy's execution, his house on Summerdale Avenue was demolished in April 1979, shortly after the bodies were removed. The lot remained empty for years, as no one wanted to buy property so thoroughly associated with horror. Eventually, a new house was built on the site, and a new family moved in, trying to establish normal life in a place that had been the setting for unspeakable crimes. The Gacy case represents perhaps the most extreme example of a serial killer successfully hiding in plain sight. He wasn't just maintaining a normal appearance, he was actively beloved by his community. Children loved Pogo the Clown. Neighbors appreciated his helpfulness. Politicians valued his volunteer work. Business associates found him reliable and skilled. The Democratic Party welcomed his participation in political events and fundraisers. And all the while, beneath his house, the bodies accumulated. 29 young men and boys buried in the crawl space, their decomposing bodies just feet below where parties were held, where guests socialized, where life went on as normal. The duality of Gacy's existence, beloved community figure by day, brutal killer by night, challenges our fundamental assumptions about how we identify dangerous people. If someone as active, public, and seemingly generous as John Wayne Gacy could be a serial killer, then our methods for identifying threats are fundamentally inadequate. The victims of John Wayne Gacy deserve to be remembered as individuals, not just statistics. Timothy McCoy, age 16, was traveling through Chicago with his whole life ahead of him. John Butkovich, age 17, worked for Gacy and disappeared in 1975. Darrell Sampson, age 18, was a high school student. Randall Reffett, age 15, vanished in 1976. Samuel Stapleton, age 14, was a junior high student. These young men had families who loved them, dreams they wanted to pursue, potential that was stolen from them. Some of Gacy's victims remain unidentified even today, their families perhaps still wondering what happened to their missing sons or brothers. Robert Piest, whose disappearance finally led to Gacy's capture, was 15 years old. He was a good student, close to his family, excited about a potential job opportunity. His mother never stopped looking for him, and her determination to find her son ultimately led to the investigation that brought Gacy down. The Piest family's persistence in pursuing answers when Robert disappeared demonstrates the importance of taking every missing person case seriously, regardless of the victim's background. Ted Bundy, the charming predator. Theodore Robert Bundy, born Theodore Robert Cowell on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, would become one of the most infamous serial killers in American history. Unlike Rader or Gacy, Bundy's good looks, education, and charm made him seem like the last person who would be capable of murder. He was handsome, articulate, intelligent, and seemingly destined for a successful career in law or politics, and he confessed to murdering at least 30 young women, though investigators believe the actual number is higher, with estimates ranging up to 35 or more based on circumstantial evidence and unsolved cases from the areas where Bundy traveled. Bundy's early life was complicated by secrets and deception that psychological experts believe may have shaped his development, though, as always, difficult circumstances don't excuse behavior or determine outcomes. He was born to Eleanor Louise Cowell, an unmarried woman in the 1940s, a status that carried severe social stigma at the time. To avoid scandal, Bundy was raised in his grandparents' home in Philadelphia, with the understanding that his grandparents were his parents and his mother was his older sister. He wouldn't learn the truth about his parentage until he was an adolescent, discovering the deception through a cousin, or possibly by finding his birth certificate. Accounts vary. His biological father's identity remains uncertain. His birth certificate lists Lloyd Marshall as his father, but this is believed to be false. His mother later married Johnny Bundy, and Theodore took his stepfather's surname. The family moved to Washington State when Ted was 4 years old, where young Ted grew up in what appeared to be a normal, middle-class environment in Tacoma. Bundy was intelligent and did well academically, though he was sometimes described as shy and less popular than his peers in his early school years. He attended the University of Washington, where he studied Chinese and later psychology. He was involved in politics, volunteering for Republican campaigns and working on political causes. He worked at a crisis hotline at a suicide prevention center in Seattle, where he met and befriended Ann Rule, who was also volunteering there. Rule would later become a famous true crime writer, and her book, The Stranger Beside Me, would detail her friendship with Bundy and her slow, horrifying realization that her friend was a serial killer. She would describe him as a good listener, someone who genuinely seemed to care about helping people in crisis, a testament to how convincing his mask was. Bundy appeared to be a young man with a bright future. He was studying law at the University of Utah, considering politics, and seemed to have the intelligence, charm, and ambition to succeed in whatever path he chose. Those who knew him described him as polite, well-spoken, and trustworthy. He had a long-term girlfriend, Elizabeth Kendall, who wrote under the pseudonym Elizabeth Klopfer and seemed to be in a stable relationship. But beneath this promising exterior, something far darker was developing. During his college years, Bundy became involved in a relationship with a woman from a wealthy California family. Various sources refer to her by different names, including Stephanie Brooks and Diane Edwards. She was beautiful, sophisticated, and came from a privileged background. Psychological experts have theorized that this relationship and its eventual end may have served as a catalyst for his later crimes, though Bundy himself provided contradictory explanations for his violence. The woman broke up with Bundy reportedly because she felt he lacked direction and ambition. This rejection occurred in 1968, and some psychologists believe it was a significant blow to Bundy's ego and may have contributed to his later targeting of women who resembled her. Though the reality is that while relationships can be difficult and even traumatic, they don't transform someone into a serial killer. That darkness must already exist. After this relationship ended, Bundy appeared to transform himself. He became more confident, more socially successful. He re-enrolled in law school. He reconnected with his former girlfriend in California, and they briefly rekindled their relationship in 1973, by which point experts believe he had already begun killing, though this woman didn't know it. She would later say that he seemed more mature and focused, not realizing that his new confidence came partly from his secret life as a predator. Bundy's earliest documented murders occurred in 1974, though there is speculation he may have killed before this. Investigators have suspected him in the 1961 disappearance of 8-year-old Anne-Marie Burr from her home in Tacoma, though Bundy consistently denied this, and no evidence has ever conclusively linked him to that case. What is certain is that by 1974, Bundy had begun a murder spree that would span multiple states and claim at least 30 confirmed victims. He developed a method that became his trademark. He would approach young women in public places, often college campuses or parks, pretending to be injured or in need of help. He might wear a fake cast on his arm or leg, or use crutches and ask for assistance, carrying books or loading items into his Volkswagen Beetle. The cast or injury made him seem harmless, even vulnerable. Once the woman was near his vehicle and distracted, he would incapacitate her, sometimes by hitting her with a crowbar or tire iron that he had hidden, force her into the car, and drive to a remote location where he would assault and kill her. Bundy typically targeted young women with long, dark hair parted in the middle, a look similar to his former girlfriend from California. Psychological analysts have theorized that Bundy was symbolically murdering this woman over and over, though this remains speculation rather than confirmed fact, and Bundy himself gave different explanations at different times. Between 1974 and 1978, Bundy is confirmed to have killed at least 30 women across Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, Idaho, and Florida. He would later admit that he frequently returned to disposal sites, engaging in acts of necrophilia, a behavior documented in his confessions to investigators and consistent with his need for continued control over his victims even after death. What made Bundy particularly dangerous and successful was his appearance and demeanor. He didn't look like a killer, he looked like a law student, which he actually was at various points. He looked like someone's helpful neighbor. He looked like a nice young man who might genuinely need assistance with a broken leg or heavy books. He was articulate, educated, and charming. Women felt comfortable approaching him, helping him, trusting him, and that trust was fatal. Some of Bundy's victims from the Washington and Oregon period in 1974 included Linda Ann Healy, a 21-year-old psychology student who disappeared from her basement bedroom, leaving behind a blood-soaked pillow and nightgown. Donna Gail Manson, 19, vanished from the Evergreen State College campus. Susan Rancourt, 18, disappeared from Central Washington State College. Roberta Kathleen Parks, 20, was last seen at Oregon State University. Brenda Ball, 22, and Georgianne Hawkins, 18, also disappeared during this period. In July 1974, in one of Bundy's most brazen acts, he abducted 2 women, Janice Ott, 23, and Denise Nasland, 19, from Lake Sammamish State Park in broad daylight on the same afternoon, approaching them separately in front of witnesses and using the name Ted, while asking for help with his sailboat. Bundy was arrested in Utah in August 1975 after a police officer stopped him for a traffic violation and found suspicious items in his car, including handcuffs, a crowbar, rope, and other items. This led to his identification as a suspect in several disappearances. He was eventually convicted of kidnapping in Utah and sentenced to 15 years in prison. But in 1977, while being held in Colorado to face murder charges there, Bundy engineered a dramatic escape by jumping out of a courthouse window during a court recess. He was recaptured several days later. Then, in December 1977, he escaped again, this time from his jail cell, and made his way to Florida. In Florida, on January 15, 1978, Bundy attacked the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University in Tallahassee, committing what would be his most brutal and frenzied attack. He entered the sorority house around 3 a.m. and attacked 4 women in rapid succession. He killed Margaret Bowman, 21, and Lisa Levy, 20, and severely injured 2 other women who survived. The attack was savage and showed a loss of the control that had characterized his earlier crimes. 3 weeks later, on February 9, 1978, he abducted and murdered 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, taking her from her junior high school in Lake City, Florida. He was finally captured in Pensacola, Florida, on February 15, 1978, after a police officer recognized him from wanted posters and pulled him over for driving a stolen vehicle. In the car were credit cards belonging to women he'd attacked. His capture came not through brilliant detective work connecting his crimes, but through the luck of an observant officer recognizing him. The trials that followed became media sensations, partly because of Bundy's appearance and demeanor. He acted as his own attorney at times, displaying the intelligence and charm that had allowed him to kill for so long without being caught. He cross-examined witnesses, made legal arguments, and presented himself as a capable lawyer fighting against injustice. The courtroom proceedings were among the first to be televised nationally, and millions watched, fascinated, as this handsome, articulate man defended himself against charges of brutal murder. Bundy even proposed to and married Carol Ann Boone, a former co-worker, during his trial, taking advantage of an obscure Florida law that considered a declaration of marriage in court before a judge to be legally binding. Boone would later give birth to a daughter conceived during conjugal visits that shouldn't have been allowed. This demonstrated Bundy's ability to manipulate and charm even while on trial for his life. On July 24, 1979, Bundy was convicted of the Chi Omega murders and sentenced to death. He was later convicted of murdering Kimberly Leach and received another death sentence. He would spend the next decade on death row, during which time he gave numerous interviews, confessed to murders, and continued to manipulate his image and control his narrative to the extent possible. As his execution date approached, Bundy began confessing to additional murders, providing details to investigators in a final attempt to delay his execution. He confessed to murders in Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, and Idaho, giving information that allowed some families to finally learn what had happened to their missing daughters. However, he remained vague or misleading about certain details, and some of his confessions couldn't be fully verified. Theodore Robert Bundy was executed in Florida's electric chair at Florida State Prison in Rayford on January 24, 1989, at 7:16 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. He was 42 years old. His last words were reportedly directed at his attorney and a minister. "Jim and Fred, I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." Outside the prison, hundreds of onlookers celebrated, some holding signs that read, "Burn Bundy Burn," and setting off fireworks when his death was announced. It was a macabre carnival atmosphere that reflected the intense public interest in and hatred of this killer who had seemed so normal, so trustworthy, so unlikely. The Bundy case represents a different form of hiding in plain sight than Rader or Gacy, where they maintained relatively ordinary appearances in their communities. Bundy was actively admired. He was good-looking, smart, and seemingly destined for success. He had worked at a suicide hotline, helping people in crisis. He had volunteered for political campaigns. He had attended law school. The gap between what he appeared to be and what he actually was